Look at this. This loading bar. This. Ooh, let me click record too. Oh, oh. Record to cloud. Ha ha. I remembered. Okay. About to get started. It's loading. Let's go. Ooh. Okay.
The lighting is so awful in my room.
Okay. Now I muted the YouTube video. Hopefully, who knows who's here. Okay. Well, we are live. Welcome to the WSU Sports 2021 NBA Draft Show. I am your host this time around, Heaven Hill, joined alongside the lovely, the talented group of assistants that I have: Joe Matthews, Jory Mickens, and Jonathan Height. Guys, what's going on with y'all?
Well, I mean, this is honestly one of my favorite times of the year, Heaven. I mean, there's obviously way better times in sports, I think, in terms of competition, but I feel like there's just nothing that beats the excitement of draft day. So I'm very excited about this entire night. I know we kind of already have an idea of who's going to go where, but I'm still very excited to hear some names called.
I am so happy to be here, Heaven. I mean, just thinking about from this past year alone, I remember with my first year at the station, the one big regret I had was missing last year's NBA draft show. That was about the one thing I missed last year. And the second I knew we were going to do a show this year, I was just beyond excited. And I mean, this draft is going to be absolutely insane with some of the stuff that can go down. Like we've seen so many trades potentially happening. So a lot's going to go down and I can't wait to do it with you guys.
Jonathan, Jory, Heaven, man, I am so excited tonight. It's just going to be an awesome night. I mean, Jonathan, you said it was your regret that you're going to get to do the draft show last year. I mean, it's a little bit of a nostalgic moment for me because the draft show last year was my first ever appearance on anything on air for WSOU. So I'll hold back the nostalgia tears for now. But I mean, like Jory said, I mean, for me, draft season is arguably my favorite time of the entire year. And, it's going to be so much fun tonight. This is a phenomenal draft class. And, regardless whether your team has a pick, whether it doesn't, whether they trade out, you're going to find out, who the new guys on your team is going to be, whether it be a rookie, be it a big time star. We've seen Russell Westbrook potentially being on the move tonight. So, I mean, it's just going to be really, really fun. And the sports world in general has just been going absolutely insane over the past couple of days between the NBA and the NBA draft, obviously the MLB trade deadline, the Olympics. I mean, it's a phenomenal time for sports fans right now. And the NBA draft, man, it's going to dominate tonight and it's going to be really fun.
Yeah, man. I can remember last year when Joe signed up for the NBA draft show and when he joined for the Nets pick, he had like an audience that joined with him. He came and brought like I don't know how many extra viewers, and they were all in the comments like Joe, and I was like, who is this guy? I was like, is he a celebrity? Like, it wasn't clicking at the time, and now look at him. Now look at us. Now we're here, less than a year later, ready to do it again. So while we're waiting for the NBA drafts to start, it's 7:53 right now. We got a couple more minutes. We can use this time right now to talk about some of the trades that have been going down. Last year, obviously, the big trade was the Lakers flipping Danny Green and their first round pick for Dennis Schroeder. Now, this year, like you mentioned, Joe, there's potentially another big trade on the table with the Lakers possibly acquiring Russell Westbrook from the Washington Wizards. Now, the parameters of the deal, the Lakers are reportedly sending over Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Kyle Kuzma, and Montrezl Harrell, who recently opted into his $9 million player option. And they could also be including their number 22 overall pick in the draft tonight. All of that going over to Washington in exchange for one of the best point guards of all time in Russell Westbrook. So while we wait for the NBA draft to tip off, just wanted to ask you guys, what are your thoughts on this move? Jonathan, let's start with you first.
Yeah, definitely a good Woj bomb to really get the heart racing before the draft even starts. The second I saw this trade, I immediately thought, okay, we know that the Lakers have been dying for a veteran point guard. There's been rumors about Chris Paul potentially, and just having Russell Westbrook. We know that they're in this obviously the title window with LeBron and Anthony Davis already, and now to have now another big three. And another thing that popped into my mind now is, okay, if the Lakers versus, let's say, Joe Matthews' Nets in the NBA Finals, we got Russell Westbrook versus Kevin Durant and James Harden, a little OKC Thunder reunion. So that's just a long-term thing that popped into my mind. But overall, just the trade itself, I mean, a couple of these pieces on the Lakers, I think were definitely movable, and they've been talking about that for a while. I know there was a talks about the Buddy Hield potential trade. They were going to include Montrezl Harrell, to begin with. But I think overall, this is what a trade that the Lakers would do at this time of the year. And they're obviously trying to really, bounce back and win another championship next year. After the disappointment of this season, all the injury bugs hitting them really hard. I think LeBron, AD, and Westbrook are going to come out guns a-blazing next year, knowing that, LeBron, obviously, he only has so many years left. And I feel like next year is a good opportunity for them to potentially, reach the mountaintop once again. But I think Russell Westbrook at this point, like I saw some statistic where this is like his third team, right, in like 3 years, like no former MVP has ever been moved this many times. I just feel bad for him at this point. I just really hope he finds some success in LA, but overall, I think it's a good move for the Lakers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of curious to see how Westbrook would fit in Los Angeles, aside LeBron especially, because they are pretty similar, I think, at this stage of their careers. I mean, they were both, elite athletes in their prime, like 99 percentile, 100 percentile, whatever you want to say. But it was also rumored that the Sacramento Kings shooting guard Buddy Hield was supposed to go to Los Angeles in exchange for essentially the same package. In my opinion, I feel like that would be a better move for Los Angeles. I'm curious to know like how Westbrook and LeBron would be able to play together. Obviously, Westbrook is a better player than Buddy Hield, but I mean, in terms of fit, I feel like I would rather have, one of the best 3-point shooters in the NBA alongside LeBron and Anthony Davis than, another kind of ball dominant non-shooter point guard who's kind of on the back end of his career. So, if it does happen, it'll be insane. Obviously, we're going to be here probably live reacting to it, but I feel like the Lakers could get a little bit more out of this trade package.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely kind of it's an interesting deal to say the least, because for the Lakers, I think there definitely is a question of fit with Westbrook, with the fact that he hasn't been the greatest shooter in the past. And, like you said, Jory, that they could have gone out and gotten an elite 3-point shooter in Buddy Hield to really complement, LeBron and AD. That being said, I still think it's going to be, if it goes down, it'll be ultimately kind of a win for the Lakers just because it's Russell Westbrook. And I mean, I'm a huge Russell Westbrook fan. And I mean, I think that even though, yes, he's not the greatest outside shooter, everything else he does on the court, I think really makes up for that. The fact that, I mean, he's such an amazing distributor and he's a monster of a rebounder for a guard. And so I think adding that star power and making, your own big three out in Los Angeles, I think that could be really, really positive for the Lakers. The one thing that I do think, regardless of whether they trade a package away, like, the KCP, Harrell, Kuzma, for Buddy Hield or Westbrook, whoever it is, I am curious to see on how that sort of affects the depth for the Lakers and whether they go out and actually make a couple more moves, because I mean, Dennis Schroeder is going to be an expiring contract, and he might not be coming back for the bench. And then if you're getting rid of Harrell and KCP and Kuzma, those are, even regardless of what your opinions on them are, they were playing pretty significant minutes for that Lakers team. And so I feel like it could really kind of change up it's definitely going to change up the dynamic of how that, roster is constructed and how, the bench unit moves and stuff like that. So I'm just curious to see after, should that move be finalized tonight, what the fallouts of that are going to be, because then there's been also, rumblings that the Wizards, once they get, Kuzma and Harrell, that they might immediately turn and flip them for, a pick in this draft. Or I saw, from the perspective of a Nets fan, there's been a rumor rumbling around that the Nets are going to sign and trade Spencer Dinwiddie for the two of them and the 22 pick tonight. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of interesting things that can fall out from this trade. And I think it's kind of the the first domino to fall and what's going to be, I think, a really, really active night in terms of trading. So it's very interesting to see in my mind.
Yeah, and I'll say I agree with Jory's point. I mean, I feel like the Buddy Hield move makes more sense in theory. Like, you have a chance to get one of the best shooters in the league, and you pair him with somebody like LeBron, who makes everybody better, Anthony Davis, who obviously makes everybody better. It would just be a great move. But I could see the benefits of acquiring Russell Westbrook as well. I mean, like I said earlier, one of the best point guards of all time, still an elite playmaker, even though he's on the back end of his career. However, he does still have those boneheaded moments. He can't exactly spread the floor. And, in terms of defense, he's not what he once was on that end either. So it's a little confusing, honestly, but also, when you think of the star power, and also you factor in Kuz and Montrezl Harrell not playing that big of a role in the playoffs, in Harrell's case, barely playing, in Kuz's case, not really doing that much. And then you factor in how ineffective Dennis Schroeder was at points in that series, even scoring 0 points in that pivotal Game 5. You can kind of see where an upgrade like Russell Westbrook was necessary. Now, as far as the Buddy Hield move, I think it would have been smart. I think that would have helped them a ton. And now with the Lakers sending out their best assets for Westbrook, that pretty much takes the Buddy Hield deal off the table, unless the Lakers could package, I don't know, Taylor Horton-Tucker, Alex Caruso, maybe Dennis Schroeder agrees to a sign and trade with Sacramento. Who knows? Because there's a chance that Dennis Schroeder can just leave in free agency. I mean, the Lakers have his full bird rights, but he could still sign anywhere else. The Lakers, they don't get a chance to match an offer. He's not a restricted free agent. He's not under contract for 2 years. He doesn't have a player option. No, he can just go wherever. So that deal could be very scary. But now I'm looking, it seems as if the draft has tipped off, which means the number one pick, the Detroit Pistons, are on the clock, which can only mean we need our representative for the Detroit Pistons in here. And I mean, we couldn't do a WSU Sports live show without the one, the only Michael Daly. So I'm glad we got the chance to discuss the Russell Westbrook stuff before Michael got on. Where is Michael? There he is. What's going on, buddy? He's still connected to the audio. Oh, he's got the suit
Oh my
on.
gosh,
What's up,
he's looking
everybody?
spiffy.
What's
Look
up,
at this
everybody?
Oh
guy.
my goodness,
Hey,
Michael
you
Daly.
look good, you play good, right?
Oh,
That's what they say.
oh my goodness. It's bad enough that I have to sit here with Jory and Joe and Jonathan. But now here you are, just
Got the haircut and everything. He looks
Yeah.
I'm
suave.
saying, come on, man. Oh my
With
goodness.
you handsome gentlemen, so I had to step my game up. But great to be on with you guys. I'm very happy to be on. I'm going to be on with you guys a lot, so I hope you get
Yeah.
to see my ugly face. So
All right, with that being said, Michael, number one overall pick, Detroit Pistons. This is a chance for them to turn around their franchise for the next 10, 15 years. And I mean, honestly, they have an opportunity to select one of the better prospects we've ever seen. So, Michael, give me your thoughts on the one, the only Cade Cunningham.
it's a no-brainer. There were talks about the Oklahoma City Thunder, a few other teams sneaking in to the number one spot and stealing that pick away from Detroit. But if you're Detroit, you have not picked this high since Darko Milicic in 2003. And before then was Grant Hill at the third spot in 1994. Just think about that. Grant Hill, if he hadn't been injured and wanted out of Detroit, might be the greatest player in Pistons history. Darko Milicic didn't work out, but it didn't matter because the Pistons were a championship caliber team in 2003. But if you're fast forwarding 18 years to 2021, The Pistons are not a very good team. They need a restart. They need to get kicked into high gear. And Cade Cunningham is that guy, because look what he did at Oklahoma State, averaging over 20 points a game, 6 rebounds a game. He turned around that Cowboys program, who hadn't been relevant since Marcus Smart was there. Let's just be honest. I'm a big fan of their head coach, Mike Boynton, but the program in Stillwater was dormant for a while. And Cade, you have to give him credit too. I think a big reason why Detroit should take him, as it seems like he's the odds-on favorite to be selected, the reason why they should take him, when it came out regarding Oklahoma State that the Sooners might be banned from the postseason tournament or any postseason tournaments for last season, I don't think anyone would have or could have blamed him for leaving and moving on to greener pastures. But he's a guy who believes in commitment. When he signs on to do something, he does it. And if you're Detroit, you're a franchise who has struggled by letting go Blake Griffin and a few other players, Luke Kennard, and you haven't been the same since you last made the playoffs. You need someone to kick things into high gear, like I had said, and Cade Cunningham is the guy to do that.
Michael, I couldn't agree more. I mean, Cade Cunningham, 6'8", 220. He can play point guard. He can be that primary initiator for or on the offensive end. And then on defense, he was one of the better defenders in college basketball. You know, he's agile enough to where he can defend smaller players, yet his frame and his size and his strength, he can slide up and defend wings and even some power forwards. So, you know, just everything that he can provide. It's you know, I don't want to sound, you know, hyperbolic and say that he's the greatest prospect we've ever seen, because, you know, obviously LeBron James exists and, you know, a whole bunch of other guys. But in the past 15 years or so, I'd say Cade Cunningham, and this isn't just a unique sentiment. This has been said by a few people. He is one of the more complete players we've ever seen. You know, the biggest concern heading into his freshman season was three-point shooting. You know, how would he be able to shoot the ball from behind the arc? What does he do this year? He shot 40% from three on phenomenal volume. So to take that concern and turn it into not only a strength, but, you know, a plus, like, is just insane to me. Just how he approaches the game. He's just so cerebral with everything he does and the passes he makes and how he creates passing lanes and how he sets his teammates up, I should say, for success. Everything that he does is just stellar. Now, I've seen some detractors point to his assist to turnover ratio. Like you mentioned, that team at Oklahoma State, it wasn't the best. You know, you had Alexander Moncrief, who, you know, rejected Seton Hall. We don't got to talk about him. He had the Boone twins. He had Ice Likely, you know, and even then, those guys were in and out of the lineup. You know, Cade was in and out of the lineup as well. But, you know, the group around him, he didn't have a team around him like, say, a Jalen Suggs had, or, you know, he wasn't at a school loaded with prospects like Kentucky or Duke.
Even Baylor in his own conference.
Yeah,
Baylor.
Baylor. Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt or interject, but I believe the commissioner is walking out on the stage as we talk, and Cade Cunningham was just selected first overall.
He's officially a Piston.
Very surprising.
Well, there you go. No surprise at all. Well, cut me off before we let Michael go. Joe, Jory, Jonathan, what are you guys' thoughts?
No, man. I mean, Cade is, I think, as close to a can't miss prospect as, like you said, have we've seen in years. I think, honestly, Zion, Anthony Davis, LeBron might be the only better prospects in my mind that, you know, in the past, 20 some odd years that we've seen in terms of the NBA. I mean, he's just such a complete player, and he's a guy who can turn a franchise around. And I mean, like you said, Heaven, you know, heading into his freshman year of college, he had that question mark of, you know, what about his 3-point shooting? And he went out and proved it wrong. It seems like every time there's like a sort of little question mark that people bring up about Cade, he comes out and immediately proves that wrong. And I think he's just going to keep getting better and keep going. And he's a true, superstar potential player and huge for the Pistons.
Yeah, you guys hit on every point. I mean, I can't think of another prospect, that just really just checks off like basically every single box we could think of when you're talking about a franchise cornerstone. And we're thinking about the Detroit Pistons, and I'll even have Michael even contribute to this question. How is he exactly, of course, going to match up, or excuse me, work with the Pistons when you have, okay, Jeremy Grant is your other scoring option for most of last season. You're going to have Killian Hayes as the other guard. You still have Sadiq Bey on the wing. So how will he mesh with that? Well, the answer is going to be he's going to be probably taking most of the scoring burden with Jeremy Grant, and he's going to prove that, like he did at Oklahoma State, that he's been such a dominant scoring option, but also just an absolutely disgusting facilitator at sometimes. Just how dominant he is with the ball and how quick he can be, and just I can only imagine how many defenders he's going to make look silly night in and night out. But that's just all I have to say. But just obviously the no-brainer pick here. I feel like in this draft class he was number one. And then after that, the talent I feel like drops just a little bit because I feel like he's on an island of his own.
All right,
and I would just answer that. Sorry, I'll just answer very quickly.
You good?
I would say Cade Cunningham has a lot of young guys he's playing with, like Killian Hayes, like Sadiq Bey. He'll mesh well.
Yeah, I mean, Michael, before we let you go, because I think the Rockets are now on the clock. Any final thoughts on Cade's fit? Like, I know you just said he'll mesh well with Sadiq Bey. Any final thoughts on Cade to Detroit?
I compare Cade Cunningham to Grant Hill and Luka Doncic. Those are two guys that are bigger guys, around 6'8", 6'7", but they're big point guards. That's how I look at Cade Cunningham. I think he's going to fit perfectly in Detroit and turn that franchise around.
All right, thank you, Michael. We expect to see you a lot tonight, so just stay there, keep looking snazzy.
All right, boys.
That was the legendary Michael Daly. No rest for the weary, as we are now getting in Michael Stam, who's here to represent the Houston Rockets. Yes. Big things. Big things ahead all night. Shout out Michael, man. He's been doing a ton of work for us with the articles and appearing on podcasts. And now here he is to represent the Houston Rockets as they look to start the next step to the rebuild. So, Michael, what's going on with you, man?
I'm doing great. How is everybody here? I'm excited to be here.
Michael, we are doing phenomenal. I mean, at least I am. I think I can speak for the rest of everybody when I say that. I mean, another thing about Michael Stam, if you don't know, if you watched our NFL draft show, this man was on an absolute hot streak when it came to predicting picks. And I think he went like 5 for 5 or something like that. So throughout this show, Michael, we're going to be deferring to you and hoping you got some of that magic going. But I mean, anyways, with the Rockets on the clock, I want to kind of jump in and ask you a real quick question first, Michael, which is, I feel like there's kind of been a lot of smoke, and I don't even know if it has been officially leaked or confirmed that Jalen Green is likely the pick here for the Rockets. But if you were the Rockets GM right now, between guys like, Jalen Green, Evan Mobley's there, maybe even if you want to throw Jalen Suggs into that conversation, what do you think the right move for Houston would be at this pick?
I think for the Rockets, it's Jalen Green, and I think it's pretty much a lock, like you said. But I think it just works out for the Rockets. James Harden leaves. For Houston, you're looking for that next savior. You thought maybe Victor Oladipo could do that last year. That didn't last more than a year. And now you're looking for someone new. You're looking for the guy who is a human highlight like James Harden was. And that's what Jalen Green is. He showed that in the G League with the Ignite, something that is very hard to do. Not a lot of people are talking about going to the G League and putting up 17 points per game. That's very hard, and it shows his upside as a scorer, which I think is one of the probably most dynamic and athletic parts of his game. And I think he is one of the most dynamic and athletic players in this draft, and that is why he is a perfect fit for Houston.
Yeah, I love your analysis, Michael. And there's just so many things going on with this pick that's been happening for months now, because for a time it seemed like Evan Mobley was going to potentially be number 2. And then Jalen Green's stock really jumped up over the last couple of weeks. And now he seems like the clear-cut pick. But I just have a quick question for you, Michael. And this is kind of just on a broader spectrum. This is obviously the first draft where we have college players and G League players. And I feel like this is sort of like a make or break year where we're really going to see our team's going to lean more towards the G League players or college players. So real quick before the pick happens, what are your thoughts on that?
I love it. I love having both. I love giving high school players 2 options. I think because now college players can get paid using their likeness and name, the G League might not be as big as a factor as it might have been this year, because people will finally be able to, players will finally be able to get paid for their name and get those sponsorships. But I love this year having guys like Jalen Green skip out on so many top college offers, go to the G League, show out, prove that he really is a top player. And I believe he'll be the second overall pick and the first ever. And it's really a big step for the NBA and G League and even college basketball not having those players.
Well, hey, Michael, you're 1-for-1 officially because Adam Silver just came out a couple of seconds ago, and Jalen Green is the pick to the Rockets. And I mean, personally, I'm a big Jalen Green guy, and I could go into a whole, spiel about him. But I want to leave it up to you, Michael, here to get first dibs. And sort of break down what do you think makes Jalen Green so great, and what is he going to be able to do for Houston?
He just has such a versatile offensive repertoire, and we saw that with the Ignite. He is such a major upside as a scorer. He's a box office player, to put it into words. He can do anything on the floor, moving around, going in the inside, shooting the three ball. He still has some room to work. He still has some parts of his game that needs to improve on. But to place him in Houston, it's the perfect spot where he can just take his time, because Houston's not going to be good next year. It might not be good then the year after. But it's definitely a good place for Jalen Green where he can work on his game and improve, because I feel like he is, like I said, the most dynamic and athletic player in this draft class.
Well, it's interesting that you kind of bring that up, as you think that he's one of the most dynamic players in this draft class. The Cavs are now on the clock at number 3, and the projected pick here is Evan Mobley out of USC. And, there's a lot of people that believe Evan Mobley might be the best player in this draft class. Do you think the Houston Rockets are going to regret passing up on Evan Mobley down the line? Potentially, a lot of people are comparing him to Anthony Davis, Kevin Garnett, Chris Bosh. He's getting some gaudy NBA comparisons. So do you think that they're going to, regret that decision, taking Jalen Green?
See, I said dynamic and athletic, but I didn't say best or my favorite, because Evan Mobley is actually my favorite player in this draft. Many view him, like you said, as a number 1 pick worthy talent, even above Cade Cunningham. I think we've seen these past 2 years that the NBA, you need a versatile big man to win the championship. We saw it with Giannis last year. We saw it with Anthony Davis with the Lakers. So will the Rockets regret not taking Mobley, not taking that big man? Maybe. They might. I love Jalen Green. I love what he brings to the floor. But I don't know if that wins a championship anymore in this year's NBA. I feel like Evan Mobley does, and that's why I love him so much. He's a low-maintenance, high-talent player, and I really do feel like he's a franchise centerpiece. And he could do that for Cleveland if that's who they pick.
And it's interesting that you ended your point with that, because, you are our representative for the Cavs as well tonight. I wanted to ask you, would you rather have the Cavs select Evan Mobley, or would you rather have them select Jalen Suggs with Colin Sexton being in trade talks?
100% Evan Mobley. I feel like he is just a two-way bigs like him don't come around often. He's the guy that he's just so athletic. He's a rim runner or protector, shot blocker. He's all around the court. I think Jory brought up Chris Bosh. I compare him to Chris Bosh too, just because the way his game molds to today's NBA is so important, and I really like that about Mobley. Jalen Suggs is a great player too, but I feel like there's players like him that the Cavs don't need right now.
Yeah, some of the comparisons that we've been hearing about Mobley, it's absolutely elite company, and it's sometimes really difficult to do that for prospects. It just puts, obviously, the more added pressure on them. But I'll ask you one quick question, Michael, because I've been studying Evan Mobley inside and out and prep for the show. Obviously on the Cavs right now, the one, I guess, drawback of selecting him is obviously of how he would work with Jared Allen, who they just obviously acquired last season. Do you kind of see them as a very potent 1-2 punch? Like, do you believe that he's going to mesh well with him and mesh well with this Cavs team, which obviously we know is very under in flux right now, but just how do you think that's going to work out?
Yeah, see, I was thinking about that too, how he will fit with him. I feel like that doesn't even matter, though. I feel like Evan Mobley is such an important player to draft that you can't even think about who's on this Cavs team right now, because like the Rockets, this Cavs team's not going to be good this year. It's not going to be good the next year. They're going to take time. So so you build your team around Mobley. If Jared Allen doesn't fit with him, then you get him out, you get some more picks, or you get a new player for him. I feel like Mobley is more important than Allen right now, and that's why I would pick him no matter what.
And Michael Stam is 2 for 2 again because Evan Mobley's the pick. I mean, this dude is. We gotta like come up with like some sort of nickname to like play off of like Nostradamus, like No Stam Damus. I don't know. I'm No Stam Damus. I don't know. But I mean, yeah, Michael Stam hit it out of the park again. It is Evan Mobley the pick. So I mean, yeah, there's nothing more for me to say. I mean, Evan Mobley, I think he's an absolute monster. I think he's got legitimate, I mean, defensive player of the year, potential. He's got such a kind of, they're saying it right now on ESPN. It took the words out of my mouth. He's got like such a unique skill set for a big I think is going to translate so well to the modern NBA that, I mean, I think even though the Cavs do have Jared Allen, I think he's going to be able to play really well next to him. And I think that, even though it's not a Jalen Suggs, who's, sort of a guard that you think of more of a stereotypical guy you build your team around, I think Evan Mobley is going to be one of the better bigs in the NBA for years to come. And Cavs fans, I think, should be ecstatic with this pick.
Yeah. Michael, before we let you go with the Raptors getting set to get on the clock, just let me get your final thoughts on Evan Mobley to Cleveland.
I'm excited. The Cavs were desperate for a transcendent star after LeBron and Kyrie left. Kevin Love is old. He's not there. He's not doing it for them anymore. And Evan Mobley is young. He's new, 7 feet tall, and he's ready to bring maybe some wins to Cleveland, something they haven't seen since LeBron left.
All right. Thank you, Michael. We'll be seeing you later on tonight for back-to-back picks with the Rockets again. So we'll catch you then. We'll see if you can go 4 for 4 overall on the night.
Stay hot.
See you guys then.
That was the legendary Michael Stam. No Stam Damas. We'll workshop that. We'll get it cooking soon. But now we have Ryan Henry joining us to represent the Toronto Raptors, the Six. What's good, Ryan? How's it hanging?
Nothing much. How are you guys doing tonight?
Oh, he's got the mic too. Well, I guess I missed the memo because Ryan and Joe, they're just both ready to go. I know Jory normally has the mic. I don't know where his is. But okay, Ryan. So with the Raptors on the clock, top 3 prospects off the board. Let's get a general idea of who's left. I mean, you got Jalen Suggs, you've got Scotty Barnes, whole bunch of talents. If you were the Raptors GM, who would you want in this slot?
I mean, the most realistic pick has to be Jalen Suggs. Kyle Lowry, their longtime point guard, is a pending free agent, and by all reports, he's probably going to be gone. Jalen Suggs can come in and complement Fred VanVleet. He'll come in day one as a great defender. He also needs to improve on some aspects like shooting, but for losing a future Hall of Fame point guard to bring in a guy like Jalen Suggs, I think is a perfect replacement. And he might be the missing piece this Raptors team needs to get them back in the playoffs.
Ryan, I'm going to say I do agree with you. I think Jalen Suggs should be the pick here, and I think he's honestly it's a no-brainer in my mind. But in this scenario where maybe the Raptors go a little, deviate from what we expect a little bit, and if they take someone like Scotty Barnes, do you think that that's like a significantly worse pick for them to make, or do you still see a real solid fit for Scotty in Toronto?
I mean, Scotty Barnes is the kind of player every NBA team can need, a dude who can switch, guard 2 to 4. He's got the athleticism. He needs a bit work offensively, and especially like a team like Toronto, who in the past has emphasized switchy defenders who can, who are versatile on the defensive end. I wouldn't see him as a bad fit. I just think there's a glaring weakness at the point guard position. You already have the wing spot kind of, filled with OG Anunoby, and then you lose Kyle Lowry, plug in Jalen Suggs, it'd be a great fit. Scotty Barnes, I think, would still be solid if they go in a different direction.
Yeah, just quick question for me, Ryan, before the pick is up. I mean, obviously this Raptors team, like you guys said, like they're in a very just interesting situation right now, and especially if Jalen Suggs is the pick. But assuming he is, just quick question for you: where do you see this Raptors team going next year? With the fact that obviously Kyle Lowry might or may or may not be traded, you still have Pascal Siakam. There's a couple of question marks, with the depth, but you still have Fred VanVleet. So where do you see this team next season?
If the only piece that is lost on this team this season is Kyle Lowry, I could see them being in the mix for a play-in. I don't know, maybe late, like low playoff team, quote playoff team, like a 7 to 8 seed. They have the experience. Guys like Siakam, OG Anunoby, VanVleet, they were on the 2019 team. You have other players like Chris Boucher, Malachi Flynn was nice for them last year, so I think they could be a solid 7 seed or solid 7 seed.
Wow. Sorry, Ryan. I don't mean
Ryan.
they didn't go Suggs. They go Scotty Barnes at number 4. That's surprising. That's surprising.
That's a Raptors pick, honestly. Like I said, they kind of want to go guys who can switch more defensively. Maybe they trust Malachi Flynn to take over that point guard spot, but defensively, that's going to be a scary front court of Anunoby, Siakam, and Scotty Barnes.
I'm glad you mentioned that towards the end, because that trio, I mean, as far as offense, I'll have to figure it out, but man, defensively, that could be scary. The main thing I liked about Scotty Barnes was his passing ability. I'm looking at these stats now. He was the only player in college with above a 30% assist percentage and a 7% offensive rebound percentage. So he's using his size, he's crashing the glass, and then 30% assist percentage, that's higher than some point guards. I mean, he's out there threading dimes left and right at that size with that passing ability. There's still some flaws in his game at this point. Outside of Cade and Mobley, there were no really perfect, prospects. But Toronto's developmental system, one of the best in the league. So I like that pick for them. So before we let you go, Ryan, and get Michael Daly back here, what are your final thoughts on Scotty Barnes to Toronto?
Scotty Barnes, I think he'll be a good fit. Like you said, Toronto Raptors have one of the best developmental systems in the league. I can't think of another team really in the past 5 years who have brought in guys who, these defensive guys who they were able to bring up their offensive game and make essentially great two-way players. So I think he'll come into Toronto in the Nick Nurse system, and I think he'll thrive just off defensively, and hopefully he can develop an offensive game, a better offensive game. And it'll be interesting to see how it goes next year, but I like the pick overall.
Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate that. We'll be seeing you later tonight for the Sixers. So
yeah,
excited to catch you then. Maybe you have picks 7 and 14, and who knows? We'll find out in a couple minutes, I guess. All right, take care.
Take care, guys.
That was the amazing Ryan Henry. We've got the one, the only Michael Daly coming back into the meeting. Michael, welcome. I know we just saw you like 20, 30 minutes ago at this point, but there you are, still looking snazzy per usual. Now you're here for Orlando. So you'll be here for pick 5, then you'll leave, come back a couple picks later. Scotty Barnes off the board, who I figured Orlando was going to grab. Michael, who do you see them taking now at the 5th overall slot?
Guys, I always compare Orlando's draft prospects or their way of picking draft picks to the New York Yankees. By that, I mean it's boom or bust. They have a chance to go boom here. Jalen Suggs is the obvious choice because, by all accounts, many people thought Jalen Suggs was going to be a Toronto Raptor. He wasn't. Scotty Barnes was a player that I think a lot of Orlando Magic fans expected to deal with because he's from the state of Florida and he has a pretty high ceiling. Although in college, I don't think he flourished as much as people thought he would at Florida State, only averaging 10 points. But Jalen Suggs now, he's your guy. If you're Orlando, you have to go with him. I will say the one knock on Jalen Suggs, and maybe it's because he had guys like Corey Kispert, Joel Ajayi, other players as well, Drew Timme. He took a little bit of a back seat at times when it came to scoring. It didn't happen in the national championship game. In the national championship game, 22 points. He really showed out, but the team struggled. I think if Jalen Suggs is in the right system in Orlando, which he is with Jamal Mosley, I think he will flourish. The one question I have, and you guys can answer this, how will it work having 3 point guards? Well, really 4 point guards, because you have Cole Anthony. Now you're adding Jalen Suggs to the mix, RJ Hampton, and Markelle Fultz. How does that work? I don't know. That was one reservation I had covering the Magic for this show about selecting James Bouknight. Now, a guy like Jalen Suggs, if he falls in your lap, I think you have to take him.
Michael, I want to jump in and sort of kind of give an answer to that question, which now I think maybe you have to talk me out of this, because I do fully agree that Jalen Suggs should be the pick here. I think he, bar none, is the best available player right now. But I just do not see the Magic taking him. I think they're going to look at the fact that they do have Hampton, they do have Fultz, and they do have Cole Anthony already. And I think they're going to ride with them. In my mind, throughout the whole scouting process, I think Jonathan Kuminga is the ultimate Orlando Magic prospect. Like, that just fits their drafting bill. Like you said, you like that they go boom or bust a lot. I feel like, just in my gut, that this is going to be Kuminga here. But I guess kind of just, I'm bouncing a question back to you now. Like, do you think that this is bar none, this is going to be Suggs, or do you think they pull off a shocker here and take someone like Kuminga? Because that's the train I'm on right now.
I think it's Suggs, because if you pass up on Suggs, especially because he fell in your lap and he delivers as an NBA player and someone like Kuminga doesn't, your franchise can't live with that. So it comes to a point where you have to pick the best prospect available, and it's Jalen Suggs.
Yeah, I think I agree with Michael, just because I feel like the other 3 point guards, I mean, I just feel like Jalen Suggs could be like potentially better than a few of them, or maybe even all of them by the end of this. Obviously, it's easier said than done, but I feel like they would just regret it, for a very long time if they passed on Jalen Suggs and he turned into, an elite point guard and such. But Michael, let me just ask you, if one of those 3 point guards has to go, which one is it going to have to be?
Either RJ Hampton or Markelle Fultz. Cole Anthony is the guy I think you have to stick with. The reason why, they drafted Cole Anthony last year by using artificial intelligence. It may not sound as crazy as the reports made it seem, but they crunched numbers, and that AI that they used, the verdict came out for them to choose Cole Anthony. And apparently that's what Orlando did. I think RJ Hampton, he probably has the lowest ceiling of all of them, maybe aside from Markelle Fultz, because who knows what you're getting. But at least Fultz averaged around 13 points a game, dealt with injuries, but you know what you're getting with Markelle Fultz if he's healthy and he's all there mentally. RJ Hampton, the jury's still out on him.
And I think the allure with Suggs, I know you guys keep talking about, they have, these or this many point guards. You can play him at the 2. You can play him with another point guard. He did it at Gonzaga with Andrew Nembhard, and obviously he excelled. He's most likely going to be a top 5 pick tonight. He's just so dominant, and I think that's where, and it's kind of why I mentioned this with my assistants. I kind of like Sharife Cooper more than him. I don't think Jalen Suggs can be a primary initiator at the next level. However, when he's playing off of a guard that can facilitate, or a guard that can score, or a guard that can do both, like Markelle Fultz, like Cole Anthony, that like we've seen them do for Orlando, when he's just out there attacking those tilted defenses and taking advantage of the advantages that those other guards I named create, or when he's spotting up for 3, or when he's cutting to the basket, or, and obviously on defense, he's probably the best defender out of all 4 of them, outside of maybe Markelle. I think you play him with Markelle, you play him with Cole Anthony. That could be a nice little backcourt for Orlando.
It certainly can. And Jory, did you want to jump in? It seemed like you did.
Oh, well, I mean, I like Suggs a lot. I know a lot of people are kind of doubting his upside. I personally love Jalen Suggs. I mean, he's an extremely gifted athlete. I feel like a lot of people know that he's a former football player, but he's not just a former football player. He's a former, all-state Minnesota Mr. Football elite football player. He's not just like some scrub bench warmer. But like Heaven said, he's versatile. You can play him at the 1 or the 2. Like, I think the skill that actually stands out the most with him outside of his crazy athleticism is his passing ability. It was on display all season long at Gonzaga. So, and you could say it's a benefit of his situation playing with all those great players at Gonzaga in a good scheme with Mark Few. But I feel like Suggs, he has, not only is he a pretty NBA ready prospect, I feel like he has a decent amount of upside as well. And I'm excited for his NBA career, especially now that he's going to be paired with Cole Anthony in Orlando. I love that backcourt.
All right, Michael, before we let you go, before we get Will Swanky here for the 6th overall pick, let me get your final thoughts on Jalen Suggs becoming a member of the Orlando Magic.
It was the right pick. It was the one they had to do because I think a lot of people, it was between 3 players at number 5. Jalen Green, really 4. Jalen Green, Evan Mobley, Jalen Suggs, and then Scotty Barnes, maybe Jonathan Kuminga. But if one of the Jalens or Evan Mobley fell, that's the person who you take. It just so happened it was Jalen Suggs, and they made the right choice.
Thank you, Michael. We appreciate your time. We'll see you in like 2 picks now. So long. Take care for however many minutes that'll be. With that being said, now we have Will Swanky joining the meeting. What's up, Will? I just mentioned to Will yesterday, Jonathan, or maybe it was earlier today, I don't know, about how we've been loving his articles and the graphics. Oh, he's got a mic too. Okay, I see what it is. I see.
Look at this. You see this guy's jacket?
I love the jacket, Will.
The OKC tape over the Knicks logo.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
He stays prepared all the time. Okay, Will, now that you're here, what's going on, man?
I had a joke coming in here about how the most shocking pick of the draft was going to go to ESPN for putting Kendrick Perkins on their draft panel. And now I can't even use it because the Raptors took Scotty Barnes. So that got wasted.
Well, first and foremost, I know I have told you this, and obviously we talked about it, Heaven, but the second I get your articles in my inbox every week, I could not click it any faster. And I am so excited to see what you're going to put out after the draft this week, because obviously your mock draft one was great, but I just can't wait to hear your thoughts about everything that's going to go down tonight. But I know now with Oklahoma City, there's a couple of question marks, but the consensus that's been the last couple of weeks is that James Bouknight of UConn has been on their radar. And obviously he'd be a great complement to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in the backcourt. But I just want to hear your thoughts first and foremost. Do you think that Bouknight is the pick here, or do you think maybe Jonathan Kuminga could finally, really stop dropping, because he used to be, a higher prospect here and there? But just give us your thoughts about where the Thunder's at right now.
Yeah, well, first off, John, thank you. I have a lot of fun writing my articles. So if you enjoy them, if anybody enjoys them, that's the best thing for me. But in terms of the sort of rise of Bouknight here throughout the NBA draft season, I think coming in months ago, everybody pretty much thought that Bouknight was going to be maybe a 17 to 20 sort of range player. And then as we got closer and closer, he kind of jumped up to maybe bottom of the lottery, 13, 14. And now here we are on draft night. It seems like the Thunder are really keying in on taking him 6th overall. So it's been a shocking kind of rise for James Bouknight to end up here pretty much in the top 5. I'm sure they would have loved to take Jalen Suggs here if he fell one more spot, but it does seem like the Thunder really are wanting to take James Bouknight here 6th. And, in terms of taking him here, I don't know if it'll be too soon. That is always the possibility. There are always these players that, they get a lot of momentum heading towards the draft, and a team sort of takes a risk on them because they just, everything they've been hearing, everything they've been seeing, they kind of just fall to the peer pressure of, wanting to make that hot pick. So, I think Kuminga is a decent player here at 6th. I wouldn't be surprised if they went in that direction as well. But I think those two players, whether it's Bouknight or Kuminga, I think that's the way you got to go.
Now, you identified Bouknight and Kuminga, but could you see Oklahoma City taking anybody else? I know potentially Franz Wagner has been up there, Sharif Cooper, Josh Giddey. I mean, there's a bunch of options. Maybe they go somewhere like Alperen Şengün. There's just so many options. Do you see them deviating from the norm, or do you see them maybe
Well-
going most
Well,
Moody?
heaven.
They
I'm
did
sorry.
deviate from the norm.
They
and you're about to
they
go nuts, Alex.
deviated exactly. They deviated heavily from the norm.
What,
Josh Giddey
Josh Giddey gets
Number
Ah,
6.
man.
to the
You had
Thunder.
no idea.
What?
Wow, that's,
this is what we like. Okay, well now that we know the pick, Will, what are your thoughts on Josh Giddey to the Oklahoma City Thunder?
well, the thing I'll say about Giddy is he's 18 years old. The Thunder have 38 picks over the next 7 years. They have one of the youngest teams in the NBA, if not the youngest. So I mean, he fits their timeline. I think with the youth, and you know they would be willing to take a project here, kind of like Kuminga. You know, Giddy. It wouldn't have been my pick. I'll just say that. I think if they wanted a project, they wanted a young player, I think I would have gone Kuminga. But it does fit their timeline for sure. I think they won't worry about if he doesn't perform well right away because they got a long way to go and they have a lot of players under 21, 22 years old. So it is a surprise to me, but it does fit their timeline at least.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a strange coincidence. This happened a lot last year too. But Josh Giddey, I absolutely love him. I feel like at 6'8", with that size, apparently he added like 15, 20 pounds of muscle from the end of the NBL season to now. With that size, with that passing ability, there was a stretch during the season where he shot like close to 40% from three over, a span of games. He's been working on his jumper, the passing ability. Defensively, there are some concerns. I've heard he has a negative wingspan as well, which, obviously doesn't seem that encouraging. But like you said, Will, he's only 18 years old, I believe, at draft time. So he fits their timeline. He fits those young players that they've been acquiring with Theo Maledon and Pokusevski and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So he fits the young core they have, and he can offer just a bunch from a playmaking standpoint with his age and everything he can offer. I mean, the sky's the limit for him. And honestly, I had him as a top 5 guy. So to see him go at 6 just brings a tear to my eye.
Yeah, the Thunder, they definitely were in need of a playmaker here. I mean, Giddey averaged over 7 assists he played in an Australian league, I believe, last year. So they definitely needed a playmaker. I mean, we saw what they were able to do with Chris Paul 2 years ago. Ended up going to the playoffs when nobody expected them to. So this is they picked for team need, which it's not a strategy I like when you're near the top of the lottery. But if they're happy with it, then that's what they decided to go with.
Will, I want to ask you one more quick question before we let you go for this pick. The Thunder, obviously, they do have 2 more first rounders, which you'll be back coming on this show for us. If you're a Thunder fan or anything out there, who do you think the Thunder are going to be sort of targeting at those picks? And, who, if you're a Thunder fan, should you sort of be keeping your eye on of potential fallers down to the next picks in the late teens?
Well, it seems like in their range, they do like Jalen Johnson out of Duke. And also with the 18th pick, it seems like they'll be in the range to get somebody like a Keon Johnson or maybe a Trey Murphy. I think, teams sort of in that range, they're more ready to win now. And the Thunder, they definitely got a long way to go before they're in that category. So I think the younger the player is, the more they can develop them and develop their game. I think that's sort of the trend we're going to see with the Thunder sort of later in this draft, kind of like their pick right now. So I think just the younger the player is, maybe they selected a guard here early, maybe a wing player down in that range. I think that's what you'll be looking at.
All right, well, we're going to let you go right now, unfortunately, but we'll see you in about, I think 10 picks now. It's Thunder at 16, I believe. Yeah, so we'll see you in a little bit. And just I keep looking at the logo with the OKC. I'm sorry. I'm trying to remain serious. We'll see you when we see you. Thanks for coming by.
All right, guys. Thanks.
All right, that was the great, the amazing Will Swanky. Now we have the Warriors on the board. And, of course, we're going to be adding him in and out of the meetings throughout the night. It's Michael Daly. He's back. Michael, for the 3rd time now, how you doing, buddy?
I haven't seen you guys. It's been forever since I've seen you guys. So.
I'm sorry. Okay. All right. So Golden State on the board. They've been in trade talks throughout, for the past few weeks now, putting together a package of number 7, number 14, Andrew Wiggins, James Wiseman, potentially trading it for Bradley Beal or Ben Simmons. Who knows what's what? But as of now, the Warriors are on the board. Who do you see them selecting?
This could be a case where they select somebody and then before the night's over, they trade him away. With Josh Giddey being taken off the board, he was actually someone I thought Golden State would pick at 7. With that being said, he's gone now. Moses Moody is someone I am looking at to go to the Warriors at 7 because I just think he fits into their system well. He's a bigger shooting guard. He can rebound with the best of them as well. And any player who plays for Eric Musselman, they have a ton of discipline. And playing in Golden State under someone like Steve Kerr and for Bob Myers, that's what they love. They love someone who has the intangibles and someone who's a scorer. That's what Moses Moody is. So I think at this moment in time, you can go for a home run swing and try to get someone like Jonathan Kuminga, who has been thrown out there. But I think Moses Moody makes the most sense because you have 2 lottery picks. So you have a chance to really alter your franchise post Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson. There's a very good chance they could do that with someone like Moses Moody or Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, with that, the Warriors just picked, and it was Jonathan Kuminga, that last name you brought up, Michael. So, I mean, instant reaction to that. What do you think about that fit on him with Golden State?
Jonathan Kuminga, I think, of everyone in the draft, he might have the highest ceiling. And that may sound crazy to say, especially with someone like Cade Cunningham, but it's not because Jonathan Kuminga played in the G League, and I think he needs a little bit more seasoning. And if the Warriors decide to keep him and not trade him away, I think there is a very good chance that he could work out there, especially if they trade away Andrew Wiggins, which was a rumor, and they bring in someone like Ben Simmons. I think that would be outstanding. Have those two together, new guys in with Stephen Curry, with a healthy Klay Thompson, under the tutelage of Draymond Green, who I feel like really rallies the younger guys on his team. Jonathan Kuminga is a big guy, and I think he will work well working with Draymond Green, with James Wiseman. So, look, it's a home run swing for them. I think Moses Moody might have been the better selection just because he played college ball, a proven talent. But look, the way everything's changing now with the G League, there is a chance that you are going to start seeing guys who are making that transition and are performing well. Darius Bazley is another one in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I do want to say in regards to this Kuminga pick, I'm actually kind of shocked by it a little bit just because I thought they were going to go Moses Moody, like you had mentioned, Michael. I thought that at least at the 7 pick, they were going to try and go for someone who was a little bit more pro ready because I feel like Kuminga is one of the bigger project prospects in this entire draft. Yep. And I feel like, I thought at least that the Warriors, the way they were going to approach this draft was to sort of get a couple of pro ready guys to, bolster around, Curry and Thompson should be coming back and Draymond's there obviously and sort of, go all in and try to make another finals run with Steph Curry in the coming years. But I mean, do you think that Kuminga, even though I think he's a bit of a project, do you think he's going to be able to come in and contribute right away? Or do you think that there's just, maybe with their later picks, they'll have more of an emphasis on some pro ready guys?
Without a doubt, I think they will try to get him in the lineup. Look what they did with James Wiseman, even Nico Mannion last year, although he was kind of fluctuating from G League to the NBA, they brought Nico Mannion into their rotation a little bit. So I think Jonathan Kuminga is going to find a healthy rotational spot. Will he be a starter? I don't know. I don't think so, especially if trades happen. But I think Golden State is a great place for any rookie to develop. It may take a while for him because, again, I think he's a project. Like you said, Joe, I think he's a bit of a project here, but it could work because of all the players there, he has athleticism, he can score, and they need defense. He's a pretty solid defender as well. It showed in the G League on Team Ignite, and I think Jonathan Kuminga was a solid choice. And Bob Myers, You cannot doubt that man. Bob Myers, when he picks somebody, he has intel.
Yeah, I mean, what I was going through my mind, I love the Moses Moody point, Michael, is that I really thought the Warriors would pick someone that was more, I guess, pro-ready after seeing what happened with James Wiseman last season, where when you're banking on someone for long-term, which is obviously is a good idea for the NBA when you have someone as a high ceiling, but after learning from that, would they really take that risk again on Kuminga, where it's not 100% set in stone that he can make a difference on day one, which I could easily be wrong. This is just based off, his performances in the past, and it's like just, predicting the future and everything. But it's definitely going to be really interesting how he meshes with the Warriors and if he's still on the team by the end of the night, because anything is possible. Because again, we just saw Russell Westbrook get traded, so I feel like all bets are off for the rest of the night. But just real quick, Michael, now that the Magic are back on the clock, we know that they obviously took Jalen Suggs, what we were talking about before. Where do you think they head here? I mean, they picked a guard. Do you think they go forward, center? What's kind of going on in your mind right now?
There are multiple options for the Orlando Magic, especially with Kuminga off their board, because I thought if Kuminga was still there at 8, the Magic would take him, because you have your surefire pick in Jalen Suggs. You go for the home run, the boomer bust type in Jonathan Kuminga, who I think fits the mold of previous picks. He's gone now, so what do? You can go with a big like Alperen Şengün, who I do not think is getting enough traction. Lately he has been, but he's the name that I think if he goes to Orlando, he could work out. But I think there is a player who played in college that I think will be a solid choice here, and that's Franz Wagner, because Mo Wagner, his brother, is on the Magic. I don't see another choice here, especially with Kuminga off the board. If Kuminga's there at 8, you take Kuminga. But if he's not, especially if you want to re-sign Mo Wagner, who's a free agent, you have to take him, because Mo Wagner brings a lot of depth at the 5 position. That's something they're missing out, because is Wendell Carter that guy? I don't think he is. I don't necessarily know if he's the answer. Mo Wagner, I feel like, has a chance to be a long-term option for the Orlando Magic. Bring his little brother in, who shot 34% from the field at Michigan, a 12-point-per-game average scorer for the Wolverines. He's a player that I think can really make a difference a few years down the line. Maybe not his rookie year, but Franz Wagner, if they take him, I think could be impactful.
Well, Michael Daly, I am happy to inform you that you are a mind reader, and the Magic did, in fact, take Franz Wagner with their selection, with now adding with Jalen Suggs and Franz Wagner. I think that's an amazing draft for them so far. 2 great players. And like you said, I think once Franz Wagner fully develops, because obviously we've seen he's got limited athleticism. We've seen his shooting. He's versatile on defense as well, so he really brings a lot to this Magic team. But just real quick before the rest of the guys chime in, I mean, the way this Magic team is going to look now, obviously the rebuild is still on. Obviously, they've accumulated so many assets and having 2 top 10 picks. Where do you see the rebuild now with next season, now that they have Suggs and Wagner? Does it speed up a little bit, or do you still think they're a few years down the road, at least for playoff contention?
It's expedited a little bit, I would say, because Orlando has not had a chance to improve their franchise like tonight, where you not only have a top 5 pick, but 2 top 10 picks. That's outstanding. I don't think there are many teams in the NBA who wouldn't pass up on that opportunity. And they got it from Chicago with the 8th pick. I think Orlando, are they a ways away? Absolutely, especially with some misses in the draft, like a Jonathan Isaac. Mo Bamba really hasn't delivered that much. Now you get 2 guys here who they have a chance to do really well. And I think this team needs to build around Cole Anthony. I think he's the point guard of the future. Jalen Suggs could be as well. I think they're tabbing him potentially as that. But like we talked about earlier for the number 5 pick, Jalen Suggs could be a combo guard. You could play him there. Look at his athleticism. He's a clutch player too. So is Cole Anthony. There's a chance that when it's a close game, you can put the ball in hands of Cole Anthony. You can put it in Jalen Suggs' hand. Franz Wagner, he's a lights out shooter. He can be at times. You can put it in his hands late down the stretch too.
Michael, so now that the Magic have added both Franz Wagner and Jalen Suggs to their young core, which now consists of Markelle Fultz and RJ Hampton, Chuma Okeke, and Cole Anthony, where would you rank their young cores, throughout the league?
it's got to be at the top. Maybe not in terms of delivering, because I would say in their own state, Miami has a pretty decent young core. That could change depending on free agency, but with Tyler Hero, Duncan Robinson, Kendrick Nunn, that's not a bad young core as well. And let's see who Miami drafts. But Orlando has to be at the top. I think in terms of young core, you are always going to be competing with Oklahoma City. That's just who they are. They're trying to be the Boston Celtics from 2013 to 2017 on steroids. That's who OKC is trying to be. And I think Orlando, they're in complete rebuild mode. And that's how they should be, because they barely made the playoffs when the bubble was taking place. They were the 8th seed then. Now you have to get to a point where you're trying to get back to where you were in the mid 2000s when you were building around Dwight Howard. You made the finals. You were a perennial Eastern Conference semifinal team. You did well in the playoffs. I think Orlando can get to that point. It may take 4 or 5 years, but with the young core they have, they're at the top of the league.
Thank you, Michael, for offering that insight. And we'll see you when the Warriors have their pick in, I guess, what's that, 6, 7 slots? I don't know. The math is not my strong suit, but we'll catch you then.
All right, guys.
All right, and the NBA draft has been in full swing. The Magic, man, like Michael said, their young core is crazy. I mean, they just added Franz and Suggs. You've got Chuma Okeke. We can't forget Jonathan Isaac, who's still young enough to be considered in that core. Mo Bamba. I mean, just a team with just arms and legs, just wingspan everywhere. They might lead the league in blocks. I don't know. I mean, I'm looking now. Chini Ogwumike called Franz a jack of all trades, and I agree wholeheartedly. I think, one of the best defenders in the nation. He can shoot the leather off the ball. Just a phenomenal pick.
Yeah,
Hey,
I really
man.
like it too. Sorry,
Sorry,
Joe.
You go.
I
You
was
go,
just
Jory.
gonna.
You go.
I like it too. I mean, I was kind of sleeping on Franz a little bit heading into this and the NBA draft, and I'm gonna cut myself off. I just saw the Kings selected Davion Mitchell, 9th overall. That's you can see Heaven's reaction. That's that's an interesting pick right there. But hey, in terms of the front the Orlando Magic thing though, before we talk about Davion, I really like the draft haul. I really like Jalen Suggs, as I mentioned before, and then Wagner. He's such a versatile forward. I feel like he'll be able to play 3, 4, 5 in the NBA, defend multiple positions, like Heaven said, shoot. He's a solid playmaker, so he's going to be able to do a lot for that team. But Davion Mitchell to Sacramento, I don't know. I think it's interesting because last year obviously they took Tyrese Halliburton. That was obviously a very great selection for them.
Oh my God!
Just strange that they take another guard with De'Aaron Fox.
Oh my God!
Buddy Hield, and like I just mentioned, Heaven, you clearly want to chime in.
I'm just so confused. I'm really just at a loss for okay, right? Davion, great player. We saw what he could do for Baylor. Just a phenomenal defender, and I hope he has a tremendous NBA career. He's gonna be 23 at the start of the season, so he'll be like 27 at the end of his rookie deal, which is just not the best. In terms of just like his stats this past year, like you see the 3-point shot and you're like, oh yeah, he shot 45% from 3 on almost 5 attempts. Yeah, but also the year before that, he shot 32%. His freshman season, he shot 29%. The 3 years he's played in college, his free throw percent didn't sniff 70%. Like, I just use free throw percentage as an indicator to whether or not a guy can become a good 3-point shooter or not. And then when you have an abysmal free throw percentage as a guard, and then your 3-point percentage is just very inconsistent. Like, there's very few examples of players in the league with, guards, I should say, that can shoot the 3 and are terrible at the line. Lonzo, I think, like the one that just comes out of my mind. But even like yes, Davion was like a good defender. like in college, but he's 6'1", 6'2". How versatile is he going to be at the next level? We don't really know. Is he going to have the frame to guard multiple positions, like say a Drew Holiday? Is his shot going to carry over? I don't know. And then you mentioned, like you said, they already have De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton like in the backcourt. So the point guard just wasn't really a concern. I feel like they could have went elsewhere. Keon Johnson, Jalen Johnson. They could have got another player, but I know it sounds like I'm bashing Davion Mitchell, and I really have been over the past couple months because I just don't see it. But I really do hope he pans out. Same with Kuminga. Like, I don't want to seem like a hater, even though that may be the case a lot of the time. I really just want these guys to all have successful careers because this is, the highlight of everything they've worked for so far, being able to walk across that stage and greet the commissioner. So I hope he pans out. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this was a incredibly questionable pick in my mind. I mean, right before, Silver walked out onto the stage, I was about to say, I thought this was going to be home run. I mean, write it down, put my money on it. I thought they were going to take Alperen Sengun, the foreign big man, because I think, I thought they could use a center. He's a young guy. He fits their timeline. Davion Mitchell, I mean, like you said, Hev, with the fact that they already, I feel like, are so strong at the guard position with De'Aaron Fox, with Halliburton. I mean, there wasn't really a need there. And I think the bigger thing too is, like you said, he's 23. I don't really know how he sort of fits what the Kings are going to do, because I feel like they're kind of in the mode where they got to go full tilt rebuild. I mean, I saw Davion Mitchell in this class as sort of a prospect that would be taken by sort of a playoff team. And you got a guy who could come in and be more of a 3-and-D guy who you don't have to worry about pinning your hopes on. So I was questionable about that, but now the Pelicans are on the clock. Who this pick's going to the Grizzlies, if I'm correct, right, in the Bledsoe trade.
Yes, yes. I'm glad you said that, Joe, because I almost forgot. I was like, oh, who New Orleans going to draft? But this is not New Orleans. It's going to the Grizzlies after that blockbuster they made earlier in the week, flipping, what was it, Valanciunas for Steven Adams and Bledsoe, and like the 17th pick for the 10th pick, and like a future first they got as well. I don't know. A lot of moves being made. But while we wait for Chris Ellison to join the meeting, who do you guys see the Grizzlies taking?
Well, I personally see them taking Zaire Williams. I don't know why I have that inkling. Maybe I'm just clairvoyant in that sense, but I just feel like that's the pick here at number 10 for Memphis. But we'll see, I guess. Oh, wait. Yeah, it is. Zaire Williams is the 10th pick in this year's draft. So I guess that's a selection for the Grizzlies. No, okay. I
How does this man Jory do it?
Yeah, who knows?
This guy.
But I guess we could talk about Zaire. I mean, I personally love this guy a lot. And, I did a little bit of research on him, for this specifically. And I feel like the biggest thing with Zaire is, context is key with this Stanford team in particular last year, because not only did their season get derailed because there was a big quarantine in California in the middle of their season that forced them to stay actually in a hotel for about a whole month. There was also a period of time where Zaire Williams had to step away from the team because there was a death in his family. So there's like a lot of up and downs with him during his season at Stanford. But I mean, when he was on the court, the upside and the potential to be, a star player is clearly there. He's, at like 6'9". I think he needs to put on a little bit more weight. I think he's only 190 pounds. But I mean, in terms of like shot creation, I mean, this guy has elite upside in that department. I mean, he honestly weirdly reminds me of someone like Rudy Gay, who was a former Memphis Grizzly player. Obviously, Rudy Gay was a little bit more athletic and stronger, but I feel like if Zaire can get to that kind of build, he has that kind of game where at that height, he's definitely going to be able to score in the NBA. He's a willing passer. He's a pretty good on-ball defender as well. I think he'll be able to defend multiple positions. I mean, I feel like this is a solid pick for Memphis.
Yeah, I just one more quick point, Joy. I love how you broke down all part of Zaire Williams' game, and I just remember just the past couple of years how much hype there's been around him because he was obviously so highly ranked in a bunch of prospect lists over the past couple of years. I remember of just his athleticism alone was one thing that always caught my eye because obviously when you're a one and done prospect, it's always you got to have like that flashy sense, so to say, if you're really going to be a top 10 draft choice, and that's why I kind of see this pick kind of happening. With the Grizzlies, you already have John Morant, and I mean that team is young. We saw how successful they were in the play-in tournament last year, making a little bit of noise when no one expected them to be. I think this is an interesting pick for them, but I just think Zaire Williams, he has a very high ceiling. I think for the way his athleticism jumps off the charts, there's some things I feel like you can't teach in basketball, but having that natural born athleticism will definitely help him in the league for sure.
Yeah, man, I absolutely love Zaire's game. I mean, him and BJ Boston at Sierra Canyon, like they turned that place all the way up. To see Zaire at the next level, what he was able to do. I mean, Jory, you mentioned, the issues that Stanford had, not being able to like you mentioned, COVID shutting everything down, and he unfortunately had a death in his family. But through all of that, through all the circumstances, he still managed to put together some pretty impressive numbers. I mean, he was one of 18 players in college this year to get a triple-double. And just what he offers, like you mentioned, that size at 6'9", he can play the 2 or the 3. He just offers so much off the dribble in terms of shot-making ability. Just, he's a little raw as a decision maker. He definitely has a ways to go there. Obviously he can add more strength to him. He's, a little slim up there looking like Brandon Ingram. And, he can add more physicality to his game. But, like, shot creating and just his ability to create separation at that height, like, his release point is phenomenal. And, he's just, like, in isolation as a shot creator, he can just add a bunch. And, Jonathan, you mentioned defensively, with his length, with his wingspan, he's going to be out there getting deflections. He could switch on to smaller wings or guards. But, once he puts on weight, he could potentially guard bigger wings and forwards as well. So absolutely love this pick. Just a tremendous move by Memphis to unfortunately have to part ways with Jonas Valanciunas, but being able to snag, one of the better young guys in terms of ceiling in this draft class.
Yeah, I mean, I think Zaire has absolutely one of the highest ceilings in this class, and I thought he was a little riskier of a pick than most, but I think if he pans out the way he can, he's going to be a legitimate star. I mean, he's got the potential to do that, and going to Memphis too. I love Memphis, the Grizzlies, the team they have now that they've been building. All the young guys they have there between. They obviously have John Morant. Now they've got Desmond Bane. They've got Brandon Clark. They have Steven Adams now, who's a veteran presence there. I mean, I think big things are on the horizon for that Grizzlies team, and especially putting Zaire in a situation where he's not going to have to sort of bear a lot of the load as being sort of like the guy for a franchise, and the Grizzlies aren't pinning all their hopes on him panning out. He's going to be able to. If he makes some mistakes and developing throughout his first year or so, it's going to be able to get hidden by some of the other guys and the talent they have on that roster. So I think it's a perfect fit for him. And I just think the Grizzlies have been knocking it out of the park when it comes to the draft in the past couple of years, in my opinion. So I think they did it again here at this pick. And I mean, I don't know if we now want to, because now the Hornets are on the clock and the pick is in apparently. And I just want to say I'm putting money in right now. I'm 100% confident this is going to be Alperen Sengun. So I'm saying that now, but I'll leave this up to you guys this year what your thoughts are on.
I personally think that they should, maybe it's a little early, but Kai Jones here for the Hornets would be I don't even know what.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I just feel like that would be great.
That's a great idea, Jory. I'm glad you said that. That's a phenomenal idea. A lot of the mocks I've seen had them picking Kai Jones or another center. No disrespect to Sengun. I think he can add a ton. Offensively, what he did in the Turkish league. It was a little weakened this year because of COVID. What he can do on that end is tremendous. However, athleticism, defense, not really a strong suit. I think the Hornets could go and get a nice lob target for LaMelo. And I think Kai Jones could be that guy. Maybe they go somebody like Jalen Johnson. Who knows? Maybe they go shooting Corey Kispert. Maybe they go Moses Moody. I don't know. But Kai Jones, let me tell you, if scouts, if all they had to do, or if all they had to go off of was just highlight tapes, Kai Jones would have been a top 3 pick because some of the stuff he did at Texas, man, it was like looking at Giannis.
So, well, I'm lucky I didn't put any actual money down because I was wrong.
Yeah, as you guys were talking about that, all I've been thinking in my head for the past 10 minutes is why James Bouknight was sliding from number 6, and that is what happened, and he slid to the Charlotte Hornets, and he will now join LaMelo Ball in that backcourt in Charlotte. That just got even more exciting. Wow. Obviously, with Bouknight, us being Seton Hall commentators, we know the amount of trouble he gave us as a member of the UConn Huskies. And we've seen the way this guy can score, the tools he has at his disposal. There were some questions, I know, with the scouting process of could he be a consistent jump shooter because there were some inconsistencies here and there. He proved them wrong throughout all these workouts. And I think his shooting will be here to stay in the NBA. And especially feeding off LaMelo Ball, I feel like that's going to be a scary backcourt in the future, especially if they both fully develop to their true potentials. I'm really excited about this pick. But this entire time, I've just been thinking of why he's been sliding so much. And there have only maybe 2 or 3 other spots where I saw a team maybe taking Bouknight after the Thunder, after we saw what happened with them. But I'm just glad, there's a team, at least in the top 15, he didn't drop out of the top 15 because, as we've noticed from the past, he's such a gifted scorer. And his athleticism, the shot creation, just at the guard spot, I think is just unmatched.
Yeah, I mean, I like James Bouknight, but as a Big East fan and a Seton Hall fan, clearly, I feel like the Big East in general has been disrespected for the past couple of years in the draft, and now Bouknight joins as a UConn Husky, and he gets drafted this high. It's kind of sad to see that. I'm like, really, the Huskies are gonna come in and do that to us? But I don't know. Hey, him, LaMelo, PJ Washington. Yeah, that's a scary little lineup they have building or brewing down in Charlotte. Michael Jordan is doing his thing, building that team back up.
And it's interesting too, because I don't know Malik Monk and Devontae Graham's contract situation, but this is, like you guys mentioned, he's a tremendous scorer. Shout out to the homie Mark Schindler, who had a phenomenal article on James Bouknight and what he can offer at the next level. Obviously, we all saw him firsthand at UConn and what he did and how that team looked without him versus how they looked with him. His athleticism, jump out the gym, just a microwave scorer from day one. And, passing, in terms of assists, it wasn't really his strong suit. But then again, on that team, he kind of had to be the go-to guy. He wasn't focused on setting up his team. His job was to put the ball in the rim, and that's what he did time and time again. So I love the pick. Did I project him going top 10? No, but I think getting him here, in this 11, 12, 13, late lottery range, I think it's perfect for him. And like you guys mentioned, being able to play with someone like LaMelo Ball, whose primary focus is passing the ball to his teammates and setting them up, that backcourt, man, it could get a little scary in a couple years. Jory, I know we would have wanted him to get Kai Jones. The lobs from LaMelo to Kai, could have broke some backboards. But Bouknight, his job is to go out there and average 15, 20 a game. And I think he could do that, 15 points a night off the bench, year one. I think he's super skilled, super talented.
I want to ask you guys a question that only really just sort of came to my mind, which is that with the Hornets now, they do kind of have a really crowded backcourt because with Bouknight now, they also have LaMelo Ball, they also have Devontae Graham, and they also have Terry Rozier, and they also have Cody Martin. So, in my mind, I think Bouknight comes there and is immediately the second best in that backcourt behind LaMelo. But do you think they want, what do we think they trade Rozier somehow or something, or offload one or two of those guys, maybe get something for Graham.
You were listing a bunch of guards, and you forgot one guy, the one, the only LiAngelo Ball. I mean, I don't know if he might make their team. You laugh now, but when he's on their when he's on their roster, we reached the man. Hey, when the Ball brothers are starting the backcourt, and you have Bouknight and Devontae going off the bench, man, we're talking 80 combined points a night from those guys. I mean, it really could get no. In all seriousness. Who knows? I mean, Rozier, he's been great since going to Charlotte. You know, the highlights, the scoring ability, you know, he's loved in the locker room. Tremendous player. Devontae Graham, the jump he made, you know, from, you know, one season to the next, had him in most improved player of the year contention. Malik Monk, he was in and out of the rotation for a little bit, but once he got his opportunity, man, we saw him shine time and time again. So the backcourt was already a little bit crowded in Charlotte, and now they're adding a lottery guy in Bouknight. You know, this is kind of what happens when you go for best player available sometimes in terms of fit. You know, they might have seen Bouknight as the best player available and just threw all of the questions to the side. And like you said, you know, they can package, you know, guys like Rozier or Monk or Devontae Graham. You can offer those guys to another team for a deal. You know, you can get picks. Who knows? Maybe they even try and go out in free agency and get Lonzo. You know, so for all we know, the offseason is going to be interesting in Charlotte, and they just added a premier prospect. As far as who I think gets the boot from that backcourt rotation, I'm thinking Malik Monk, just because his role hasn't been as consistent as Devontae Graham's or Terry Rozier's in that rotation. But Malik Monk, you know, make no mistake, he's a tremendous player. You know, so whatever team picks him up, they'd be getting a phenomenal score.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy how this is like the third team we've talked about now that with their draft selections, the entire, you know, state of their either backcourt or front court is kind of like in like just complete craziness right now. I mean, I think it's a good problem to have, the fact that you have so much talent just across the board, and that they're gonna have to make some tough decisions, especially like I think Malik Monk definitely could be on the move. But now we see the San Antonio and Spurs up, which I think they might go maybe a bigger man here for a selection, but let's just wait and see before I start talking because I don't want to get cut off again. Wow.
Now this is an interesting one.
That's a reach, in my opinion.
Kidding?
I don't know. That's a reach. I feel like if you're gonna get someone that's okay, well, first they picked Joshua Primo from Alabama. I should probably say that. I believe he's one of the youngest players in this draft.
I think he's the youngest.
Yeah, he's definitely. Yeah, you might be right, Jonathan. But he's. I feel like if you're gonna get someone like that, you may as well have just gone Moses Moody out of Arkansas. I feel like if you're gonna pick someone that's a 3-point shooter, has potential as like a 3-and-D player, just go Moody at this point. But that's a reach. I mean, Primo was someone that was projected to go in the late 20s. So I feel like at 12 is a crazy reach.
I just had my, like, you know, everyone has that moment when they get to a certain point in life where, like, you see like some like athlete or like celebrity and you realize they're like how young they are compared to you. And Joshua Primo was a whole year younger than me, which is like wild to me.
Yeah, me.
So, I mean,
Welcome to the club.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Where this is
Born
what
December
this is 2
24th,
years running now
2002.
for me and Heavy.
This dude's almost a 2003 baby. That's ridiculous.
You guys are old, man. Like, I mean, like me and Joe, because I'm 19 too. Like the fact that he's 18 years old and he just got drafted 12th. Like, I mean, obviously I think he's going to be obviously a project. You know, obviously at Alabama as a freshman, like we saw the youth, you know, in him show sometimes, you know, some moments here and there, averaging 8 points a game, shot like 43% from the field. You know, he's obviously, you know, a good shooter, but I just don't understand why they didn't choose, like, I mean, obviously the backcourt already with the DeJounte Murray, Derek White and everything, but I thought they would go a little bigger on size here. I'm just really surprised. And every mock draft I saw with him, I didn't see him like before 20. So I did not think he would be a top 15 pick whatsoever.
Yeah, man. I mean, like, here's the thing, right? He's really talented, you know, like it sounds like the way I laughed when you guys said the pick, it seemed like I was I'm doing that a lot tonight, where it seems like I'm bashing the player that was picked. But man, like you guys mentioned, he is the youngest guy in the class. So, there's that. But if you were going for like a scorer, like Cam Thomas was on the board, if you were just going for like best player available, but you wanted a youth, like Jaden Springer was on the board. So it's like I really don't know what they're doing, and I'm trying to justify it, but I just can't. But like even then, he still has. I mean, like again, I hope he pans out. He could turn out really well. He shot the ball phenomenally this year from behind the arc, 38%. He's one of Alabama's better players, and we saw just how loaded that team was. But man, San Antonio, it's I'm really confused because it's like DeMar DeRozan leaving, right, in free agency. So you're gonna have a gap on the wing. Moses Moody is right there. So why do you go someone like Josh Primo when you could have? I don't know. Maybe one of you guys know, but something that I don't.
I mean, my personal thought process with the pick, which was kind of going to be regardless, because like it's the Spurs, and in my mind, they've like earned the benefit of the doubt with they're basically the Patriots of the NBA in my mind, where they could pull a guy off the street and turn him into a 12-point per game scorer. I will say though, like for me, I was very disappointed. I thought this was going to be Keon Johnson, and I was prepared to pull out the Kawhi Leonard 2.0 takes. So I'm upset I didn't get to do that. But yeah, I mean, I am kind of questionable because I thought they were going to, with DeMar leaving, I thought they would maybe prioritize getting someone on the wing like that, but I mean, I don't know. I trust the Spurs know what they're doing at this point. And I mean, I think, Primo could definitely really shock a lot of people now with how high he went. So I'm now excited to see what he can do and see if he can prove some people wrong, myself included.
Yeah, I think it's the best when like a player who's, so young. I mean, 18 obviously is ridiculous, but having a player that young, and I feel like we've always had the stigma about the Spurs that they're like an older veteranish team, obviously, and to get like almost like a fresh breath of youth in there, I think is something that's just been unheard of for years. I feel like for the Spurs, in some regards. So I think this pick is just. I mean, obviously for us, it was baffling because we thought he would be going in like the mid-20s. I mean, when we were preparing for the show, I obviously had him as my player to watch. And I had like Trey Mann and Miles McBride and, Chris Duarte, who's still on the board. I had them all ahead of him. And I was expecting to talk about him in like about an hour from now. And to talk about him so early, I mean, shows you the craziness of the NBA draft. And now we're on to the Pacers where, I mean, at this point, we've seen some big things, surprising moves happen. So what do you guys think about that? I mean, the first thing I think about the Pacers is, they need scoring. So I'm thinking of maybe some guards here and there that can really, provide a presence, maybe either off the bench, that can really be a consistent scoring option, being able to knock down consistent 3-pointers and stuff like that. But let me just hear what you guys have to say before I say any more.
Yeah, I mean, Indiana, their franchise is definitely, there's some question marks. There's potentially talks of trading Malcolm Brogdon, potentially trading Miles Turner. Of course, they've got a new coach there. They fired their last guy, Nate. I'm not going to try and pronounce his last name because I do not want to make a fool of myself. But, who knows what they're going for. And the thing is, like, that's still a very talented team. Like, Domantas Sabonis, Karis LeVert, I mean, you've got Malcolm Brogdon, you've got Miles Turner, like you have TJ Warren, you have Jeremy Lamb, like that. That's still a solid squad. So who knows who they're going to pick here, but they really could go any direction.
Well, Heaven, I'm curious to know your thoughts on Chris Duarte because he just got picked 13th overall to the Indiana Pacers.
You know what? That's I don't hate that because it's like, I really don't know. You know what? I'm glad Golden State didn't get him. I'll say that because Golden State was probably about to run to the board because, after going with who was their first pick? Who was it? Kuminga. After going Kuminga, they could have used their second first rounder on a win now guy. So now that Duarte isn't there, maybe they go someone like Corey Kispert. But I mean, yeah, we all know how great Duarte is. One of the older prospects in the draft. He said on a media call, he said, if you want to win now, pick me. If you want to win 6 to 8 years from now, pick somebody else. So, I mean, he knows what he's coming in to do. Yes, he's an older player like Davion Mitchell, but with Duarte, I can easily see him becoming a good to great player at the next level because of his size, his defensive ability, and consistent three-point shooting, over multiple seasons as opposed to Davion with just 1 year of good numbers.
I want to say, I don't know if for the YouTube viewers or anything, if you could see my camera, but I literally jumped out of my seat when Chris Duarte got picked because he is one of my favorite prospects in this entire draft. And Jonathan, I know you got a lot of in-depth analysis on him, so I'm not going to take up too much time because all I can say is that Chris Duarte is going to be an absolute stud in the league. I think he is the best shooter in the draft. He plays near elite defense. I mean, the literally only knock on him is that he is 24 coming out of college as a rookie. I think if Chris Duarte was an 18-year-old, he would be a top 5 pick in this draft because this is a dude who averaged 17, 5, and 3 in college on 50, 40, 80 splits. I mean, with playing really, really high-level defense. He's just such a great all-around player. I've said it before that I think he would fit on every single NBA team. I mean, every team can use a guy like Chris Duarte, who's just a solid three-point shooter, a solid defender, a true 3-and-D guy. He's just an awesome player, and I'm so happy that he got the respect he deserved from the NBA GMs by going at number 13. So I'm so excited to see how his career pans out in Indiana.
And before Jonathan, before you talk, I just wanted to say Duarte just got selected, which means the Warriors are now on the clock, which means we now get the return of Michael Daly. There was a few picks now where it was just us, but now we get the lovely, the wonderful, the man in the snazzy suit, Michael Daly himself. Okay, just want to bring in Michael now that the Warriors are on the board. Jonathan, I'll let you say what you have to say about Duarte before we shift to the Golden State discussion.
No, I just want to say like one or two quick things just because Chris Duarte has kind of been near and dear to my heart when we were selecting our players because my first, honestly, big game I ever beat reporter for WSU was Seton Hall, Oregon. And I remember watching that game, and I remember obviously that Oregon ran us out of the gym. But I remember watching him on Oregon and seeing how dominant of a scorer he was, how great of a shooter, defender, just, a bunch of tools at his disposal, on that Oregon team that was very good, obviously. I just never forgot that. And I just knew that, okay, at 24 years old, you knew he was going to be an NBA-ready player. I was kind of hoping that he'd maybe slide a little bit to the Knicks. There were talks that the Knicks were very sold on him, and I was hoping that maybe there would be a chance he'd fall. But, I mean, he was a great defender in college. I think, obviously he's a little bit undersized, I think, for some, small forwards and power forwards in the league. But I think that won't be a problem, like a good, 3-and-D player. I think he can potentially become a two-way star off the bench. I just wish that the Knicks had somehow were able to take him in some capacity, but he'll always have a place in my heart after having him. Obviously, even though Seton Hall lost that game, having him as my first beat report shift to WSU, I'll never forget that.
This is also perfect timing too, because Michael Daly's an Oregon fan, so this is his guy.
And Michael, you talk about him now.
Indiana's getting themselves a guard who is a playmaker, and that's what they need because with players like Malcolm Brogdon, who has been injured, you don't entirely know who will be running your offense. I think with Rick Carlisle, the type of coach he is, with other point guards like Jason Kidd, he has coached, even when Rick Carlisle was previously with Indiana, Mark Jackson. So he's had his fair share of being with players that know how to run an offense, and I think Chris Duarte is one of them.
Well,
and now with Jordan, wait, okay, what do you have to say?
Well,
Jordan?
I was just gonna mention, moving on now to the last pick of the lottery, Michael, and what you're here for. The Golden State Warriors just selected Moses Moody, the 2 guard out of Arkansas, a player that I'm very high on, honestly. But I mean, in general, you were here earlier for when they picked Jonathan Kuminga. How do you like the Warriors draft haul? Because now they got a younger player who has potentially a ton of upside, and a more now, an NBA ready player in Moses Moody.
Barring that these 2 guys are on the Warriors at the start of the season, because who knows, right? A team like the 76ers could be telling the Warriors who to pick. If Moses Moody is their actual selection, I think this is a home run. This is a perfect pick. He's a player that was a part of the carousel of names at 14 who the Warriors could pick. Chris Duarte was one of them. Davion Mitchell was also one of those players. And Moses Moody, if he would have slid, I think he should have been there at 14, and he was. If I'm not mistaken, I even think I said the Warriors should have taken Moody at 7, which they didn't. They went for the higher upside, like you said, Jory, in Jonathan Kuminga. I think this is the best of both worlds. You're having two guys who have chances to be stellar NBA players. And Moses Moody, the game that really stood out to me when he played with Arkansas was the SEC championship game against LSU. He had 28 points in that game, and he carried the Razorbacks in that entire game. And even in his 4 games in the NCAA tournament, he put on a show. Did he have elite offensive scoring performances like that game? No. But I think he was a big reason why the Razorbacks were able to get to the Elite Eight. And look, his talent alone is why teams were considering moving up in the draft to get him. Unfortunately, they weren't. For the Warriors, they stayed put, and they got their guy.
Yeah, Michael, I'm really just distraught. Not because I think
Why are you distraught?
He's a great player, and I'm upset that he's now within our division. I mean,
okay.
Like, just a phenomenal pick. Like, you can't draw it up any better. Like you said, I thought they were going to go with him at 7, in all honesty, just because he's that darn good. I mean, you mentioned it, what he was able to do at Arkansas, just being able to play on that team, in that system. And now he gets to go to a team where he doesn't have to be, the best guy. He can play off of Steph. Clay is coming back. Maybe they keep Wiggins or trade him. Who knows? But long story short, Moses is going to be the 3rd, 4th option on the court at all times. So he can be an off-ball shooter. He just has to play in the system, just has to shoot the ball, which he can do. We saw him at Montverde Academy, and then at Arkansas this past season, we saw what he would look like, with, an increased usage percentage. And now he used to settle back into that role that he's always enjoyed. And, I mean, defensively, like, he's just tremendous. Like, he's just so great. I'm honestly, like, if you had told me Josh Primo would go off the board before Moses Moody, I would have called you a liar. I would have bet my life that wasn't going to happen. And the fact that it did, I mean, it's kind of crazy. Moses Moody is just a tremendous talent.
He's an elite defensive guard. And I think that's something that the Warriors need, because they need that kind of tweener wing who can defend, especially in that Pacific Division, going up against guys like LeBron James and several other players, even a Devin Booker, if you will. I think you need someone who will help you out defensively, because you may not need his help right now on the offensive side. You have that taken care of, especially if everyone's healthy. Look what the Warriors did this year, guys. They had an injured roster and almost made the playoffs. They were in the play-in game, probably should have defeated the Lakers, but they let that one slip to the wayside. But now they have a guy in Moses Moody who has the experience, a great defensive guard, and has a wingspan of 7'1". I get a lot of comps to him in terms of comparison to Mikal Bridges. I see a lot of similarities between those two guys. And look, if the Warriors find their way back in our championship run, someone like Moses Moody is who they will rely on.
Well, really quickly, Michael, this is somewhat unrelated, but I wanted to mention a really cool thing that the NBA is doing at the moment. They're actually honoring Terrence Clarke, who is a former player from Kentucky who tragically died in a car accident earlier this year in April, I believe, at the young age of 19 years old. A lot of people thought he was going to get drafted this year. He was on the way back from a workout with his teammate BJ Boston, who was also an NBA draft prospect in this year's draft class. So, I think this is really cool that the NBA is honoring this guy, because it's really a sad story. But I don't know if you have anything you want to mention or say about that.
Terrence Clarke would have been a draft pick this year, and his passing in April was so tragic. I saw something that John Calipari said today, And he essentially said that not a day has gone by where the Clark family has not been in his thoughts and in his prayer. And on a day like today, where everyone is celebrating getting drafted, your heart just goes out to the Clark family, because he was in Los Angeles at an event for Clutch Sports, I believe, and he was with his teammate BJ Boston. God willing, BJ Boston was okay, but it was just a tragic ending to his life. But now, though, his memory lives on, and that's the most important thing here.
Yeah, I mean, you said it best. Terrence Clark, just a tremendous player. I mean, he really would have been in next year's draft class, but he reclassified, to this year, so that he could be on that team with BJ Boston and everybody else they brought in at Kentucky. And, throughout all the struggles that him and BJ Boston endured this season, Kentucky didn't have the best year. Every game, every practice, every media event, or just whenever you saw him, he always had a smile on his face. He was always the life of the party, center of attention. Just watching him in high school, at Brewster, just a great guy, just a phenomenal role model. And, just what happened with him is extremely heartbreaking. Like I'm getting choked up now. You never want to see that happen to a prospect. And of course, super unfortunate. And, everybody wishes he was here right now. And I'm glad that they did this. It's similar to what they did for Isaiah Austin, when he, couldn't play in the league. Obviously this is different circumstances, but I'm glad his mom and, his relatives were able to share what a powerful moment this was.
Absolutely. You said it best. And it's hard to watch something like that and to hear that, even though you're talking about him in the past tense, but he'll live on forever now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
With that being said, Joe, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. You go ahead. You go ahead.
Okay. Michael, we'll see you in a little bit. I don't know how many teams you picked. We'll see you whenever you join the waiting room. But for now, we're gonna have to let you go because the gangly king, Ryan Johnston, is in the waiting room. He's now here. He signed up for the Lakers, but now the Lakers, they don't have a first-round pick anymore. So he said, let me roll the dice and swap over to represent the team that the Lakers traded the pick to. Mr. Ryan Johnston. Oh, there he is. Okay. He doesn't have a mic. He's not wearing a suit. I'm no longer, underdressed. But hello, Ryan.
Hey,
Glad
I'm sorry, I'm not dressed as well as Daly.
Hey, nobody is. Him and Ryan Henry and Will Swanky, they all pulled up with mics. Joe Matthews got a mic. It's just I'm kicked back, watching the draft with my buddies, breaking down pick by pick. Now, Ryan, now that you were here as the Wizards representative, you're going to be back here later for pick 22, where we'll be discussing the Russell Westbrook trade. But this was the Wizards pick. Who do you think they'll pick up here?
It's hard to tell because that Russell Westbrook trade really throws a wrench in things. Before I would have gone with a wing for them. Keon Johnson's still on the board. You got Jalen Johnson, who's going to be really good. I think he's going to be a steal at this point in the draft because he's just so athletic. But they could go for a point guard right now. They could go for a guy like Sharif Cooper, who I don't think he has as much potential as someone like Jalen Johnson has. But he's going to be a good player. He's really crafty with the ball. I would go with one of those wing players because I think they should probably trade Bradley Beal in this offseason too because they traded Russell Westbrook. There's just no point in keeping him on at this point. Sorry, Christian Gardner, if you're watching. I know you don't like to hear that, but I think a wing would be a good pick for them at this point in the draft. So Keon Johnson, Jalen Johnson, one of those guys.
Yeah, Ryan, I kind of want to ask you, Ryan, it's kind of is in regards to the Lakers trade, but more from the Wizards side. I thought before this trade happened, I thought this pick, they were going to take someone, if Chris Duarte was available. I think right now I think someone like Corey Kispert could go here because I thought the Wizards would kind of emphasize getting some more shooting help. But now that they have KCP, do you think that sort of that might fill the role of the shooter in Washington, or do you think that someone like KCP and the other guys that got Kuzma and Harold, do you think they turn around and flip some of those guys?
I don't really know who wants Kyle Kuzma right now. So I don't know how they're going to flip him. I kind of think KCP is going to be on the roster for this upcoming year. I don't really know why. It's just a feeling. He definitely could have some value as a shooter on a contender. If Philly wants to try and run it back, maybe they could work out a trade with Philly for someone, but I don't really know who Philly would want to give up for him. Because he's got a decent like it's 15 mil a year. Like that's kind of a lot. So I kind of think he is going to fulfill that role of the shooter this upcoming year, just because all of these guys are kind of hard to move. Maybe Montrezl Harrell, he's only $9 million a year, and a contender could really use him as a sixth man, but he's undersized for his position too. That's why the Lakers didn't use him a whole lot in the playoffs. So it's going to be hard to flip him, I think.
Well, Ryan, they officially picked with the Wizards, and they selected Corey Kispert out of Gonzaga, like you said, bringing in some more shooting, who many were saying that he was maybe one of the best shooter, if not the best shooter, just pure shooter in the draft. So just give us some of your thoughts about that. I mean, on that Gonzaga team, obviously Jalen Suggs was the first name that would pop out of you, but I mean, the basketball IQ, the shooting, he had so many, memorable shots as a member of Gonzaga. So just tell us what's on your mind right now.
Yeah, Corey Kispert, great shooter. I wouldn't have chosen him personally because I don't think he has as much upside as some of these other guys. He's older. I don't know exactly. Is he 22, 23? Yeah, I don't think that the Wizards, they should be building for the future in my eyes. I don't think this is a pick for the future. I think he would have worked out a lot better on a more immediate contender. But I guess if that's what they're going for, I don't really know what the Wizards are doing, man. They just don't really seem to have a game plan in my eyes with some of these moves that they're making. So I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't have gone for him personally.
I can only imagine what Christian Gardner is doing right now with that pick. But I mean, you mentioned Corey Kispert being. I mean, that is definitely the positive with him is his outside shooting. He's a career 41% 3-point shooter, and he shot 44% from deep this past season during his senior year. I mean, he draws a lot of attention in that aspect of his game. But like you said, limited upside because he is an older player, similar to Davion Mitchell, who went a few picks ahead of him. But it's just confusing. Like, I don't know where the Wizards are trying, like what they're trying to do. Like you said, they might trade Bradley Beal, and that might help, bring in a bunch of picks and younger players. But who knows? I feel like this is a strange pick, and I feel like Kispert would have been better off in a different situation.
Yeah, and Ben Harris, I don't hate Kispert at all. I just don't think it was a good pick for the Wizards. Like, I think that they should have gone for someone who is younger, has a lot more upside, a bit more athletic, someone they can work with and try to develop more next to Rui. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think the Kispert pick was the right pick for him at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I am kind of shocked at this pick. I guess I kind of like half got it right because I had Kispert going to the Wizards prior to the trade because I thought that with Russ still there and without them making the trade, it was a much better pick for them because he is more pro ready and you don't need him to really get that upside because you have your stars in Russ and Beal, and you sort of just bring in Kispert to just be a third, fourth option as a shooter. But then, I mean, like I said, I thought that they sort of were going to fill that role with KCP, that they got him in the trade and then go for, a younger guy here. So I am a little questionable about it, but I mean, good shooter. I mean, Davis Bertans is going to be there. They're going to have some good shooting. And I mean, I don't know if they really can put together another playoff run, especially without Russ. I mean, I guess it really kind of hinges on, what they do for the rest of the offseason, whether they turn around and trade guys like Kuzma and Harrell for immediate assets again. So to be determined.
Yeah, I mean that's really the only way to sum it up, to be determined. Who knows how the fit's gonna work? But Ryan, we'll see you on the board for pick 22. Now that you guys own that as well, so we'll catch you then. Hopefully the Wizards don't make Christian Gardner pull out all of his hair.
Thanks, guys. See you in a bit.
All right, catch you then. I don't know what Washington's doing. I feel like after trading Russell Westbrook and not getting a point guard in return, I feel like you probably could have targeted a point guard here. Sharif Cooper's on the board, Jared Butler's on the board, Trey Mann is still on the board. Like, there were a bunch of options that they had. And then to go with Kispert, I mean, he's good. Like, he's definitely good. Here's the thing, right? I feel like he's been, miscast as just a shooter, by a lot of people. That was like, what the Cavs are doing when they picked Dylan Windler, a couple of years ago. Like, he is way more than that. He can do a ton. He's got that stocky build. He's not a complete turnstile offensively, even or defensively, I should say. But as far as his fit with the team, I don't know. I don't know how the lineup's going to work. Are they going to run Denny at point forward? Is Kispert going to start, year one, being an older player? Who knows? I don't know. But we'll see what's what. And then, of course, they've got Rui and other players as well. Thomas Bryant, Daniel Gafford, Bradley Beal still there. So the jury is out on the Wizards.
Well, if you don't mind me jumping in here, the next pick that was selected by the Thunder but proposed to the Houston Rockets or traded to the Houston Rockets, Alperen Sengun. So, I mean, that's an interesting pick right there.
I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off. As they were announcing it, Joe did like a fist bump, and I was like, oh, I already knew who it was. So, I mean, since who was our Thunder representative? Oh, wait, no. Well, this pick is
Swanky.
Houston. Yeah, I mean, this is Houston's pick.
Oh, wow.
The Nostradamus isn't here, but I mean, Joe, until Michael gets here, break it down, since the pick was worthy of a Joe Matthews fist bump.
Yeah, I mean, I like the pick regardless because I am kind of high on Sengun. But especially the fact that he's going to Houston now as opposed to OKC, I do like that fit of him in Houston. That now the Rockets, they have their backcourt settled with. They got Jalen Green, obviously, earlier in the night. They're going to have Kevin Porter Jr. there. And they have Christian Wood down low. But now you get another guy down there in the front court like Alperen. I mean, this dude, he has all the potential in the world in my mind. I mean, just one fact to put out there about him is that this dude won the Turkish League MVP as a teenager, which that doesn't really happen a whole lot. You got to have some talent to do that. I mean, he is a beast in the paint. I mean, he plays a little bit more like an old style center, not exactly a modern style guy who can shoot the ball a lot. But I mean, he's a monster in the paint. In the paint, he has an outstanding post moves. He's a pretty solid playmaker for a big man. And I mean, he's drawn a lot of comps. One that I've seen that I really like, that I've seen kind of everywhere, is he's a Domantas Sabonis type player. And I mean, getting him down there, pairing him up with Christian Wood, that's a real solid front court. And then you've got Jalen Green, you've got Kevin Porter Jr. With someone like Jalen Green, especially, I think he's a very, very safe prospect that we can kind of project that he's probably going to be a superstar. You can take a little bit of more of a gamble pick in a guy like Sengun. So I think having him there, and the Rockets are going to make another pick later tonight, I just love the potential that's there for him. And I think he can really blossom into, I don't think he'll be really a true star and like a Joel Embiid, Nikola Jokic type, dominant MVP level center. But I think he can wind up being, in that Nikola Vucevic, in that Domantas Sabonis type, where he's just a real solid, all-star level, high quality starting center for a team. He's a little undersized, but I think having him there next to Christian Wood, I think those two are going to play off each other really well. And I just love the fit of him on the Rockets, especially the fact that the Rockets are a team that are in a full rebuild stage where they can give him a little time to really, come into his own as a player. Cause I really think the sky is the limit for him.
And Joe, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Jory. Michael Stam is here. The Grizzlies are on the clock, which means Chris Elston's waiting. Stam, you joined a little late. I'm sorry to cut you off, but just give us your quick thoughts before we send you off on Alperen Sengun to the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, I'll just give my quick thoughts. Stat-stuffing traditional big man. He was one of the most productive, high-level European basketball players in history. What he can bring to the Rockets is a guy that will just add an immediate scoring ability inside the paint as an institutional passer and rebounder. defensively, he struggles a little bit, but maybe he can improve on that. And that's all I'm going to say real quick, just so you can bring the other guys in.
Thank you, Michael, for doing that. I appreciate you wholeheartedly. We'll see you in, I guess, like 6-7 picks now. So just sit tight. We'll catch you on the flip. All right, that was Michael Stam. Now we got to add Chris Ellison super quick. Chris, finally, you're here. I almost added Chris at the 10th slot. Completely forgot, the picks were traded. Now he's here. This is New Orleans pick. This is for the Pelicans. This is a pick that was included in that Steven Adams, Bledsoe, Valanciunas monster swap. Man, things are flying. The Rockets, I don't know. The Shenjun pick was nice, but now it makes me wonder, would they have rather had someone like Evan Mobley at 2, and then later on you get a guard or a wing, at this point in the draft? Time will tell. We'll see how Shenjun, applies himself defensively in the NBA, but just from a statistical standpoint and how he dominated the Turkish league at that age, I mean, a really exciting pick at this range. I enjoyed this range a lot. I saw people having him top 10, even as high as, top 5, but you get him here as one of the better center prospects in the draft. It's a good pick. He's no Evan Mobley, but he's not a complete bum either. He's a good player. So Memphis selecting for New Orleans. The Pelicans are going through, quite a bit of roster overturn, right now. We mentioned the trade that they made. At this point, what's next for them? Lonzo's entering restricted free agency. They're trying to fill the team around Ingram and Zion. What do you guys see them doing at this slot?
I feel like, with the Pelicans, obviously there's been so much uncertainty. I feel like, especially in the backcourt, we obviously don't know what's going to happen with Lonzo Ball. There's been so many talks about either trading him or walking away in free agency. So things that come to mind about the Pelicans, obviously they have Brandon Ingram, who is the main scorer on the team, along with Zion Williamson, I can imagine potentially maybe another shooter here and there. Just looking at the rest of the board, Jalen Johnson, Keon Johnson, Trey Murphy, a shooting guard. He was a very good three-point shooter. He had the 3 years at Virginia. He's the one guy that's on my radar. I just feel like with this pick, the Pelicans need to provide some more scoring. I feel like outside of, obviously, Zion's going to be inside, but just people that can shoot consistently, to give whoever the point guard is going to be just weapons. So, I feel like this trade, obviously we're thinking about it. Zaire Williams is now on the Grizzlies. Depending on who the Pelicans select here, I think it could have worked out for the best. But before I talk again, let me just see what they pick. So the Grizzlies select for the Pelicans. Trey Murphy, okay.
I like it.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was saying. Like shooting, I feel like on the Pelicans team, you can never go wrong with that, having an extra shooter in there. Zion is, so dominant inside and obviously does not have an outside shot and is going to need people to pass out to besides Brandon Ingram. So I like it.
Yeah, I gave a very disgusted look, and that's not because I don't like Trey Murphy. That's because I love Trey Murphy, and I wanted him to fall to the Nets. So outstanding pick by the Pelicans here. He's such a good player, man.
And he flew up the draft boards. It was a while ago where he was like kind of a second round late first guy, but it was like the guy is 6'8", 6'9", and he shot like 50, 40, 90. And, he had a few dunks. Like he wasn't just a spot up shooter. Like I'm surprised, he didn't get lottery buzz earlier, so to get him here, the Pelicans, their biggest issue this season was spacing and being able to put shooters around Ingram and Zion. Because every time one of them drove to the basket, it was just, crowded. Bledsoe, Steven Adams, they're not out there to space the offense. Lonzo Ball, although he can shoot well from 3-point range, defenses aren't exactly treating him like he's Steph Curry out there. They're daring him to shoot half the time. So getting someone who's a proven shooter like Trey Murphy III, although he did go to the rival Cavaliers, he's a phenomenal player. He's just really freaking good. And it's consistent. They're not drafting someone, who just had one random year of good three-point shooting. Like, no, he was like this at Rice. He was like this at UVA. So, I'm seeing people comparing this pick to, what Cam Johnson provided for Phoenix. Who knows if he has that level of impact down the line, but I like this pick right now for sure.
I feel like the Pelicans, if they can get Lonzo back, because that's obviously a big thing this offseason, you know, whether or not he decides to return to New Orleans, they could have a really good, you know, backcourt rotation of him, Kira Lewis, and Nikhil Alexander Walker, and then some nice forwards and Brandon Ingram, and now Trey Murphy, obviously Zion, and then, you know, bringing in Jonas Valanciunas. I mean, that's a playoff team in my opinion. I feel like they were right there last year in the Western Conference. I feel like there's probably some teams that are gonna, you know, get a little bit worse in the offseason. But I feel like if they can bring back Lonzo, plus the internal improvement of all their young players, plus the addition of, you know, one of the most underrated centers in the league, in my opinion, in Valanciunas, there's a serious chance they can make the playoffs, especially with their new coach, Willie Green. You know, under new tutelage, I feel like New Orleans is on the up and up, but this could be the start of something great.
That's a great point. I like the pick, but I really feel like they needed another perimeter defender. Usman Garuba was still on the board. He instantly fills that hole because honestly, I think with this pick, you're going to see them keep Lonzo, because I think if they weren't going to keep Lonzo, they would have drafted a guard. So I like the pick, but I think they could have really used another perimeter defender.
The legendary Chris Ellison, everyone. Thank you, Chris, for finally standing up. I was wondering where you were going to talk, man. I was trying to stall as soon as you joined, but
you guys had a flow. You guys had a flow, so I don't want to interrupt your flow.
No, yeah, I respect it. Guys, Chris Ellison, he never wants to interrupt our flow. Chris, I'm glad you could join us. I don't know when the next time New Orleans picks again, maybe the second round, but we'll see you then. Hopefully, I can do a better job of introducing you.
You're good. You guys are good. All right, my guys.
All right, man. Will, you're back. You're here. Thank you for joining us. Man, what a night. Trey Murphy III just went to New Orleans. OKC now on the board. Will Swanky has joined us back again. Will, who do you see the Thunder taking at this spot, man?
Yeah, the Thunder, they traded their 16th pick, Sam Presti. I mean, what else can you say? The man knows how to get first-round picks. He plays 2K My League in the NBA, just acquires as many picks as he possibly can. So ended up giving up that number 16 just to probably pick the same guy that he would have wanted at 18. I mean, Senjun went with that 16th pick. He's a traditional center. They probably don't really need that with players like Moses Brown in their lineup. And then also Trey Murphy, you know, I think he's a great player, but I think he's more of a plug and play 3-and-D. You know, he's a little bit older. You know, he's ready for the NBA right now. And, you know, I was talking about a little bit before with Josh Giddey, is the Thunder have a timeline. You know, they want to take it slow, develop their players. So to go with somebody who's 21, it wouldn't really make sense for them in that line of picks. So they end up keeping their 18th pick here rather. I think the guy here for me, and the best forward on the board here still, is Jalen Johnson. And, you know, he's also a pretty decent 3-and-D player, just like Murphy is. Shot over 40% from three in college with Duke. The thing that just is the knock on him is you don't have a great sample size for his games. I mean, he only played 13 games last year. Really a quick one-and-done player. So I really like Jalen Johnson here. I think he's the best forward available, but we'll see what the Thunder end up going with.
Will, can I just jump in real quick? I want to ask you, Will, what actually, because I'm out of the loop on this, what actually was the return for the Thunder for that 16 pick?
I saw it was 2 future first-round picks. Nothing this year. So just picks to be named later for the first round.
Man, it's Presti at this point. Like, who knows what he's stockpiling these picks for? Is he going to try and trade them all for Victor Wembanyama in a couple of years? Is he stockpiling for DJ Wagner? I don't know at this point. But he, like you said, well, 2K My League is just a super accurate way to describe it. So you think they're going Jalen Johnson? I think they could address maybe point guard again. Maybe they go with a wing. I know, like you mentioned, Jalen Johnson on the board, Keon Johnson, Jaden Springer, Sharif Cooper. All these guys are on the board. So there are definitely some exciting options. But, Jory, who do you think the Thunder are picking in this spot?
Well, an interesting pick that could potentially be, you know, here is Kai Jones. I know I mentioned it earlier, but they did just get rid of Moses Brown, I believe. Didn't they send him to the Celtics, or am I remembering that wrong? So, I mean, maybe they want to fulfill that hole. A young, very, very athletic, versatile big. Maybe they go that route because they did take Josh Giddey. They obviously already have SGA, so that's like 2 playmakers right there. Maybe they want to go big guy, but we're getting word that well, actually, let's hear this pick.
And I'll react to that, Jory.
I just told Ben Harris, who's our Knicks correspondent, that the Knicks traded their pick to Charlotte for a future first rounder. So I don't think we had a Hornets correspondent, but we'll be discussing them at pick 19. But as far as who's going to go here to the Thunder, I'm definitely interested to see, who they land. Like you mentioned, Jory, that they did trade Moses Brown to Boston. So could they go with a center here? I know Al Horford is gone too. They could go Kai Jones. They could go, really anybody. So we'll see. We'll see what's what, man.
Well, Heaven, they actually went the opposite of a big man. They go Trey Mann, I guess point guard out of Florida. A little high for me, I think, but I honestly like Trey Mann a lot. I was hoping that he would have fall to the Nuggets, but hey, that's just my fandom clouding my judgment. But like you said, I mean, hey, they address point guard. I feel like he's kind of more of a score first point guard than a traditional point guard. So that'll be an interesting fit to see what if he can play alongside or potentially just be a 6-man for them. They obviously have Lou Dort and SGA in that backcourt, which I really like a lot. So I think, the Thunder exiting this first round, I believe, I don't know if they have any more first round picks with Giddey and Trey Mann. It's a solid haul for that team.
Yeah, I mean, for Trey Mann, I would say at Florida and as sophomore, he was the go-to guy on that team. He averaged 16 points a game, 6 rebounds. One thing I always noticed about him was the amount of pull-up jumpers he always would shoot. I feel it's like a lost art form sometimes in today's NBA, where obviously he's a good shot maker and creator. Some of his I remember some of his layups I've seen him make. I almost were John Moran-esque. Seeing some of that, I remember back in Florida. One thing, he was a good pick and roll handler and scorer as well. Defense is I feel like there's so many prospects that are hindered by their defensive abilities, and I think that's easily taught in the NBA more than offensive ability, which Trey Mann I think has. But I think he was going to be a good player no matter what team drafted him. But I'm interested to see what you have to say about him, Will.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shock to me. They took a big guard with Giddey earlier in the draft. They go guard again here at this pick. And I don't know, to me, he's kind of similar to SGA in a way. Kind of has a similar build, similar skill set and abilities. So kind of feels redundant to me. I think that Mann was definitely going to be available, way later, maybe not out of the first round, but, he was projected to go 28, 29, that kind of range. So it does feel like a reach to me. It feels like a redundant pick if you already have some decent guards on your team, and the Thunder's best player is Gilgeous-Alexander. So I don't know how I feel about it, but they end up going with him there. And if I can take this tape off for a second, the Knicks end up trading their next pick. So it does kind of make me sad, but they'll have to go at it at 21.
I do want to say in regards to Trey Mann, I do like the Trey Mann pick. He's a walking bucket. He's a shot creating machine. I think he's a really, really great player. The interesting thing for me about it, as I also just got Jonathan, you'll appreciate this. The Rangers just traded for Ryan Reeves, so news is coming in from out of nowhere. Anyways, back to NBA draft. The interesting thing to me was that the Thunder went guard, but they chose Trey Mann over Sharife Cooper, which, me personally, I know, Hev, you're huge on Sharife Cooper. I also am a big fan of him. And I don't know, maybe this is sort of an indication that it's one of those things where it's sort of a disconnect between sort of the fan base and, NBA Twitter and all that, as opposed to the actual GMs. Because I really thought that, if you're the Thunder and you're going guard there, I think Trey as good as Trey Mann is, I think Sharif Cooper's the pick over him. So that's just an interesting thing that I sort of take away from that pick, which now I guess it's Sharif Cooper watch to see where he sort of starts to go. Because I also did think that he was going to be the pick at 19 for the Knicks, but obviously they just traded out. So very confusing times.
Yeah, man, anything can happen. You know, the NBA draft is always going to be wild. But Will, we want to say thank you. Do the Thunder have another pick tonight? I'm pretty sure they. Hold on. They definitely. Oh, they have a couple second rounders. Okay, so we'll see you later on throughout the night. Will, appreciate it. Thanks for joining us.
All right, thanks guys. See you later.
All right, peace out, Will. I mean, now we can discuss. Man, big crazy trade. New York moving their pick to Charlotte for a future first rounder. I mean, the Hornets are now on the board again after grabbing Bouknight at 11. Who do you guys think they go with now?
Well, Heaven, I don't know if you remember, this was a while ago, but I actually said on an X's and Opinions episode, I thought a good player for the Hornets would be Usman Garuba. Earlier in the draft with the selection that they used James Bouknight on, but I've kind of changed my outlook. I feel like as I've watched more, film on him, I don't really view him much as a center. And I feel like that's the pressing need for Charlotte. And I've said this guy's name a million times already, and I'm going to say it one more time. And I think he's going to go here. Kai Jones.
Yes!
I feel like this has to be the pick. I don't see a world in where Charlotte would trade up.
Literally, it has to be. I'm begging.
If it's not Kai Jones, then I don't know what to say.
I'm literally begging. Like at this point, please.
Because you only make trades like that for players that have such a high upside, I feel like. And I feel like Kai Jones would just
Exactly. Now is the time. At this point in the draft, yeah, you could get a win now player, but like Charlotte, they were the 10th seed for a reason. Like they're not gonna make a bunch of noise in terms of playoffs. They literally now is the time to take a risk on those players. We saw this time last year, around this range when the Thunder got Pokusevski, and we saw the flashes that he was able to provide. I thought he was one of the better players in the draft. So we'll see who the Thunder can get here.
Well, this was I think the first pick I might have gotten correct. They went Kai Jones, and I'm just super excited for this team. I really like Kai Jones. The more I've did a little bit more research on him. He's a very exciting prospect. He's a freak athlete for someone his size. He's 6'11", 220. I feel like he could still put on a little bit more weight, get a little bit stronger, but he has a track and field background, and couldn't be more evident when he's running on the floor. He's a freakish athlete in the fast break, and I feel like he's going to fit perfectly in Charlotte with all of those facilitators, particularly LaMelo Ball. I feel like he's going to be this is a great place for him. And he's also very, very, early in his developmental, I guess trajectory, because he didn't start playing basketball, I believe, until he was about 15 years old. And he's only 20 now. So, again, very early in his basketball career. So I feel like he has a lot of untapped potential. And getting him here at 19, I believe, is this pick, is crazy value for the Hornets.
Michael, whoa. Jory, I couldn't have said it any better myself. I was looking at the the team list. I saw Michael Daly's name 3-4 times. But man, just a phenomenal pick. Like I literally love everything about this pick. Like there is nothing about this pick that I hate. Like value-wise, just getting to play with LaMelo, the upside, his fit long-term, he fits their timeline, like everything about it, man. He's just so good. He's just really good. Like, and now, you're not burdened with the fact that you took him in the lottery, where he's expected to pan out. You got him this late in the draft. At this point, it was an upside swing, and they got one of the players who was one of the better ceilings in the draft. I mean, just, what a selection.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, the way I look at it, like NBA draft trades is if you're gonna really, mortgage for a player, especially of that caliber, they have to have a high ceiling to them. I think Kai Jones could definitely bring that. And I mean, just looking at it just like on paper, I mean, the Hornets have had a really good draft so far, I feel like, with these two picks, Book Knight and then Jones. I can already imagine the potential LaMelo Ball lobs to Kai Jones, running on the fast break. This gonna be a fast, young, exciting Hornets team. I think, especially with Michael Jordan, I'm sure is happy that he's had two great draft selections so far. But I think overall, so far so good for the Hornets, and I'm very excited to watch them next season. If the LaMelo train wasn't enough on House of Highlights and every other media outlet, the fact that he has a big big man that can really run the open floor and definitely at least catch lobs from LaMelo is definitely gonna make some surefire content.
I mean, Miles Bridges, PJ Washington,
I forgot Miles Bridges too. Yeah,
James Bouknight, Kai Jones. I mean, that's
That team is
that's Lob
exciting.
City 2.0.
That's exciting.
That's
Oh my god! Oh my
that's
goodness!
That's just a crazy team.
Oh, LaMelo finna average like 11 assists a game, man. They're not ready, man. That's a league pass team. That's that's
Exactly.
appointment television. That's appointment viewing. Like you have to see them when they're on the floor. Oh yes. That's just like I'm legit. I can't wait. I can't wait to watch them because everything about that pick, like it was just please, Charlotte, please. Then they went Book Night, which fine, he's okay, he's cool, I guess. But Kai Jones, this is the Hornets commentator. Yes, Jonathan, thank you for mentioning that. Please.
I forgot.
Oh,
I just thought of
oh
that
my
too.
goodness,
But I feel like
this is
the
great.
thing with Kai Jones is he's not, like I kind of mentioned earlier, that he has a lot of untapped potential. He's not just some freakish athlete. I feel like there's a lot of former Texas big men, that comes to mind, like someone like Jackson Hayes you think of, or like Mo Bamba.
Jared Allen,
They're kind of just
Jericho Sims, the same class.
they're all kind of just viewed as, guys that are just freakish athletes that don't really have a lot of skill. Like he has a lot of potential, not only on the offensive end. For someone his size, he's actually a really good perimeter defender as well. He moves really well, against guards. In the Big 12, he defended guys like Cade Cunningham, like Jared Butler, like Davion Mitchell, all guys who are going to get drafted or have been drafted already. But like I said, I feel like the only thing that he needs to do is just get stronger, because I would imagine they're going to play him at center a lot. And I feel like he might struggle trying to defend more traditional post players and things like that. But this is honestly a perfect situation for him.
We got the Hawks on the clock
Man.
now.
Oh, Joe,
And,
hello. Welcome back, Joe.
Hey, they got to take Sharif Cooper here, right? Right, Hev?
You know what, man? Like a lot of mocks I've been seeing, it's been just consistent guards, like just Sharif or Jared Butler, or I've seen a lot of that. But who knows? And the Hawks, their story is interesting because they made it all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals with that young core. But you got a lot of contract decisions coming up. Like this summer, you've got John Collins. Next year, they've got, I think, Trey and Kevin Herter. Year after that, you've got DeAndre Hunter and Cam Reddish. We've heard, they were potentially looking to trade Reddish for a future first, so they don't have to deal with paying, his contract in the line. So who knows? Maybe this pick here, do they go point guard? Do they trust in Trae Young and Chris Dunn? Oh, Jory just sent the pick, so I guess they're shoring up their front court in the event that John Collins leaves. But Jory, why don't you divulge who the pick was since you shared it in the chat?
Well, Jalen Johnson is a selection here at 20, and it's kind of strange because I believe you mentioned John Collins. He was, I think, also the 20th pick in his draft. I could be wrong.
He was. I think it was 19th or 20th. Yeah.
So it is kind of weird how it's now come full circle, because he kind of does remind me a little bit of John Collins, not entirely, but this is an interesting pick. I feel like, yes, it is insurance because John Collins could potentially leave this offseason. He's super effective in transition. He's just a freakish athlete. You know, he has a lot of unteachable attributes, I guess, for someone who is 6'9", 220. Um, I think he moves pretty well without the ball, and that he'll benefit playing next to someone like Trey Young, who's such a good playmaker, one of the best playmakers in the NBA. And I think he has a lot of potential as, a passer as well. He kind of weirdly reminds me of someone like RJ Barrett. They don't play like the same position, but like I feel like he could be someone like that. RJ Barrett also went to Duke, but if RJ Barrett was a power forward, that's kind of how I view Jalen Johnson a little bit.
That's super interesting. I'm glad you mentioned that because with his he can kind of play like on the wing, but he's also forward. His game against Pitt early in the season, man, I think it was like 24 points, 16 rebounds. I'm looking now, 7 assists, 2 steals, 4 blocks. Like one of the craziest prospect games we saw this season. So I love that pick. Just what he can offer off the dribble, passing, running the point. Him and Trey are going to be exciting. And as far as the Hawks needing a point guard, Chris Dunn did resign. So we'll see what's what. But with the Knicks now on the board, we're gonna bring in Ben Harris, who was supposed to be here for pick 19 until New York decided to send their pick out. So as we wait for Ben to join the room, there he is. What's going on, Ben? I see he's connecting to the audio now. How you doing, buddy? Hello, Ben. Are you there? There he is. Hello, wait. There he is.
Hello.
Look at this
Can y'all
guy.
hear me?
Oh, that's
he
a
is
great
all maxed
background.
out.
I love it.
He's locked in. Locked and loaded.
I'm absolutely locked in. I thought I was gonna have to be locked in a couple picks ago, but look how that turned out.
All right, so number 21, New York Knicks on the board. Phenomenal season. Really shocked everybody. Made it all the way to the playoffs. I think Thibodeau won Coach of the Year as well. Just a great season for all y'all. Julius Randle putting up numbers that we've only seen from Larry Bird and Nikola Jokic. RJ Barrett coming into his own down the stretch, and Derrick Rose having a remontada. Just a great run for you guys. Unfortunately, lost in the playoffs to Atlanta in 5 games, but there was a bunch of potential shown this year, and it was potentially a sign of things to come. So, with you guys on the board here at 21, who do you think the Knicks will be selecting?
I mean, as you said, Heaven, the Knicks are coming off one of their most successful seasons in recent memory. And so they're in such a good position that they felt that they were able to get more value by trading that number 19 to Charlotte, acquiring more future capital. And now we're sitting at 21, second pick that the Knicks originally owned in this first round. So I think they're going to go after a combo guard who can score, fill up the cup, and kind of fill roles that weren't really there. They haven't had a reliable shooting ball handler. And that's why I think a guy like Jared Butler out of the national champion Baylor Bears would be a very good fit right here. While he does have his weaknesses, only being 6'3", 195, Jared Butler is a guy who shoots very efficiently, converted on 42% of his three-pointers last year and almost 80% of his free throws. He's a guy who puts in a lot of effort on the defensive end, despite his size, which, again, could be a weakness in the pros against bigger guys and bigger combo guards. But I really think that Jared Butler has the ability to be a shot creator for this Knicks team off the bench at the point guard, shooting guard position.
I think that is definitely would be a great pick, Ben, for the Knicks. Obviously, watching the ESPN broadcast, there was a point that said what's like the need for the Knicks, and it said depth at every position. So I feel like there's so many different, I guess I'm not going to say holes just because the Knicks did so well last season, but just areas that they can just bolster, just to improve. Outside of Butler, is there anyone else do you think that they could potentially go after? Because obviously as Knicks fans, we know they like to think out of the box sometimes. I always think about obviously the Frank Ntilikina pick from a couple of years ago of more of a defensive player. I mean, Usman Garuba is still around, and I've seen mock drafts where the Knicks maybe thinking about him. Do you think potentially the Knicks could maybe they traded this pick too. Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
hate to break your heart, but the Knicks also just traded out of 21
Are you
to
serious?
Oh
Detroit.
my god.
So
Bro, what?
Hey,
No.
hey,
I
hey,
don't know what they're
Are y'all
doing. I
at
don't
this
know.
point? I don't even believe y'all because I got the TV right above me and I'm not seeing it.
they did. Apparently, they did.
Who?
They traded to Detroit. My reports are saying
Oh
that
my
Detroit.
gosh.
Really?
Are y'all for real?
I
Yeah.
thought this would be for Colin Sexton or something, but it's just for future capital.
Why are
Adrian
we doing this
Wojnarowski
for
at
future
10-18.
capital?
Spike Lee's
What
just depleted.
what reason could
No
this
emotion.
19 and 21 not have been moved for Colin Sexton
I know.
or Russell Westbrook? Apparently,
Oh, I forgot Jonathan's a Knicks fan. You know, like,
I wore my Knicks jersey the whole time.
What are you gonna do? You know, what are you gonna do?
what are we doing here?
Well,
We're coming off the most success we've had in recent history, and now we're just doing more future planning. No, let's win now. What
You
are
know,
these
Ben,
moves?
Ben, since you're in here and Michael Daly isn't, our Pistons representative, you can react to who Detroit selects with your pick. So, well,
Awesome. That's exactly how I wanted it to go.
Well, the pick is in,
Yeah.
and
And
it
Keon
is Keon Johnson going to the
Ah.
Pistons.
no way they got him and Kate. Oh, that's so crazy.
That's a real high ceiling out there in Detroit.
What did they trade it for? Did they just get another first round pick next year? Is that what it's
No,
for?
that's crazy.
Is that it?
I don't know. I'm just. Are they
I
doing
haven't seen the return
This
yet.
is
From
the
Even
OK
less.
Street
Why are
strategy
they-
of getting every pick ever?
No way.
Why are we thundering right now? What
That's
reason
wild.
is there to thunder?
Oh man, what a time. That's
Oh wait, no,
crazy.
it's not going to Detroit. It's going to the Clippers. So
Are you serious?
Woj messed up. He
Really?
he quote retweeted his
The
own
Clip-
tweet and said, "Clarify: New York is trading with the
Oh,
Clippers
he's
for
getting
number 21."
rusty now. It's getting late.
This
So
better be
I don't
for
know.
Kawhi.
Oh, but wait, Ben. All hope is not lost because New York now has number 25. So they're
So
staying
I'm
in
gonna
this
be
draft.
back. Okay.
You moved back 4. I don't know what else they
Oh,
got
man.
with it.
That just
This
ripped
was
out my
just
heart.
this was just for the number 25 in a future second. What are we talking, bruh?
Jared Butler might be there at 25, man. You never know.
I guess like
We'll see. Well,
this is so,
that will-
like why are we making tiny little moves? Like make a splash trade for Sexton, like John said. What
Yeah.
is it, bro?
It's all
Oh,
right, Ben. It's all right.
it be like that. Sometimes it be like
The
that. What
Knicks
are you
will
gonna
figure
do?
it out. They'll figure it out. Colin
sad.
Sexton's going to come to New York. It's fine. It's going to be fine.
They could have gotten him in one move tonight,
It's
but they
fine.
just chose not to.
It's fine.
There were
It's
other
fine.
star point guards available on the market.
It-
Russ just got traded too. Like
Hey, Knox
be like that.
Ntilikina
It'd be
and,
like that.
and Mitchell Robinson for Sexton. That'll get it done.
Yeah. Everything's peachy. Ben, we're gonna let you go. We'll see you at pick 25. Meanwhile, we
guess.
have the gangly king, Brian Johnson, joining us at
I hate
pick
you.
22. So Ben, stay strong, Ben. We're thinking of you.
I certainly will not be staying strong. I will
Ooh,
be
I don't
staying-
get what the Knicks are doing at all.
What the-
All right,
They're the only
I'm
other
leaving.
return is a 2024 second from Detroit
yeah.
for moving
Okay.
back four
Oh my
slots.
goodness.
I
What
don't
is
know what
happening?
Ryan Johnson's here.
Ryan, what's happening?
Hey,
We
guys.
said we were gonna discuss the Westbrook trade. Now that it's official, and the Wizards have this selection as well, what do you think Washington does in this slot now that they have Kuz, Montrezl Harrell, and KCP for the time being?
You know, I kind of think they need to go with a point guard here. I think they need to go with a point guard for the future because looking at their point guard situation, I mean, it's really not looking that great. They've got Raul Neto, Ish Smith, and Cassius Winston. And Raul Neto and Ish Smith, they can leave. I don't really care about them. Cassius Winston, he's kind of young. They don't really seem very high on him though. He only played 22 games last year and had like 90 minutes or something like that. He's getting a little old for a prospect. He's like 24 now, I think. So I kind of think they need to go with a point guard, like, I don't know, a Jared Butler, Jalen Springer, someone like that to try and build for the future a little bit. Hey, Nashawn Highland, my boy. I hope they go with Nashawn Highland. I'd be so happy if he went to the Wizards.
Oh man. Okay. So Washington, the pick is in. Reportedly, Joe said his sources already told him, and I'm looking at the grimace. So the pick couldn't have been great, but we'll find out.
Heaven.
What was it? Who was it? I'm not looking-
Isaiah Jackson.
You know what?
I'm curious, so I want to know your feelings because
Oh, wait, guys. They traded Isaiah Jackson too.
He's an Indiana Pacer now.
Yeah.
oh
he's
my
down-
goodness, what is going on, dude? This is
This
crazy.
is like the
So-
wildest pick I've ever seen.
What
I
is
feel like
going-
I feel like
In
that
terms
would've
of like
been
getting traded a lot.
I feel like that would have been a good replacement for all the players that he had just given up in the Westbrook trade. But that's
No,
it.
this is
Now
going
he's
to.
going
That was gonna go to the Wizards.
You know
this,
what?
This pick is for Washington too. Well,
know
he's
what?
in Indiana now. But
You said he's going to Indiana. I'm curious.
traded Miles.
Exactly. Does that make Miles
man.
Turner? Does that make Miles
Oh,
Turner
man.
available
man.
or potentially part
Okay.
of the trade?
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
If
I'm
that's the
very
case-
intrigued
if
now.
that's the
I'm
case-
very intrigued now.
If
I
that's
don't
the
know
case,
what's going on.
then Lakers are winning the chip. If
What
he
is
gets Miles
happening? I don't think this pick would go to. I don't think he would go to us though.
Turner. No, yeah, I doubt
I think it was confirmed that number 22 was in the
Oh yeah,
Westbrook deal.
they confirmed the Westbrook trade.
Yeah. So
Oh,
so
okay.
this
So this was
he's
this
gonna-
was the
this was
Lakers picking
Washington's
for
pick.
the Wizards, and then now Lakers picking for
But
the
he's
Wizards,
now-
picking for the Pacers.
the Pace. But what did the Pacers trade to them for the Wizards?
I don't know.
Ryan?
I do
we're
feel like this
terribly
means-
sorry.
I do
This-
feel like this means Miles
I don't know
Turner
what's
can
going
be
on.
had though. You know,
I think
he's on the
I
trade
mean,
block.
yeah. I feel
The
like they play similar roles in terms of just shot blocking, rim protection, and
Where would he go though?
Oh wait, so this says the
I
Wizards
don't know.
send
I don't know
Isaiah
where he's
Jackson for Aaron Holiday. That's the return.
So Aaron Holiday's a
Whoa.
Wizard now.
Whoa. Well, there's their
All
point
right.
guard.
I like
the
that.
point
I like
guard
that trade for
That they do.
Washington.
Wow.
Champ-
Wow. That's kind of interesting. I don't know what to think about that.
Now,
So that means they're not trading Brogdon then if they move
Yeah,
their
probably
point
not.
guard. Miles he has to be the odd man out. That's so crazy. Well, Ryan, now that you're here, what are your thoughts on this deal for Washington?
Aaron Holiday is a good young point guard. He didn't start as much as he did in the year before at Indiana. So they clearly weren't very high on him. So they were looking to move him. So I guess they're happy they got him away. And Washington got another point guard that they can try and work in the mix. He's probably going to start because, Ish Smith is a journeyman. He's definitely started in a lot of places. So he might give Holiday a bit of a run for his money. But I don't really see Neto or Winston challenging that much for it. So I guess they're going to roll with Holiday as their point guard for the time being. I still don't really get what the Wizards are doing, though, because they're just kind of in limbo. They don't really know whether or not to rebuild or try to contend with some of these picks, it seems like. So, I mean, they just traded away Russell Westbrook, and they drafted Corey Kispert earlier, who we were talking about doesn't have like the highest ceiling of people available. He's older, doesn't have as much potential. Aaron Holiday, again, he's older than a lot of these prospects, doesn't have as much potential. So it doesn't really seem like they're building for the future, but it also doesn't seem like they can contend with the talent they have. So they just kind of seem aimless to me right now. I don't know.
I mean, you broke it down there pretty much. The Wizards, pretty much, like you mentioned, in limbo at the moment. And you'd think that because of that, that would lead Bradley Beal to requesting a trade. But for some reason, he kind of doesn't want to do that, even though teams want him very badly. So who knows what's what. Ryan, thank you for joining us. Wizards, Lakers, I don't know. You'll be here whenever the Wizards or Lakers are on the board. I really don't know the draft forward down the stretch. But yeah, man, we'll see when we see you.
All right. See you guys.
All right, take care. But we now have the return of the Staminator.
Yeah, there we go.
Does that work?
There we
Is
go.
that
That
better?
works.
than
That's
the
I like
next
that
Stamina.
instantly.
I kind of like it.
Yeah,
That was an instant pop. Yes,
That was
absolutely.
it rolled off the tongue. The
Oh, yeah,
way
that
I
was
said
natural.
It was kind of
That's
like
the name.
just Michael. What's up, buddy? Now that you're here again, what was the last culprit? Oh, Jalen Green, Alperen Sengun. Now you're here. I think the Rockets have this pick and 24 as well. So you're going to be here for a while. Who do you think they're going with?
You know, there's a couple guys here I see they could be going with. Possibly Jaden Springer from Tennessee. That's who I'm looking at right now. Maybe Isaiah Jackson. At this point, maybe you just pick best guy available with 2 straight picks. But there's a couple guys I wouldn't be surprised with the Rockets going here. They could even go with potentially, Usman Garuba, from Spain. They could go with him there. There's a couple guys I'm looking at for them right now.
I really hope the Rockets don't pick Usman Garuba because I'm trying so hard to not like scream out loud that I need the Nets to trade up right now and get him because I love him so much. But wait, so the Rockets still do have 24 though?
Yeah,
they didn't
do.
give that up when they moved up.
They got both.
Dang, that's a nice move then. I like that.
If you have back-to-back picks, if you really think about it, if you're the Rockets, you could kind of pick 2 like polar opposite players here. So maybe one of them could be Garuba, more of a defensive player. I mean, like Jared Butler's still there too, like a more of a scorer. I could really see them doing that, but I mean, so far
Thomas is still on the board too. Jeez.
Yeah, right. There's so many. I feel like ways they can go down here. I'm surprised they didn't trade either of these. That's 4 first-round picks. They're getting set right now.
They could go. There's a lot. They could go Sharif Cooper. They could go Jaden Springer. I mean, there's just a bunch of really good players still on the board. Jared Butler, if they're targeting, the point guard position. In terms of centers, after Shenjun, Kai Jones, and Jonathan's pumping his fists.
No, I'm just happy.
Sorry, Joe.
I'm deflated. They took my man Usman.
Oh man.
No.
Usman.
Oh well.
I just watched a single tear roll down. Oh man.
The thing with, but I'll chime in really quickly about Usman Garuba though. Like he really reminds me of like PJ Tucker.
Exactly, me too.
Like a former Rockets player. Like he's very like a versatile defender. Like I can envision him defending, guards and wings, whoever, and he's strong enough to battle with, centers even. But he probably won't offer much offensively outside of just like running the floor. If he can like develop a 3-point game, then it'll take his game to the next level. But that's a really good pick for, just another role player like him and like Jayshawn Tate on that team as like role players, like defensive minded role players is really good to go along with Christian Wood, Kevin Porter Jr. and Jalen Green. I like what the Rockets are doing.
The Rockets are killing the draft right now. I mean, oh my gosh. Because I full-heartedly agree with you there that I think Usman Garuba is literally just the next PJ Tucker. He reminds me so much of him. And that's why I wanted him for the Nets. Because just in general, I want PJ Tucker in free agency for the Nets. And that's again why I was scared, because I felt like, the Rockets, they wouldn't be able to pass up a guy who can come right back in and fill that PJ Tucker role that they just lost. And like you said, he's not going to have to be a star for them because like his offensive game is not very polished, but he's such an animal on defense. He's so phenomenal on defense that putting him in there where, you can run out. He's going to be such a good fit on the Rockets, man. He's going to be so good because they've got KPJ, they've got Jalen Green, they've got Shenjun, they've got Christian Wood. And like, those are like the scoring guys. You don't need Garuba to like do anything offensively for you. You just need to stick him in there and lock down guys. He's going to be so good for them.
You can go. Yeah. I was just about to ask you what you thought.
I totally agree. I think this makes perfect sense for the Rockets just because if you're looking to go best player on the board at this point, you have to grab Garuba. He has a rock solid resume at all the highest levels of basketball. He's a versatile defender, and that's really something that he can add to the Rockets that will really take the Rockets to a different level on defense. Because now you have Jalen Green, you pair him with Garuba. It's a really good draft class for the Rockets right now, and I'm excited where they go with this next pick too. I feel possibly now that you went Garuba, you probably go guard. But yeah, definitely interesting.
And the one thing that interests me about Garuba is, like obviously his defensive potential is through the roof, but offensively, I mentioned earlier when discussing Davion Mitchell and how I use free throw percentage as an indicator to how good or great of a shooter a player can be. Davion, throughout his college career, he wasn't the best, free throw shooter, which is why I was a little wary towards his 3-point numbers this past season at Baylor. Garuba, you look at his numbers this season, and you see 66% from the line and 32% behind the arc, and you're like, he's offensively he's not there yet, but at the line he hit 20 of his last 23 attempts. So, he's not completely terrible when it comes to shooting. He can have those runs. And I'm going to be honest, I like this pick more than I like the Shenzhen pick. Just because, like, Shenzhen, like, what he did in the Turkish league, obviously we can't discredit him. He won freaking MVP, and he put up numbers, across the board. However, I think it's important to factor in that the league's overall strength was weakened due to COVID. Meanwhile, Garuba was just dominant defensively against grown men in the Euro League and is now, doing pretty well at the Olympics for Spain. So I love this pick. I absolutely love what he can bring to Houston. And I think their young core is getting really, really impressive. It might rival the Magic's young core by the end of the night. So now with the Rockets here again, Michael, I know you said they might go for a guard or wing here with this second selection after going with a big that can, or slide down to the wing. Who do you think they'll target with this selection at number 24?
I'm looking at a couple guys. I could see him going for Cameron Thomas out of LSU. I could see them also possibly going for Quentin Grimes, even if you want to go farther down, like a Josh Christopher. I think Cam Thomas, though, is definitely, if you're trying to go best available, that's definitely someone the Rockets will be looking at. But yeah, I think it definitely has to be a guard, especially now that you just got Garuba. So that's who I'm looking at. Probably Cam Thomas, or if they want to take someone more risky, go with someone like Grimes or Christopher, or even someone after that.
Yeah, I feel like at this point for the Rockets, I mean, when you have back-to-back picks, I feel like at least one of them you could take a shot. I mean, when you have, like I talked about the polar opposite thing, which I can't believe might actually come to fruition, of having, a real defensive minded player and then maybe more of an offensive spark. I think it's definitely possible. But assuming the Rockets take a more offensive minded player, Michael, just think in your head about, so far Jalen Green, everyone that they've accumulated so far. What letter grade would you give the Rockets right now for their draft? Because I feel like they've probably had the best draft so far potentially, but just what letter grade would you give them?
A+.
Yeah, I was going to go exactly what Joe said. I was going to give A, just because, you have to give some room just in case. But the Rockets have an A right now in my book. They're totally transforming this team. And, back from James Harden, when they traded him, every Houston fan said, okay, James Harden era is over. We got these picks. What are we going to do with them? We're going to pick a bunch of busts? Are we going to pick a bunch of scrubs? Or are we going to actually make moves and restart this franchise? And I think that's what they're doing. Obviously, they lucked out getting the second pick in the lottery with Jalen Green. But the rest of these guys, too, they are stars. And I really think they can bring this Houston team back into the right direction.
Now I think the Rockets are about to make their selection. Again, I feel like there's like three names like you threw out, Michael, I think are all very plausible of who they could pick. I just think they might take more of a risk just because when you have back-to-back picks, which is kind of sometimes rare in the first round, I think it's very possible. They took.
They did do Josh Christopher.
There you go. That was one of your guys. I mean, like that's what I mean. Like you can take a risk and more offense because, wow, I think about Jalen Green offense, him like wow. I mean, just give some initial thoughts just about Josh Christopher, which I feel like you were kind of inching towards is like, no, they probably won't. I mean, he's there, but I don't think he's going to pick him. Like, what are you thinking right now?
Yeah, I mean, he was a former 5-star recruit, so it was definitely this is definitely a surprising pick, I guess. But like you said, Jonathan, it makes sense. You're trying to go for someone a little bit maybe that would you wouldn't expect at this spot just because you've had a better draft. You can take a risk on someone, but he has all the upside you want from a late first rounder. He's somewhat a mystery, I feel, but he has good NBA athleticism, creates really good space, has a confident 3-point shot, pretty good mid range. You like any player in the 20s or the 30s, he's going to be a rotation player that's going to maybe improve his game over the years. But I think it's a good, not Brad pick for Houston. It doesn't drop their letter grade at all. I think it's still a decent pick for Houston, and it makes sense from where they're at.
Yeah, 100%, Michael. I mean, when you accumulate, I feel like in a draft class, about 4 different areas of need that you checked off a box that you've kind of hit on. You have Jalen Green, who, like Heaven put perfectly earlier, he's going to put people in seats, especially with the Rockets. They had the worst record in the league last year, and then being able to, get a, certified star like Jalen Green, who's just such an explosive, exciting player, and just everyone that they've accumulated so far, I feel like they're in a very good spot. And it's amazing from like a year from today, like last year, like obviously they were so in limbo, obviously with the John Wall trade and everything that went down with James Harden. Once, James Harden left, people thought this team wouldn't be, on the right path for maybe 2 or 3 years. But in the span of 2 hours and 40 minutes, things have kind of changed a little bit. So I guess I'll ask you one more quick question about the Rockets. Now that they've, again, like I said, accumulated 4 really good players so far, and then on paper they should be, contribute right away. And I think they really, hit it home in this draft. Do you think they are kind of accelerating their rebuild a little bit? Do you think that they need to add, definitely a bunch of more pieces, in later drafts or, free agency? Like, what do you think they're kind of at right now? Because I also saw a stat, this was their first year. I think they've made the playoffs since like 2012. So they're obviously a very, when they're good, the Rockets, as we know, they're a playoff team. So they're not used to being a rebuilding team. So what do you think they're kind of at this stage in, free agency and the draft?
Right, Jonathan. That's what scares me. I hope Houston doesn't try to go too quickly and rush back to the playoffs, because as much as Jalen Green is a superstar, as much as all the rest of these guys have such talent, they need time. They still need time to work on certain parts of their game to reach the ceiling that they have, which I think is very, very high. So I hope Houston doesn't go out and spend all their cash that they, have now on a bunch of free agents or trade for a random player, just because it just isn't the right spot they're at right now. In a few years, once these guys improve, that's when I think they can go for that.
Thought I unmuted myself. Thank you, Michael, for offering that insight on Houston's picks. 4 first rounders, man. You've been in and out of this meeting left and right, but we'll see what's what. Hopefully the Rockets now with this, haul of picks that they're adding to an already young team, there's a bunch of roster overturn, but we'll see how their season goes next year with all this young talent entering the squad. So we'll catch you in the, I don't know how many second round picks they have, but hopefully, we'll see you again. Hopefully you can predict that one too.
All right. I believe that's it for me unless some other team trades back in, but have a great night, guys.
All right. Peace out, buddy.
Thank you, Michael.
We're now, yeah, I was about to say, he mentioned Josh Christopher. So can we count that as a correct prediction? Oh, Joe just flung his arms up with the Quentin Grimes.
I think the Nets just traded up.
Oh, that's a
let's do Quentin Grimes first, because I didn't realize.
Yeah, you're going to go
Hello?
I was like, what? Ben, welcome. Hello.
What's up? I'm back, baby.
Hi, Ben.
Quentin Grimes is a New York Knick. What are your thoughts, buddy?
Yes, he is. I think Quentin Grimes is an interesting pick, and it is one that provides a lot of potential. Listen, Quentin Grimes has not had the cleanest rise throughout his NCAA career. He started at Kansas as one of the top recruits in the nation out of high school and just did not have the freshman season he was expected to, had to transfer to Houston, kind of reinvent his game. And in that crazy amount of work ethic he's been able to apply and put in since he got to Houston, he has earned his way back to the top of the basketball world and is now a New York Knick, being selected after many a trade at the number 25 spot. Like, listen, I'm not going to come out here and say Quentin Grimes is the most impressive guard we could have gotten. However, he put up solid shooting stats last year, and the Knicks need a guard who can be a nice 3-and-D piece, and that's what he is. He was a really good defender in the American Conference last year, being able to contest shots at a terrific rate and really takes pride on that defensive end, has really good closeout footwork, and I think he can be a prominent wing defender in this league. On the offensive end, I am a little worried about the consistency of his shooting ability. He did shoot 40% from three this past year, but he only made 30% from beyond 25 feet. So he's a shooter who's much more comfortable at that collegiate three-point line. So I need to see and have real proof of if his game can really develop into the NBA style, or else I'm kind of worried that the Knicks just traded a bunch of picks back to move into the later first round to secure more value, just to kind of pick another Frank Ntilikina type player who has a role on a team, but isn't necessarily worth the moves that it took to, and the draft stock that it took to acquire them. So that's how I feel about this pick.
Yeah, Ben, I'm not going to say, I guess it's be mean to say the Knicks are settling for this pick, but I found a tweet from Ian Begley, who's like obviously a reporter for SNY, and what the Knicks were trying to do. So apparently they were checking in with Indiana at number 13 because they really liked Chris Duarte, which we knew. And we knew it would be take a kind of a long shot, at 15 because they knew it'd go earlier. They also like Kispert, Murphy, and Mann, and they were all on the board by 19. So that's why they started trading back. And I feel like you said, with Quentin Grimes, again, he's a 3-and-D player. Like you put it greatly. He averaged 17 points per game. Houston, obviously Houston was a tournament team, so we got to watch him a lot. But I am also kind of afraid that they kind of picked him, like a Frank Ntilikina that's going to just check off some boxes for you when you could pick a better player available, and just, picking a better player available, and not worrying about trying to fill some needs here and there when you're at this point in the draft where in like the mid-20s where there's still some great players and potential breakout players. So, I mean, I'd give this this pick like a C, maybe B minus at this point, just off what we've been talking about and the amount of talent that was still there and what they could have done. But I just want to hear what you have to say again, Ben.
Yeah, I'm absolutely in agreement with you. I think this pick is like a C grade. But I mean, who knows? People doubted Emmanuel Quickley last year, and he's turned out to be a great player. I just think there's a lot of limitations to Quentin Grimes' game. I think, as you mentioned, Trey Murphy III would have been my dream pick. Of course, he ended up being selected at number 17. I think he would have fit in perfectly to the 3-and-D needs that the Knicks are trying to fill. And I guess they're doing that in a way with Quentin Grimes, but I think it's very safe to say that he isn't the most talented or potential filled player available right now. Or I think this pick will be solid. I can see it having similar question marks as to Cam Johnson's selection a few years ago, where it is a guy who is not to say he's old at 21 for this draft, but I mean, it is what it is with how young these guys come out nowadays. And I just think that he's a fine player and he is going to fit the 3-and-D needs to an extent. I just am worried about the success and translation of his 3-point shooting to the NBA with those range concerns, as well as he doesn't really have much else in his bag from an offensive perspective. He's not a great guy driving to the lane. He's not a good mid-range shooter. So I just think there's a lot of limitations to Quentin Grimes' game, but I really think his defense is top notch. I think he's a top 3 guard defender, honestly, in this draft. So I hope this pays off for the Knicks after making so many moves.
Yeah, I would say I like the pick. I mean, watching him at the combine, like that was just
yes.
That's clear. That's clear why he shot up the boards. I mean, and credit to him, former highly rated recruit, transferred from Kansas, found a home in Houston, and led that team, deep, into the tournament. Just such a great story, and then going from that, shooting 40% from three, over the season, and then going crazy in some of those games, the combine, man. Like he was just dominating left and right. Really exciting player. One of the most efficient players in college this year in transition, right there with Kispert and Maceo Teague from Baylor. So he offers a lot to the Knicks. And like you said, defensively, I think he can offer, a little bit more, as an experienced player. He can come in and check those guys like Frank Ntilikina does. I think he just adds a lot, at that position. He can handle some playmaking duties. He can take over a little bit on that end for Julius. So who knows, man? Time will tell. But Ben, thank you for joining us. I saw you open your mouth to speak. Any more thoughts on Quentin Grimes before we let you go?
Yes, one more. I think that I absolutely agree with you. His combine impressed a lot of people and had him rise in his stock a significant amount. However, he's not the most athletic guy. I think that this selection, and by making the moves that they did to accumulate more future value, I think that this could possibly mean, even though there have been a lot of reports from Knicks camp this offseason that they're trying to bring back Reggie Bullock, I think that a player like Grimes could fill that role, especially having shown that he could work hard to improve his scoring, going from averaging around like 10 points a game his freshman year to 18 this past year. I think that his ability to score from outside, be efficient in transition, as well as be a top-notch wing defender, Grimes' draft could end up being what leads the Knicks to not re-sign a player like Reggie Bullock. So I think he could end up filling that
role. That makes sense too. So, man, time will tell. Who knows what's going down in New York, but judges from, last season, the sky's the limit for them. So, Ben, thank you for joining us. And do you guys have a second-round pick tonight? Do you know?
I would count on trading it, but I'm pretty sure we do.
All right. Well, just in case, just stay by the laptop and we'll see what's what. I'll be ready to admit you to the waiting room whenever the time has come. But thank you for joining us.
I'm not turning off this broadcast, so.
All right. That was Ben Harris. Again, thank you for joining us. While Ben was discussing Quentin Grimes, we saw a loved member of the WSU sports community, Bones Hyland, get drafted. Delaware's finest. I wish Ryan Johnston was here so he could discuss this. I know he's probably going crazy right now. For you guys that don't know, Bones Hyland and our very own Ryan Johnston used to play on the same AAU team, which was just crazy. I didn't realize that when he told me, but it's wild. Ryan wrote an article on Bones, and it went crazy. VCU Twitter found it, and it garnered a bunch of likes and retweets. So it's crazy to see, now he's going to the league, playing for the Denver Nuggets, and we're here talking about him just after watching him for months on end. So now Nets on the board. Joe, tonight's the night. I hope you haven't seen any spoilers. What's the deal, man? We're here. We're waiting on you. Usman Garuba is no longer on the board. Who do you want the Nets to take?
Well, I mean, another thing to mention too, real quick, about Bones Hyland is that he went to Jory's Nuggets. So, I don't know if Jory's got something real quick to say about that, because I don't want to take any spotlight from him.
Great. I completely forget. Jory, yes. What are your thoughts on Bones?
Well, Ryan's article, as you aforementioned, definitely has me hyped for this pick. Definitely go read that. But I feel like, with Jamal Murray being injured for probably most of this season, the biggest need for the Nuggets was like general shot creation at the guard position. They definitely lacked that when he went down. Austin Rivers was essentially like the best player or best option at that point. So I don't know if he's going to make a huge impact in his rookie year, but I'm very intrigued for what he can do for Denver moving forward.
Yeah, I'll add something really quick, because I remember when Ryan sent that article to me, that was like my second article I ever edited as web editor. And the amount of feedback that VCU got from me. So I remember I took a chance and tried to, at VCU Athletics. And then it wasn't even just VCU Athletics. It was like their whole fan base just decided to start retweeting it. Bones himself retweeted it. So many great things. But Bones Hyland, I think he could be a potential sixth man. I think for you, Joy, for the Nuggets, I know a great scorer, elite shooter. I always thought of him as maybe a Devontae Graham type scorer. But I think definitely a great pick for the Nuggets. But I'm not going to say anymore because I know the Nets are up. So, Joe, the camera's on you.
Well, they made it seem like Adam Silver was about to come out on the stage and then he didn't. So
Oh
I
my
guess I still
goodness,
have
I
a
thought he
little
was
bit
coming
before-
out. I was
yeah,
like,
before he makes the pick. But here, I think there's a couple of there's three main things I want the Nets to address in this draft. One, a sort of backup point guard, and Silver's coming out to the stage. 2 or 3 in D wing. 3, a good center down low. He's about to make the pick, so we'll see if any one of those 3 archetypes get filled. And we got Cam Thomas. I love
That's
that pick.
crazy.
I like that pick a
That's
lot.
crazy.
I like
They're
that
going
pick a
all-
lot.
a good pick.
All offense in
Oh
Brooklyn.
yeah, because I mean, oof.
LSU's finest. I mean, what can I say? You know, it gets to a point where it's like, you know, it's when you're made in the Bayou, it's a different. We breed different players at LSU. Okay, it's gotten to the point where it's like, you know, I will say he's probably the most confident player in this draft class. Like some of his interviews, like post game after dropping 25, 30 points, he'll just say like nobody can guard me, and I just love that about him. Absolutely love the pick. Now that you guys traded Landry Shamet for Javon Carter, didn't you do that for? Don't you have like the 29th pick too?
Yeah, we're up, and Sixers are after us, and then we're up right again. So I mean,
Sheesh,
that makes me like this pick even more because
Yeah.
Cam Thomas does fill. Now we have a real solid bench guard, you know, to rock with the bench unit. But now with
Yeah,
that
man.
29 pick, there's going to be Sharif Cooper might be there, who I love. Daron Sharp is my number one big man right now that I want for us, so he could be there. I mean, JT Thor, even. I mean, there's so many names right now, and depending on who goes at 28, I mean, there's a lot of things that the Nets can do at 29 to even further add on to this pick, because Cam Thomas, I mean, the dude is a walking bucket. He's just so phenomenally talented on the offensive end. And especially with the fact that Spencer Dinwiddie probably is going to be leaving, he's going to be able to step up and sort of fill, I think, some of that scoring void that Dinwiddie's probably going to leave off the bench that we didn't have last year because Dinwiddie was out for pretty much the whole year. But I'm just so excited over that Cam Thomas pick. And I honestly he honestly was not even in consideration for me at this 27th pick because I thought he'd be gone well before then. So this is an absolutely pleasant surprise. But Sixers are up now, and I think that means we got another special guest coming on.
Oh yes, I'm glad you mentioned that, Joe, because I was waiting to add Ryan, but I'm glad you mentioned that point about Spencer Dinwiddie. You know, he's normally that scoring guard for Brooklyn, but you know he's been injured, and now he's potentially on his way out. They needed a guy to come off the bench and then get buckets. So Thomas, man, great pick. To get someone who's similar in scoring to Book Knight, like 17 picks later, is just tremendous value. Ryan, welcome back. Now you're here for your Sixers. Man, trade rumors swirling, teams in limbo after that second round exit. But who do you think you guys are targeting with this pick?
I mean, there's a lot of good options you can go with. I mean, personally, my favorite has to be Miles McBride out of West Virginia. He's a point guard who can kind of do it all. He's a point guard who can do it all. He can play off the ball, with the ball in his hands. He's a great defender. He was an elite playmaker. He had a really good assist to turnover ratio, and especially with the rumors of Tyrese Maxey potentially leaving in a Ben Simmons trade and Ben Simmons also leaving, I think he'd be a good replacement to plug in as a backup point guard for the season.
Yeah, Ryan, I had Miles McBride pretty high on like when I was making my draft board. I mean, he was like, I think he could play the point or shooting guard. He was a good 3-point shooter. He's a little inconsistent here and there, but I really like him as a defender too. I mean, there's so many, obviously the rumors, I mean, every day. I remember editing your Ben Simmons trade destination article. And I mean, you guys are going to need guard play, I feel like, you know, going forward. I mean, there's some other guards. I mean, Sharif Cooper is still available. I guess I really want to ask you this question just before they pick because it'll change, I'm sure, our answers. What do you think you guys are going to do with Ben Simmons, and what do you want to do with Ben Simmons? You kind of yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Ryan.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, and also I had to pick something up. So what I want to do with Ben Simmons and what I've been hearing are two different things. Now, Daryl Morey, I've been hearing, is trying to get like a James Harden package for him. I don't know if he's just trying to bait a team into like giving up something like ridiculous, but they need to go after a bona fide star. Russell Westbrook just left Washington. It would be stupid for the Wizards not even to consider listening. It'd be stupid for the Wizards not to consider listening to Bradley Beal trades. Zach LaVine is, could be going out of Chicago. They want something for him. They need to get a second scorer next to Joel Embiid who can actually perform in the clutch, perform in the playoffs. While the idea of assets is cool, your best player has 2 years left on his contract and is entering the prime of his career.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, you got to make Joel happy, I feel like. I mean, last season, if he didn't get hurt, I think he could have been a, top 2 MVP. I know he was like number 3 here and there on some lists, but if he didn't get hurt, it could have been a different MVP race. Because I remember Joel Embiid at one point, I mean, he was so dominant, and I feel like you have to try to make him happy if you're Daryl Morey. And some of these packages, I forgot what the one I saw was today. I think it was like 4 first-round picks. I don't know if the Warriors tried that. But I've seen like from all different teams but I think it's honestly for Daryl Morey, like you said, like just trying to bait a team. I mean, it's worth a shot, I feel like, because before the last 2 playoff runs, Ben Simmons' trade value was much higher. And before seeing him actually perform in the playoffs, I'm sure it was a much different conversation. We were thinking about Ben Simmons' potential because, like we said, if he developed an outside shot, he would be virtually unstoppable because of him driving to the basket, and if he had his confidence, like we've said, driving to the basket. But I do think they were probably going to go guard here, like you mentioned. Do you think there's an outside shot that they go maybe forward or center, or do you think it's going to be someone that's going to be in the backcourt?
I mean, maybe you go someone like Isaiah Livers, but I don't know. I hope they don't take big man because they don't need big man, and they really need a guard just because of how uncertain your roster is going to look like once October comes around. But, someone who can shot create off the bench, play with Joel Embiid without the ball in their hands, I think would be huge for this team. But there's a couple of guys here I wouldn't mind if they take them.
Well, actually, here comes the pick, so I won't even say it. I'll wait until the commissioners announces it.
I picked up my phone for a second, man. I picked up my phone for just a second. Oh my God.
And it's literally, I was gonna say this guy's name. I was literally gonna say this. Jaden Springer, Tennessee. Like, this is a great pick, Ryan. This is a great pick. And I was like, you mentioned that you wanted more shot creation. I don't know if that's necessarily like his forte, but last year, I mean, you drafted Tyrese Maxey. I feel like you kind of have that covered now, off your bench at least for the time being. Jaden Springer, 2-way guard. I mean, doesn't get much better than this guy in this draft. I mean, like, a lot of people, I don't know. I feel like this guy,
I feel like I just got punched in the chest.
This is a crazy good pick.
I will say it's not Ayo Dosunmu. I will say that.
He's better than him. Ryan, trust me, please.
I know. I'm not saying it's a bad pick. Maybe they wanted to go defense to potentially, in case of Matisse Thybulle gets traded, but I don't know. I kind of want someone with a bit more offensive pop. If you guys, are saying he's great, I will trust your opinion on that.
I'm just so sad. He's really good. Y'all did it again. This is now back-to-back years where they stole a top 10 talent late in the draft. I'm really just disappointed that they let him slide this far. He's gonna make teams regret passing on him. I'll say that because it was clear what Maxey could offer. But Ryan, I'm gonna let you talk. I'm gonna let you speak.
You said the same thing last year, and I trusted your opinion on that. I mean,
I did say that.
I was a huge McBride guy, and I mean Sharif Cooper would have been amazing as well. Jaden Springer, obviously, he obviously is an amazing defender, and he's like big, like a stocky player. So, I think he'll serve his value, but I'll take your opinion. There was a couple other players I wanted to go with, but I trust Daryl Morey. I trust your opinion, Ev, and
he's great, man. I'm like, it's you fleeced the league. You did it, man. This is a ski master. This might be worse than the Tyrese Maxey because like that pick, I was like, ain't no way. But Springer, I had him top 5, like in terms of talent, like on my big board, which I never released because I completely forgot. But just like, man, he is that guy. Just what he can do defensively, offensively. I mean, I think he shot like 44% from three. His steal percentage was tremendous. Assist percentage is really good. I think it was like 24%. So like he can handle the ball. He can create shots for himself. He is great defensively. He can shoot from behind the arc. He's got a 6'7" wingspan. Like, oh my goodness.
And he's only
Now,
I
hold on.
think he's only 18 years
He's
old.
one of the youngest players in
Yeah.
the draft.
Like
honestly.
he's so
Yeah,
young. Like that's the great thing about this is that he has such a good feel for the game, and like it's just crazy that he's doing it at such a young age. So you can imagine like what he'll look like in like 4 years. I mean, he has a lot of upside. I feel like.
You guys got a good one, Ryan.
Have
I'm really sad.
I got one question before I head out.
What's up, buddy?
If you're the Sixers and you're trying to get Damian Lillard or Bradley Beal or whoever, you have to give up either Maxey or Jaden Springer. Who are you giving up?
Maxey, 100%. Like I love Tyrese, absolutely love Tyrese, and I figured the pick was awesome last year because he's perfect playing off of a primary guy like a big guard. I wanted him in either Dallas or Philadelphia to play off of Luka or Ben Simmons respectively. But Jaden Springer, man, he's just a different breed. He's just like, with him, there are no shooting concerns. Like Maxey, he did have that dip in college, although I trusted his shot from AAU and EYBL. Like Springer, he does it all, and he's one of the youngest players in the class. I don't know who let y'all get away with this, but yeah, man, you're sleeping well. Man. All right, well, that was Ryan Henry. So long, take care, buddy. Y'all fleeced the league again.
Take care, guys. Have a nice night.
See you, Ryan.
Peace out, bro. This pick is going to New York. Since we don't have a representative for
Brooklyn.
either Phoenix or Brooklyn.
Brooklyn.
My apologies. Completely sorry.
It's all good.
Since we don't have a representative for Brooklyn or New York, or what am I trying to say? Brooklyn or Houston? Sheesh, God. We're gonna admit Christian Gardner,
Ooh,
who's at the show.
Isn't this man at the draft right now?
He is in fact at the draft. He
Oh,
texted
we got
me.
some on-site
Texted me,
reporting.
do you know when I could slide into the meeting? There he is. Christian. How
Mr.
you
Gardner, look at the
Oh,
view.
fellas, how we doing?
Oh,
Oh,
How's the
Christian.
night going right now?
Christian, how does it feel to be in the building as a future Hall of Famer is about to be selected by the Brooklyn Nets?
Oh,
It
brother.
is an insane feeling right now. The fans are amped. There was a lot of chants for Brooklyn, because they want a new hometown hero. It's been a lot of fun.
Christian, what do you think of the Wizards so far tonight?
It started off pretty rough when I first got that Russ news. I mean, you guys were trying to console me online, but I was in a fugue state. I was very upset. But, going through the night, Corey Kispert, he's a great shooter. They picked up Aaron Holiday in this trade with Isaiah Jackson. They're making moves. I can't be too mad about it. It's a pretty solid haul. But it's definitely hard to see a Hall of Famer go off of your team and only have him for 1 year. But, hey, it is what it is. Yep. People are excited.
Sounds like
People are
people are
Sounds
having
like they're
fun.
getting a little,
People are having a
rowdy.
great time. Great time. Great time. Yeah.
Did
I
they
just
announce
hear
the
that
pick?
right?
What was the point? Did they announce the pick, Christian? Can you update us?
They
on-
already announced the pick. But if I can find a way to flip it around, even though we're at the end of the first round, there's still a good amount of people still here
That's cool.
Okay.
cheering on their Nets right now. So
We won the
very,
draft.
very exciting time.
The
Very
Get the
exciting
Rockets.
time.
We
pick
just
was
won the
Aaron
draft.
Sharp, who Joe mentioned earlier was
Oh,
the top big man he wanted.
man, I wanted this dude prior to the fact that we made the trade earlier today and got 29. I wanted Daron Sharp at 27 regardless, because this man is, in my mind, the absolute perfect big man fit for the roster because he is a dominant force on defense down in the post. He's a guy who we can now put him up against, guys like Giannis, guys like Joel Embiid, guys like Anthony Davis. We haven't had a center be able to guard down in the post like that because Jared Allen, when we used to have him, he wasn't. He was still kind of undersized. Hadn't bulked up a bit to where he could really hang with those guys. Nick Claxton is again like a smaller framed guy who can't really bang bodies down low. But Daron Sharp absolutely can. He's a monster on the glass in terms of rebounding, and that's something we sorely needed. I mean, I still get flashbacks to that play in Game 7 when I think it was Drew. It was either Holiday or Middleton. They shot a potential dagger and then they missed it, and the Nets had life, and then we couldn't get a defensive rebound. So address rebounding with Daron Sharp, address post defense down low, and most importantly on offense, he doesn't have the widest variety of game, but he can be a lob threat for James Harden and thrive in the pick and roll with James Harden. And so he's going to find ways to score and contribute. And again, he's not going to have to be our starting center. He's a guy that, we maybe only throw out there 15, 20 minutes a game, but he's going to be able to make a pretty significant impact in that short amount of run. And so I'm so ecstatic about the fact that we got Daron Sharp. And he's been a guy who's been, there's been rumors on like Nets Twitter and around Nets beat reporting that, the Nets kind of gave him a dress promise. So for the past week and a half, I've been starting to watch his highlights and everything and get a little hyped up. And I'm so happy that he's finally a part of the Nets.
Yeah, and I saw he I completely lost my train of thought. Okay, we're back. I saw he went back to the jumper he was using in high school. So his jumper is looking a lot more fluid as well, which helps him. I thought he should have played more at North Carolina. I know there was a bit of a glut in the front court there with Armando, how do you say, Bacat? And then, of course, Walker Kessler was there as well. I think he just transferred to Auburn. So shout out to Daron, man. He's a first-round pick. Now with Utah on the board, nobody cares about the Jazz. Christian, since you're there, well, obviously we'll discuss who Utah's going to pick when we see the selection. But Christian, I want to get your direct thoughts on the Russell Westbrook trade. Now that Russ is headed home to the gang, just what are your thoughts on Kyle Kuzma being a Washington Wizard?
All right, I'm gonna start off with the good news. I'm gonna start off with this. As a basketball fan and as a fan of Russell Westbrook, I'm very happy for him and going back to LA. Now, as a Wizards fan, I could care less about Kyle Kuzma. I do not care about Kyle Kuzma and KCP. I mean, sure, we can work some things out. KCP, he can hit some shots here and there. Kyle Kuzma, maybe I'm embracing that he can put things together and he was just in a wrong role with LeBron James. But my thing is, I highly doubt that. I highly doubt that he's been a fantastic player, but we're just going to hope for the best. And that Kyle Kuzma, as my starting small forward for the Washington Wizards, will be the reason that Bradley Beal, all NBA, Bradley Raymond Beal, stays with the Wizards. But hey, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
Can you break down? I believe you're on the clock for pick 31. I believe you traded the number 22 pick to Indiana for Aaron Holiday and the 31st pick. So we'll be discussing that in a little bit. But what are your thoughts on Aaron Holiday now potentially being the point guard fill-in for Russell Westbrook?
A very interesting pick. I honestly feel that with this trade, you left the hole at point guard, and Aaron Holiday is a serviceable player. And there's a lot of cap space to be moved. I'm going to be optimistic about Kyle Kuzma and KCP, but I really love the pick of Montrez. But with the 31st pick, there's still a lot of great players out there. Hold on, Utah's making their choice right now.
I actually think Memphis traded up for the last pick in the first round.
Who traded up?
So
the Mavs?
The Grizzlies, I believe.
Oh,
looks like it was Santa Aldama for the last pick in the first round.
They're trolling.
So that still leaves, everyone's favorite point guard, Sharif Cooper. I would be very, very excited to see that development here in Washington. But we never know. We never know.
Who knows, man? Okay, so who was the pick? Saldana, you said? I think, didn't he go to, what was it, UMass?
Santi Aldama.
Loyola, I believe.
I couldn't quite hear. It sounded like a foreign player, but yeah.
Santi Aldama. Yeah. I've heard of him. He's first round. That's nice. You said this pick went to. You said this pick went to what? Was it Memphis?
Yes, I believe they traded up for the last pick in the first round with the Utah Jazz. So yeah,
That's
this
interesting.
guy's going to the Grizzlies.
I mean, they did need the. I mean, well, they got Steven Adams, but always using an extra center, especially like I don't know if Jaren Jackson plans on playing there, but yeah, now that pick is out of the way, Christian. So to kick off the second round, there's a bunch of players left over. Man, you got BJ Boston, you've got Sharif Cooper, as you stated, Jared Butler. Who do you think you're gonna pick, and who would you like the team to pick?
For myself, if I'm making this pick, it's for the future, and you can have a star in Sharif Cooper. You can have an absolute star and a steal to start off the second round. It happens year after year. But I think they will go big here. It's very thin after Rui Hachimura. They need extra fours. They need extra rebounding. Yes, Daniel Gafford has been humongous for this team after that trade, but they definitely need some depth. So looking for a big in that sense.
Man, what a night! What a night it has been. Okay, Christian. The Wizards, we discussed it a little bit. Franchise is in limbo, to say the least. Do you see Beal requesting a trade soon? I know he said today. I think Shams reported that he doesn't seem like he's gonna be on his way out, but perhaps things change as a result of tonight, or if he sticks around. How do you like the Wizards fit? With Beal now being helped with the additions of Aaron Holiday and Corey Kispert.
I gotta say though that DMX in the background, Christian, is going hard. Love to hear it.
It is a very tough situation.
Some technical difficulties. Where'd he go?
Christian, come back.
Oh,
Boy, it's all done. But
There he is.
There he is.
there we go. You got me now?
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Teleported. It looks like you
There we
teleported
go.
to
Yep.
another location.
I forgot the
Exactly.
draft was in Barclays. Christian.
Yes.
Let me tell you.
It's been a great time. I'm out here with my family friend Kwaku. He's a great guy. Met him a few days ago. Great guy. But on Bradley Beal and the Washington Wizards, when I got the news of Russell Westbrook being out, I completely thought, oh, here we go. They're going to blow it up. This is the end. It's been a great run. Bradley Beal, the only jersey that I have, he's going to be done. It's going to be retired. But reports are saying he's still in. I can't believe that. But hey, if him being the guy, why wouldn't you want to do that? But still, at this point, Corey Kispert, he's a great player, and we'll see what he can do. I've been told Fred Katz, one of the reporters for The Athletic that follows us watching the Wizards team, apparently he's very close friends, Bradley Beal, with KCP. Apparently they're really good friends, so maybe that might have been something there. But to keep you in Washington, D.C. just so you can play with KCP doesn't make a lot of sense. So who knows what's going on moving forward. I think for this team, it's going to be a very serviceable team. They can still battle in the East. But when you're talking about a Lakers team with Russell Westbrook, LeBron James, and Anthony Davis, what's the point? And then out East, you have Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and James Harden on another team. I'm just not going to feel that Aaron Holiday, Bradley Beal, and Corey Kispert, along with Rui Hachimura, are going to challenge that at all. But growing up a Wizards fan, you don't expect being a championship team. So we're just here to have a good time.
Yeah,
Christian, real quick. Oh, sorry, Jonathan.
All right, Joe, you go first.
I just want to say, Christian, well, real quick in regards to the Wizards. As a Nets fan, there was something that's been bumping around the sort of wire around Nets beat reporters today in regards to us and the Wizards, and there's been rumors that with the whole Russell Westbrook trade going down, that the Wizards might turn around and flip Kyle Kuzma and Montrezl Harrell for Spencer Dinwiddie in a sign-in trade. So I want to get your thoughts from the Wizards side of things. What would you make of that move for the Wizards if it were to happen?
it would be one of the highest scoring backcourts in all of the NBA. But when building a team, I think Montrezl Harrell, he's a phenomenal player. But it's going to be a 1 year rental. You might be able to get a superstar in Spencer Dinwiddie, and maybe we're believing in Kyle Kuzma to develop. So it's definitely a valuable option for them, but I just don't see how this could really fashion in that way. I think they want to go young. They don't want to spend a lot of money so far. So tying up a whole bunch of money with Spencer Dinwiddie is not going to work for them, and they'll probably roll Kyle Kuzma and lose out on Montrezl Harrell.
Yeah, no, that's just such an interesting situation, especially if like Spencer did when he was able to come to Washington, of how that would all pan out and everything. But I mean, obviously, if you have Montrezl Harrell, Kyle Kuzma, there's gonna be a lot of questions the next couple of days or so. But Christian, I just want to ask this question. This completely has nothing to do with the Wizards, but just because you're actually at the draft, and I'm sure you've had an amazing time so far. What's been like the best crowd reaction to a pick? Because obviously you had Scotty Barnes going over Jalen Suggs earlier. I know the first 3 picks were obviously straightforward, but like, just give us kind of some thoughts about like what's been going on at Barclays Center.
Everyone was super surprised when Scotty Barnes went 4. There was a huge, just I guess like a question mark went over the entire crowd when that happened, because everyone's assuming it's Jalen Suggs. But obviously it is Scotty Barnes, and it makes kind of sense for Toronto. But I would say, of course, with the Knicks being on the clock, everyone loses their mind. New York was going crazy. They were very excited for Kai Jones not going to their team, but they didn't know it at the time. But there's a lot of Bahamian fans here, and it just shows how much of a following Kai Jones has, how much his country is behind him moving forward. I saw about 6 different Bahamian flags at this draft just for Kai Jones. Just for Kai Jones. For that country to have 3 NBA players was huge. They lost their mind. And on top of that, when it was a Knicks pick, they didn't know he wasn't going to the Knicks. But when it was a Knicks pick, everyone in this crowd lost their mind at that.
Well, Christian, we really appreciate you stopping by. I gotta say, it's really always a pleasure being in your presence. I don't even know what else to say.
No. The pleasure is all mine to hop on here with 4 goats at WSOU right now in a loud Barclays Center as everyone's trying to leave.
I hope you enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you so much for your in-depth analysis on the wonderful franchise that is the Washington Wizards. And
I don't know if I can say the same, Joey. I don't know if I can say the same.
I can't wait to see you soon, man.
I can't wait to see you too. All right, fellas.
All right.
Peace out, buddy.
That was
Happy belated birthday.
Thank you, sir.
Gardner.
Thank you, Christian.
Get you around, Christian.
And now with the Knicks back on the
Get
clock.
Ben back.
I think we
Wait,
got
Did
another.
we say who the Wizards took at 31?
I think it was
It was
Isaiah.
Isaiah Todd.
We didn't even ask Christian. Dang, Jory sent him
Oh,
away.
I believe that was actually traded to the Pacers.
Wait, no. No, I think. What?
Well-
No. Who knows?
Well,
think
We'll
the
figure it out in a
Pacers
second.
22.
Anyway,
Yeah,
Ben
back on the
Harris.
clock.
Ben is back.
About to
Pick
make the
32.
selection.
What's up, buddy? How's
That
it
I
happening?
am.
Sharif is on the board. If
Well,
y'all pick
guys,
him-
I have some breaking Knicks news.
what's up, buddy?
The Knicks have just traded pick number 32 to Oklahoma City in exchange for picks numbers 34 and 36 via the Oklahoma City Thunder.
You know what?
Knicks
And they
doing?
took our enemy.
I guess.
They took freaking Robinson Earl.
Oh, brother.
Oh my goodness.
I
You
gotta
know what?
say though, they
Yeah.
have characteristics of all the players kind of like above their name of everyone that's been drafted. The funniest one I've seen was Jeremiah Robinson Earl just now. It says role player potential.
Yes,
That's pretty funny. But hey,
serves him right. Yeah.
That's
Boom.
disrespectful. Oh my
good
gosh.
for the Thunder, I guess.
Role player star.
I don't know what they're doing. Who have they selected tonight so far? I
Thunder?
think it was
They took Giddy. I
Josh
think at
Giddey,
6.
and it was
Trey Mann.
Yes, I forgot they. Okay.
I don't know. That's a pretty solid pick.
That's not terrible. Honestly.
Well,
that's
I,
pretty
Like,
good.
I
guess
think
I'll
they
be
could have done a
back
lot
in
better,
like
but
a
still
couple
not
picks.
still not an L.
Yeah. Hey, Ben, we'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah,
Ben
This
keeps
is-
just getting yanked around by the Knicks.
yeah.
man.
Real quick, I guess before I go, my prediction with who the Knicks will now pick at 34 is Charles Bassey out of Western Kentucky. We'll see if it happens. I'll be back soon.
all
Can't
right,
wait
buddy.
to see your face
See you
again.
around,
then.
Ben.
But while we wait for Ben to show up, or to come back, I should say, we're gonna reintroduce Michael Daly, the man in the suit. Jonathan just announced Kyle Schwarber has been traded to the Red Sox. I'll be crying in the shower later.
Hey,
But
it's fine. We got Anthony
Michael
Rizzo.
Daly, he's back. We did get Rizzo. We
Rizzo!
did in fact get Rizzo. Michael, welcome.
Hello,
Back.
guys.
Here, Orlando back on the board. They've at the Magic, man, their draft has been pretty interesting. Jalen Suggs and Franz Wagner is crazy, and now on the board, I want a team to pick Sharif. Like, him sliding is really making me sad. But I mean, they don't need another point guard. So, Michael, who do you see the Magic selecting with this slot?
I think at this moment in time, you probably have to go for someone big, and that leads me to believe JT Thor might be off the board soon. You have Philip Petrusev, former Gonzaga Bulldog, who then went to play professionally in Europe. One of those two guys, I'm thinking Orlando has to pull the trigger, because this was a pick that many people thought Orlando was going to trade away. They would have had 5 and 8. They'd be content with that. Trade it away for whether it's another draft pick this year, next year, or some other asset. But instead, it seems right now they're keeping this pick. So I think, look, you're guard heavy, not only with your draft, but your team in general. You need help with size. And I think JT Thor is probably the guy to go with right now, because he's high up on the best available list. And I think based on what he did at Auburn, and you talked about it, one of his teammates, Sharif Cooper. Yes, Sharif Cooper might be the best available, you could say, but his size as a guard, I think, is what's hindering him from being selected. JT Thor fills out very nicely as a power forward.
Well, I don't know if we want to announce it. I guess, but another guard actually was selected by the Magic, Jason Preston.
Huh.
So I saw this pick got traded to LA for some reason. Yep, Jonathan.
Oh, did it?
Yeah,
So this is the Clippers now?
Yeah, it's not the Magic's.
I like
Yeah.
that move a lot.
But Michael,
I really
while
like
you're
that.
here,
Man.
since we don't have, do we have a Clippers? We don't have a Clippers correspondent, do we? I don't think we do. Michael, what are your thoughts? Are you aware of Jason Preston? Are you familiar with this game? What do you think he provides to the Clippers?
So actually, I was the Clippers correspondent. But then something weird happened. I think yesterday. Yeah, you can check the grid. I was. But Jason Preston, he's one of those guys. I am, right?
Yeah. That was a lapse on our part.
Well, there you go.
But Jason Preston, Ohio is one of those schools in the MAC that, when it comes to basketball, I don't think they get recognized nearly enough. And Jason Preston, from what he did for this team, in a way, he kind of put the Bobcats on the map. I think this is a great pick. The Clippers are a team who have struggled with late first-round picks, but I feel like they've cashed in on early second-round picks with Terrence Mann. So this is another example of that.
Okay, again, like, he's a very interesting player. I remember back in March, I predicted that he would beat Virginia. Just his passing ability at that size as a big guard, he's really awesome. And I mean, it pains me to watch the Clippers make good moves, but what are you gonna do? All right, Michael, we're gonna let you go. We're gonna bring Ben back now for pick 34. And Jonathan, I did also just get the pick spoiled again.
What?
I put my phone down. Very unfortunate.
Oh, we're at the point in the draft
Let
where
me
they don't
talk to
actually
Ben.
announce it.
Ben?
It just comes up on the bottom of the screen. So now we gotta
Yeah.
be glued to
Ben,
the
did you
TV.
see the pick?
Did I see which pick? The Thunder's new pick? Wait, dude,
That's-
I don't
that's
even
his
know like what to calculate as ours or not anymore. What
So the
what
Knicks
do you got?
drafted The Knicks drafted Rokas Jokubaitis. Is that how you pronounce it?
Guard from Lithuania.
Did we just draft Tingus Pingus
I
again?
just saw that, man. Tingus Pingus 2.0. Oh my gosh.
We're
What
going
is
with Pingus Pingus.
His attribute is pick and roll game. That's it.
Are you serious?
Where's Sharif?
Hey,
Dude, they
man.
must have uncovered something with
Sharif is
Sharif in
out
like the
there.
combine process or something.
This is literally
'cause he's
Dingus
sliding
Pingus
big time.
2.0.
Sharif is out there.
They disrespect
Jared
him like
Butler's
that,
out
man.
there. Miles McBride's out there. Thor is
Dude,
out
wait,
there.
Jared Butler
Maxey's
hasn't
out
even
there.
been picked.
Yeah, pick Jared Butler. Oh my goodness.
Brandon Boston, David Johnson.
Who is this guy?
Sandro.
New York is burning right now.
Yeah, baby.
Like I actually know who Rokas is a little bit just from doing a little Euro scouting. No big deal. I do Euro scouting.
Look at this.
Look at this guy.
But-
Look at this guy.
Oh, brother.
But no, that he is like the type of player who is good in the pick and roll. He's gonna need some developing, but like he's a good passer, very good playmaker, but like he's definitely one of those Euro guys who it's gonna take some time to make the transition. Very good team basketball player, but like man,
Hey,
34.
no, credit. I mean, like, I'm a fan of his. You know, like passing is definitely what he offers the most, which I mean is also Sharif's best asset. I mean, I saw somewhere he's good at drawing fouls. Off ball, he's consistent, at least defensively. So, I mean, there are worse players you could have picked.
let
So
it
you
be
can't
known
take complete
that
loss.
let it be known that Rokas Jokubaitis dropped 31 points in a Big Baller Brand challenge game. So
Mm,
hey,
Oh,
we'll
hey.
talk about some real
W.
competitive-
hey, you know, I mean, when we're really looking at the logistics, like if let's really get down to business. Let's see. I mean, what are you gonna do? But yeah, I mean, that's the Knicks.
He's a nice
crazy.
European guard piece. I
Yeah.
think he's a
He'll
solid
probably be a draft
playmaker,
stash.
but
Maybe he comes
I-
over immediately. Who knows?
I just don't get taking him over the
I just saw someone
more-
called him Bino Udre 2.0.
Yeah,
Ah.
like I don't. Okay, we
That's
just
a
we
deep
just
cut
drafted
name
a
right
guard
there.
that has limitations at 25. So why are we drafting another guard with limitations at 34 after trading down? But I mean, I guess pick 36 is coming right after this. So I'll just in the room be quiet until that happens. But
This
yeah,
is the Pelicans, right? We do have Crystal hanging around, probably, right?
Yeah, I texted Chris just now, asked him if he was on his way back for pick 35. But until then, Ben, we'll catch you for pick 36. You can just hang around until then. Man, this draft, just so many moves being made. There's just a lot going on right now. Rokas, like, he's not terrible. You know, he's definitely decent. But, like, and in the pick and roll, like, the way he goes around screens, just super crafty. He can hit the pull-up jumper. You know, he can find shooters or the rolling big man. Like, he's not terrible. I like the pick, I'll say that, but I like Sharif Cooper a lot more, and I think he would have been just an instant help to them. So yeah.
Evan, at 34, you pick this guy when you have so many big names on the board.
Yeah, you could have been for like best, but you could have got Sharif, you could have got Jared Butler, you could have took like a swing at upside and went BJ Boston. You know, if Rokas doesn't come over like now, if he's just a draft and stash player, like, you know, okay. But also, I mean, like you saw the limitations during that playoff series and how the defenses would just tilt towards Julius, and there was nobody else that could make plays for themselves or get their teammates open or do anything with the ball in their hand outside of Derrick Rose and one fourth quarter of Alec Burks. So, I mean, you have like really solid point guard prospects on the board, and then choosing to not pick any of them is upsetting, but also they didn't get a terrible player. But anywho, Chris Ellison has rejoined the meeting. Chris, he's connected to the audio. Here he is, the Pelicans representative. Chris, what's going on, man?
Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I really do not like the Pelicans draft. right now. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. They needed to get straight defenders in this draft. The Pelicans ranked 24th in scoring defense last year. 24th. And they've gotten no defenders. So honestly, right now, this is a D- draft for me right now. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys.
Well, Chris, I think
you said it. It's funny you said it, Joe. You can take this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're going to be happy then now, Chris, because the Pelicans just took Herb Jones, who in my mind is one of the I'd put him up in like the top 5 in terms of defense in this whole class. I think he's going to play a huge role in that, and I think he's a great fit for helping them improve that defense.
You rank Herbert Jones that high?
Yes.
In terms of just pure defense, I do.
That's the SEC Defensive Player of the Year, man. That's versatility. That's on ball, off ball, man. Hey, man. Hey,
I don't
man.
know.
But I'm glad. Hey.
Right, if we're being honest, the system helps a lot.
That is true.
That system helps a lot. So I don't know if I could really put that much faith in his defense.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fan of him though. I like him, and I think he's him and Najee Marshall on the wing is nice. I like that pairing a lot. Jonathan, what are your thoughts? Jory, I know you just came back. What are you guys' thoughts on Herb Jones to New Orleans?
I mean, it's just like I'm kind of with Chris a little bit with the Pelicans draft, in some regards. I mean, obviously we knew that they needed some scoring, or not so much scoring, but consistent shooting options early on, which I think they hit a little bit. But I just see so many big names still available. So obviously I've been looking at the Pelicans pick and the Knicks pick, which is right after it. And I still see so many big names. So I honestly do not really even have that much of an opinion of Herb Jones right now. I hope it pays off for them in the long run, but there's other needs that have to be addressed, I think, on this Pelican squad for sure.
I would just say, you kind of mentioned it. He's like a versatile defender, and I feel like the Pelicans' biggest problem is actually defense. They have a lot of players who could be great defenders, but I feel like they need more, and Herb Jones could provide that. So, again, like you said, I like him and Najee Marshall on the wing a lot as kind of backup wings. But hey,
But before we go to bed, before we let Chris go, Chris, let me just get your final thoughts on Herb Jones, and I think we'll see you at pick 43 too. So now that they've added, some defense, how would you grade the Pelicans draft now?
I'm a tough critic. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna give it a C now. Solid C. Because honestly, the Trey Murphy pick, the Trey Murphy pick wasn't a bad pick for any other team, but for what they needed, I don't think it was a good pick. So that automatically dropped them to an F. But the Herbert Jones, the Jones pick jumped them up a little bit to a D-. But I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, and now I'm gonna give him a C. So
okay. Hey, he's a tough grader. Christopher Ellison, he's a tough grader. He doesn't like messing with the flow. The legend himself.
Hey, a C on the Chris Ellison scale is like an A on mine. So
yeah,
hey, you know what? What are you gonna do? He's a tough grader. You can't. That's Chris, guys. Chris, I'm gonna let you go. We'll see you at what pick did I just say? 42, 43?
43.
I don't know. Ben, now the Knicks are on the board, number 36. What's the moves, man? Who do you think you guys are targeting now?
Well, buddy, I have some good news. They've already made the move. The Knicks just made a huge splash, in my opinion, by drafting Miles Deuce McBride out of West Virginia, a Cincinnati boy like myself, and I think this is a absolute steal. I think Miles McBride was one of the most exciting, talented, all-around young guards in all of college basketball last season, averaged a clean 15.9 points per game, adding almost 5 assists per game with 4.8 and nearly 4 rebounds a game last year, all on 41% shooting from deep. This guy can do it at both ends of the floor. A fantastic on-ball defender, a little undersized at only 6'2", but he has a 6'9" wingspan. And I genuinely think the Knicks could have picked this guy at 19 or 21, their original 2 picks, and I would have been happy with it. I think Miles McBride is a fantastic pick. both value-wise and talent-wise, and I think he's going to have a lot to contribute to this Knicks team.
Yeah, I mean, Ben, we had Ryan Henry on. He was praying that he dropped to Philly, later in the first round. So I think this is definitely a steal. I really like this pick. This was kind of more of the thought process I thought they were going to use for 34 as well, a bigger name like this. But again, like another versatile point and shooting guard. He's a good 3-point shooter. I think this is a win. This is definitely a good pick for the Knicks. I'm excited to see how he's going to fit into this team. Now you think about it, you have him and Quentin Grimes, which are two, I think, the coolest names in the draft. Excuse me. There's I think a lot to go for with these two guys on this Knicks team with Tom Thibodeau and how they're going to mesh with everything, especially coming off the bench early. I think I fit well with Tom Thibodeau, in my opinion.
And I actually got to watch a little bit of Miles McBride up close and personal. He went to Archbishop Mueller High School, which is one of the biggest prep schools in my hometown area. And he was a 2-sport star. He was starting quarterback for their football team. Like, this guy is a true athlete, a true competitor, and proved to be one of the top defenders in all of college basketball last season. I've seen him have his on-ball defense compared to guys like Davion Mitchell, who obviously went 9 to the Kings earlier in this draft. But I'd say he's a better scorer than he is a distributor, and pretty solid out of the catch and shoot. However, he doesn't have a ton of weaknesses. Yes, he's more of a get the ball in his hands and let him do work kind of guy. I almost want to say his NBA comparison can almost be like an aggressive guard who can do a little bit of everything, like Kyle Lowry. So I really like this pick, especially in the second round. The Knicks have not had a strong draft all around, in my opinion. I think a lot of very minuscule micro moves that have just amounted to them like playing chess with themselves. So I really like this pick, and I think it kind of saves a lot of what they've been doing so far tonight.
Man, I
Okay,
love.
Ben. Joe.
Sorry. I was just gonna say I love this Miles McBride pick for the Knicks, and you were talking about some pro comps real quick, and there is one that I've from watching Miles McBride throughout college, and watching some of his tape heading up to the draft. He reminds me of kind of almost a mini Jrue Holiday, and I think he's just such a monster of a defender, and he can shoot. He's a decent enough playmaker. I think for the Knicks, if I was a Knicks fan, I think you kind of just got to like wrap your head around it and pretend that like, okay, McBride was the pick at 25 and Grimes was the pick at 34 and Rokas was the pick at 36 to kind of just like warp it a little bit and make it seem a little better. But I think McBride at 36 is an absolute steal, and I love that pick.
All right, Ben, but before we let you go, I think you'll be back for pick 58, unless y'all trade that too. I know you said this draft has been pretty up and down for the Knicks, but what grade would you give it before you leave?
Coming away with a foreign prospect who's going to more than likely be a stash project, as well as Quentin Grimes earlier from Houston, a nice 3-and-D guard, and then making a splash here early second round with Miles McBride. I would give this draft a C, like a bordering C+. I just don't think they've been as effective as they possibly could be. I don't see any point or purpose in what they did by trading 19 and 21 just for like small adjustments in draft capital. Those two picks, if you're going to move those, you need to be ready to move those and other assets to get a true superstar in New York, like a Ben Simmons, like a Damian Lillard, like a Colin Sexton. Like, just use your capital more wisely in the sense of acquiring bigger name players and superstars who can make an immediate proven impact. So I don't like a lot of the micro moves they've made and transactions and such. However, I don't think any of the picks are necessarily bad. We'll see what the foreign prospect turns out to be, but I have the least hope for him, and I have a lot of hope for Deuce McBride.
Okay, Ben, we appreciate the insight. We're going to let you go now. Come back to you, 20 picks down the line. We're going to bring in Collie Smith for his first appearance of the night. The Bulls, had that pick that the Magic selected. I think, what was that pick? The Franz Wagner one at 8 that the Bulls sent over to them for Vucevic? I don't know. Yeah. But this is Collie's first appearance on the stream. And now, as the Bulls representative, I believe the Bulls pick has been in for a while now. Joe, Jory, Jonathan, care to tell me what it is? Because I'm not looking at my phone. I'm just getting notifications.
Well, they went with a Illinois kid, hometown guy, Io DeSumo, which, in my opinion, is not the pick that they should have taken. I mean, it's just like
Just
he
say it.
reminds
Just say
me
it.
a lot of like I feel like they needed a more traditional playmaking, set the floor point guard for a player like Zach LaVine. They just traded for Vucevic. I feel like Sharif Cooper to the Bulls at that pick would have been perfect. But now I feel
Yes.
like they're just getting a player who's very similar to Kobe White, who they drafted a few years
Mhm.
ago. I don't know. Not my favorite pick of this year's draft.
That was the first name I thought of when I saw the pick. I was like, wait, I feel like they're just drafting Kobe White again. Especially just like not even just the fact that they're similar players, but just like coming out of college. I remember like Kobe White was obviously so great at North Carolina, and then seeing Io at Illinois this year. I just feel like Sharif Cooper should have been the move here. I know you would have been jumping for joy, Heaven, if that was the case.
Hey, man, somebody's going to end up with a solid NBA player. But, Kyle, I mean, since you're here, now that you've joined the stream, give me your thoughts on Io DeSumo.
Yeah, like you said, I think Sharif Cooper was probably the better fit, considering that the Bulls need like that playmaking guard that can control the pace. But I think Donsumu, he's a pretty good player. I think he's a pretty good ball defender, pretty good shooter. I don't think he's particularly great at one thing, so I think he's going to need to really excel his game at the next level if he's going to contribute to a team who wants to win now.
I mean, you said it right there, and really, this pick just screams like hometown kid selection. Like they're just trying to please the masses instead of going with the best player available. Because not even like okay, if you're concerned with Sharif Cooper's shooting, Jared Butler is right there, right? And like better defensively than Io, better playmaker than Io, better shooter than Io. And again, this is not to say that I don't like Io DeSumo. Like I think he hopefully pans out and has a solid career. My issue is the only avenue to him being good is him handling the ball the majority of the time, having a usage percentage in the 25 to 30 range, like it was at Illinois. And if Io DeSumo's usage percentage is that high, most likely your team is winning 17 games. So it's like you could have taken someone else that just helps you, greatly. But now you have Io to the Bulls, which yay, storybook pick, I get it. And I hope he turns out for them. There's just better players there at his position, and they would have been better suited for the team. So, Jonathan, Joe, Jory, what are you guys' thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really get the Io pick. I mean, I think it's kind of just harking on what all you guys have said is that, with what the Bulls needed, I mean, yeah, they could use a point guard, but, like you said, you kind of want someone who's more of a primary facilitator. And, that's, Sharif Cooper. That's, I mean, you could even make the argument. I really think that Jared Butler is more of that than Io. And I do kind of like Io. I like the fact that he is a pretty solid defender, and so he'll provide you some value in that respect. But again, picking him when Cooper and Butler are both on the board, I really don't kind of understand that pick from the perspective of the Bulls.
Yeah, man, it just doesn't make that much sense. But Kai, now I have to ask you this: you signed up for the Bulls. Are you a Bulls fan?
Yeah, I am a Bulls fan.
Okay, so now that I know this, you traded what would have been a top 10 pick for Nikola Vucevic, but at the time you figured that you're going to make the play-in tournament at least, and then COVID and injuries and all that good stuff. So now that all that's in the rearview mirror, where do you see the Bulls finishing this season in the Eastern Conference?
Well, I know this season that just finished up, I know they lost a lot of close games, within, sometimes single digit points. So I believe that if they can add that one guy, someone like Alonzo Ball, I know he's been in trade talks, but if they can keep their solid core with Patrick Williams, Levine, Vucevic, maybe add a player in free agency, I think they can definitely win probably 10 more games than they did this past season. So hopefully they can probably make the playoffs, because I think the high priority is to keep Levine for next year, given that he's going to be a free agent after this season. So I think making the playoffs would probably be the best thing for them to do if they want to be able to keep Levine, keep that solid core.
Yeah. I'll ask one more quick question, Kelly. I just thought of it because we were talking about the Bulls like outlook next season. And I've kind of thought of this because there's been rumors, obviously they've been saying like Zach LaVine for a Ben Simmons deal. Like, what are your thoughts on that? If let's say they were going to break up this core that you've been talking about, that's going to be hopefully successful for them for a long time, if they would maybe get rid of a part of it for a Ben Simmons or another player, like just give us some thoughts about that.
Well, honestly, I don't think that bodes well with the Bulls. I mean, I know with Ben Simmons, 76ers, they're expecting an all-star player. That's not going to work with the Bulls. We need LaVine, obviously. So I don't know. I think there's better options. I think structurally, I think Ben Simmons is a pretty good fit. He's a great playmaker. He can't really shoot, but LaVine, putting up pretty much all NBA numbers. He can shoot, so he really cancels out what the weaknesses of Ben Simmons is. But obviously our whole point is to keep our core and maybe make a push to the playoffs.
And Kyle, I have just one more question that I also want to ask, is that it's again kind of about a hypothetical move that could happen over this offseason. It's another thing that I feel I've seen a couple of rumors and rumblings about, which is Larry Markkinen, and that he's been kind of involved in some trade talks at times, and that he might be a guy that the Bulls eventually move on from and try to get some assets for. Do you think that it would be a good move do you think he would be a good piece to sort of ship off and try to get some other assets in? Or do you think, again, that they should roll with him and then try to extend him? I mean, because he does have free agency coming up soon.
Yeah, I think the Bulls have made, an inclination that they're trying to get rid of him. I don't really think he's a good fit, really. He's not really that good of a defender. He's a great shooter, don't get me wrong, but I don't think he's the type of player that the Bulls really need right now. So I think they're probably going to get rid of him, and probably they'll maybe shop Kobe White. I don't really know about him, but I believe definitely Markkinen's, he's probably going to leave.
Okay, well, thank you, Khalid, for joining the Zoom. The articles you've been sending in, man, have been phenomenal. We appreciate everything that you've been doing, and thank you for joining us, man. Hopefully the Bulls can reach the promised land. I got a few friends that are Bulls fans as well, and so far with that Ayo pick, they are not happy, to say the least. But all right, man, you be easy.
Thank you.
That was the great Kale. A lot of picks have happened since the Bulls selected Ayo. We skipped over JT Thor going to the Hornets to get in Kale Smith. Yes, Joe. Yes, that did happen.
All right. I like that.
I was jumping
Hornets
in my
having
seat.
a nice draft, man.
Them and the Magic, I'd say, have easily just lapped the field. Like
Rockets too.
Yeah. Well, who knows? We'll see. I do like the Jalen Green pick. The Shenzhen pick was cool. Josh Christopher was nice. But yeah, man, Charlotte, to get Kai Jones and JT Thor in the same night, when I thought one of which was gonna be a first round pick, to get them where they got them, that's just, that's value. That's a lot of value.
Potential on one team.
That's really solid. And Bouknight. I keep forgetting Bouknight, who was their first pick. That's just scoring, just a Malik Monk replacement. All right, we've got some people in the waiting room. Who's trying to get in here? Michael Daly. I don't even know what team he's joining for at this point to represent. I'm just going to add him. Let's see what's what. Michael,
Pistons
how
did
you
just
doing?
make a pick a couple of seconds ago, or a couple of minutes ago.
That could be the case. Who did the Pistons select? Do you know?
Do I know?
I don't know what's going on. Things are flying. Pistons. Okay, I'm looking now. They took Isaiah Livers, who Ryan Henry mentioned earlier as a possible option at 28 before the Sixers ripped everyone's hearts out. So, Michael, what are your thoughts on Isaiah Livers?
He's one of the players that I feel like have dropped significantly in this draft. Sharife Cooper is one of them. I think this is a solid pick. Sharife Cooper adds size and length to a team who Detroit, although Cade Cunningham is 6'8", he's more so a guard. I think the good thing about Isaiah Livers is that he's a combo forward, and that's what they need. The one thing I think he struggles with is not being able to pick up quick offensive players, and that's a problem in the league, especially with positionless basketball. I think, though, he can work on his rebounding, but one thing that does help him, though, is his ability to score. And Michigan relied on him heavily. He stepped up in the game against UCLA in the NCAA tournament. And I think with him staying in the state of Michigan, that helps because he already has a built-in fan base. And these things may seem trivial, but when it comes to a guy who's drafted in the second round, I think it helps. It gives him added motivation, may even help him make the roster because it's no guarantee he will make the roster. So I think Isaiah Livers, he's a solid pick for the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah, I think it's a really good pick as well. Like you said, like I don't know if he offers much as like a shot creator himself, but he's one of the best 3-point shooters in this year's draft class, in my opinion. Like he's an older guy, and I also don't think he has too much upside. But playing alongside Cade Cunningham, who obviously went first overall, last year's top pick for the Pistons, and Killian Hayes. I mean, those are two really, really, heady playmakers that are going to be able to get him the ball in good places. You pair him with Sadiq Bey, who was a phenomenal 3-point shooter during his rookie season. I mean, the Pistons are building a really solid team. Obviously, they have Jeremy Grant as well. I mean, I'm really liking, what Detroit basketball has in store for, the coming years.
They're rebuilding for the future, and that's key right now. Isaiah Livers, is he a mover and shaker per se? No, he's not Cade Cunningham. But I think if he's able to make the roster at the start of the season, he could be someone who is more so depth protection. And look, he has a lot of experience coming out of college. I think that's something that's terrific to have. Played 4 years in college. That's something you don't see all too often. And that may have been a reason why he dropped to the middle of the second round. We'll see, though, what Isaiah Livers turns out to be.
And I enjoyed the pick a lot, especially because I believe it was during the trade deadline, or maybe it was a little before that, but Detroit traded, one of their shooters, Svi Mikhailuk, over to OKC, and they got Hamidou Diallo returned. So now with this move for Isaiah Livers, you just replaced Mikhailuk with another wing that can shoot the ball really well, and he offers more in terms of off ball and defensive communication. And he's super engaged, like Jory mentions. He's an experienced player, super smart, and I mean he's got a flamethrower. So Detroit, man, they're putting pieces around Cade. They're shooting for the stars. So, Michael, before we let you go, before we add Chris Ellison to chime in on the Pelicans, who just traded their pick to Portland, how would you grade Detroit's draft on a scale of, I guess, A to F?
I would say it's a B+. A+ for Cade Cunningham. I think Isaiah Livers, the jury's still out on him. It's not exactly known what type of NBA player he will be, but I give it a B+ because I think just drafting Cade Cunningham, who is a generational talent, that lifts up the stock.
Okay, well, thank you, Michael. We appreciate that. I mean, yeah, you can't miss with a player like Cade Cunningham. And Isaiah Livers on the board here. I mean, I like the pick, so we'll see what's what. Hopefully he makes Detroit squad. But Michael, so long, take care. I don't know with how many teams Michael has. He'll probably pop up again But bringing back Chris Ellison, he told me he's very disappointed in the Pelicans trading the pick. He wanted to give them an opportunity to lift their grade from a C to something more presentable. But Chris, what are your thoughts?
Plus,
Guys, I'm not even disappointed. I'm disgusted right now. Okay. Honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. Greg Brown would have boosted their grade at least to a B plus, because Greg Brown has immense defensive potential. His athletic ability is off the charts. He has immense defensive potential right off the bat. His offensive side needs work. That's fine. The Pelicans are good in the offensive department, but defensively, his ability is off the charts. He honestly, if he wants to be, he could be a defensive player of the year candidate. That's just my opinion. And this is what we're doing. I just don't get it. I don't know what their strategy is. I don't know if they forgot that they had one of the worst defenses in the league last year, but I just don't get it. I just don't get it.
And it's interesting because it's like, I mean, I don't know. Greg Brown, he's a really divisive player. I will say I'm higher on him than others. I think him going to Texas instead of going the G League route kind of hurt him a little bit. Also, his passing is like, oh my God, he might be the worst passer in the draft. But in terms of athleticism, like rebounding ability, like just verticality, like him and Derrick Jones Jr. on the same team, they're just gonna be flying through the skies like Portland playing on trampolines. So that's super crazy. Are the Pelicans done tonight? Chris, are you gonna be coming back later? Is this the last pick? Is it? Wow, it is.
This is it. And they had a terrible draft.
Maybe you have. Hold on. I think you have number 51, so you might not be done yet. I think you have number 51. Yeah, you got number 51 in the Valanciunas trade. So that's
one more shot to save the draft.
Yes, the Chris Ellison draft grade is the only thing the Pelicans are going for at this point. They simply cannot fail him. If they blow 51, if they ruin the 51st overall pick and their grade drops to an F, we might as well relocate them to Guangdong.
Honestly, because they've just disappointed me tonight. I don't know what's going on with them. I really don't know what's going on with them. You not drafted. You hired a great coach in Willie Green, great basketball mind, and then you have this type of draft. Like what does that say about your organization as a whole?
Terrible. This is a team that is trying to keep Lonzo, that is trying to build around Brandon Ingram and Zion Williamson, and they're doing stuff like this. I mean, who's running these guys?
Honestly, it's blasphemy at this point. It really is.
It really is getting ridiculous. In my opinion, I feel like Chris should be GM. Honestly, at this rate,
hire him right now.
Now you guys are talking, because if I was GM, if I was GM of the Pelicans, you would have 3 championships right now.
Ooh, see, okay.
That's what we want to hear.
Chris would have found a way to get some Cade tonight. I mean,
hey.
On 2K, man, on 2K, I make the Knicks look like gods on 2K. So imagine what I could do in real life, Like I'm telling you guys.
All right, Chris. We'll see you in 6 slots for the Pelicans' last chance to salvage a good draft grade from Chris Ellison.
All right, guys.
He's just the funniest guy ever. I don't know what's going on at this point. I feel like we're skipping somebody. Wieskamp, Weezy from Iowa. He went to the Spurs, number 41. What are you guys' thoughts on him? I know Iowa, their highlight was Luka Garza, but I find it interesting that Wieskamp got drafted and Garza probably won't.
I mean, with him, he is a lights out shooter. I mean, he shot, I believe, I don't have his stats pulled up exactly right now, but I believe somewhere north of 45% from 3 this past year. I mean, he's lights out from beyond the line. The knock with him is that, why you didn't see him go earlier with some of the other like big time shooters like Kispert and, Duarte, is that he kind of really doesn't offer much else as a player. I mean, this defense isn't really there for him, and he's shown some flashes of playmaking, but it's really, he's just a pure straight up shooter. And honestly, getting him this late, putting him on the Spurs, I think he can play definitely a solid role. And I mean, I think he's a guy who's going to be able to stick around in the league for a while, just based off the fact that he should be hitting from at least 40% from 3 out of the gate. So I like the pick for them. But for a second rounder, you can't go wrong with someone like Wieskamp, just betting on the shooting talent being there.
Yeah, something I've been thinking of just now we're at whatever, like the high 40s now. Like you mentioned, like that his teammate like Luka Garza wasn't like probably won't get drafted. Like, are we officially near Mama watch yet? Are we still? I mean, I'm.
It might be
That's what I've
time.
been thinking about for the last like half hour. That's why I've been kind of quiet because I've been just like,
The Nets have 2 more second rounders. They drafted Isaiah Whitehead a couple of years ago. They've got the Seton Hall connection, man.
Hey man. Hey
please
man.
draft him. Draft him.
Who knows? We'll see. If Mamu gets drafted, that'll be quite the time. But all right, so Wieskamp went. I'm just scrolling to make sure we didn't miss anything. Livers we discussed, Greg Brown, of course, Kessler Edwards to the Nets. Joe, what are your thoughts? Because I love Kessler Edwards. He was one of my guys throughout the draft cycle. I absolutely love everything that he can offer. Just his touch, his off-ball defense, his rebounding. Just talk about Kessler Edwards.
Man, I will say my initial reaction when we first drafted Kessler Edwards was like slight disappointment, but I think it's just because I with Sharif Cooper on the board now, I've kind of like deluded myself until like, all right, we need to grab him. He's falling. But outside of that, I mean, Kessler Edwards is a fantastic player. You love him, Hev. I think he's a really solid player. He fills that 3-and-D role that I said I wanted to see the Nets draft. And honestly, with the 3 picks they've taken already, they filled my 3S for them, which is a backup scoring guard, a 3-and-D guy, and a big who can play down low. And they got all 3. I honestly think of the 3 guys too, that, you figure that this Nets team for the next coming year, they're definitely not going to, sort of bank on letting guys, break out and find their groove and get potential because they're in win now mode. I think Kessler Edwards, of the 3 guys that they drafted so far, probably has the best odds to make the team right out of the gate, because I think he can come in. I mean, we have a little bit of a shooting void now that we did trade Landry Shamet away. So he can come in and step in as a shooter there. And he plays fantastic defense on the wing, which is something that we sorely need. Javon Carter was acquired in that trade with the Suns, and that should partially address it. Now also bringing in Kessler Edwards, I think those 2 guys combined they're not the biggest names, but they're going to make a huge impact on the perimeter defense for this team. And so, I mean, I really like the pick, and he's just a solid 3-and-D guy. You can never go wrong with them in this league. I really feel like now. I mean, I think every team, regardless of what your situation is, you can always just take a 3-and-D guy, and you can find a way to have him impact your team. But especially for the Nets, who I really felt like they needed someone who truly fit that archetype, I think he's a great pick in the second round.
Well, Heaven, I want to get your opinion on David Johnson from the Louisville Cardinals. He actually just got drafted to Toronto. So I'm curious to know what your opinion is, because clearly I know you're a Louisville fan.
I need a moment. This is the happiest day of my life. I don't think you understand. They were saying they should have took Suggs. You heard it here first. David Johnson is better than Jalen Suggs. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you say.
What?
I don't care.
Body praise, huh?
I don't care.
Right,
that's my dog, man. Y'all wasn't there, man. Y'all wasn't there in the slums. Y'all wasn't. I watched David Johnson walk into Cameron Indoor Stadium as a freshman, going up against one of the best Duke teams at the time, and we mopped them up. We walked away with a win in their house. You know what we did this past year? We beat them again.
You're getting emotional. You're getting emotional, huh?
I got to text my Toronto homie, man. Y'all gonna have to carry me for a couple minutes, because this is just okay. On a serious note, he's just so crafty, just physical. I don't know his exact measurements, but he's probably around 6'5", 210, 220. He's bulky, stocky. He can hold his own. Just off ball, like I said, his defensive consistency is phenomenal. Just super high energy on the defensive end. He creates deflections, just off the ball again. He's not gonna get beat off the dribble, I should say. I mean, he's just like, some of the passes that he throws. Man, it's like, who is Kyle Lowry, really, when you think about it? It's when you have someone like David Johnson on your team. At this point, Toronto's the NBA title favorites, in my opinion. And I just feel as if we've reached the point where I mean,
Hey!
you
They
have to
drafted
understand.
the Bucks. The Bucks drafted Jordan Nora last year, right?
And he won, and then they won.
And
Yeah.
what did I say, Jory? And what did I say then?
NBA champs.
I remember being on the show when he got drafted.
I'm not saying.
I texted Michael immediately and said, "Congrats on winning the NBA championship." And look what happened.
So it's entirely possible.
And you know what Jordan Noir did? 100% from the field, 100% from three in the NBA Finals. I'm just here to tell the people we're an NBA factory. That's all I can say. I'm just so happy, G. I'm just so sad. This is just like Sharif not getting drafted yet.
Well, speak of the devil, he just went to the Hawks at 40.
No way.
Yeah,
No
that's
way.
a monster of a steal. Are you kidding me?
I'm so happy for
bro. Look at the graphic I just retweeted. They just, bro. Now they have both of them. Oh man, that's so crazy.
Yeah, because
It's like the best 10 minutes ever for you.
I was clamoring back in like the first round, right? Saying like when at 20,
20,
I was like,
at
yo,
20.
we got to take Sharif Cooper here. And they got him
Oh,
at 48.
That's so
Oh, my
wild.
goodness.
That's man. Hey. Well, you know what? I'm here to say it again. Sharif Cooper is also better than Jalen Suggs. That one I actually meant. The David Johnson one, I was doubling down. But the Sharif Cooper one, I meant. All seriousness though, because this, I mean, now we're winding it down as the draft continues. Man, Sharif, I love everything about him. Literally, he's just like his passing ability. The 3-point numbers from Auburn can be concerning, and I think that might have been what contributed to him sliding down the draft board. I feel like he just had a bunch of poor shooting workouts, and teams see that and they're like, oh, take him off the board. But 20 games at EYBL, a couple years ago, he shot almost 40% from three. So that's a bigger sample size than the 12 games we got at Auburn. And even in those 12 games, without being able to practice with his teammates, he averaged 20 points and 8 assists. I mean, like at that point, I don't know how you could let him slide this far when he gets to the rim better than any guard in the draft, and he passes better than almost any guard in the draft. Passes better than anybody not named Kate Cunningham. So life's crazy. I don't know what a night.
Another thing too to say in terms of the 3-point shooting with there's the question marks, but this past year he shot 82.5% from the free throw line, which is usually a good indicator of, if you shoot well at the line, that means you can translate good shooting in terms of 3-point shooting when you get to the NBA. So I mean, dude, with the he's the best passer in the draft, I think. Outside of Kate, like you said, he's got the potential to develop a real solid 3-point shot. I mean, like that you said, that graphic, what is it? It's him and Trae Young and I don't even know who else, who are the only freshmen to ever average 20 and 8 in college.
The only D1 freshman the last 25 seasons to average 20 points and 8 assists a game.
Yeah, there are the red flags with him, but at some point, just the raw talent that he has, you can't pass up on that at some point. So I mean, I think he's where he got taken, he's primed to be one of the best steals in this entire draft.
Yeah, I saw 2 tweets that I want to highlight. One of them was from Mr. Ryan Henry, who was obviously on before. He was like, Hawks got a top 15 to 20 talent at number 48, which I think is kind of.
I had Sharif top 5.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Who else did the Hawks take too? What's the rest of their draft haul?
Yeah, who did they take at 20? Was it? Hold on, let me see.
Oh, they took Jalen Johnson.
Ah, that's nice.
Did they have another pick too before this, or is it just Sharif and Jalen?
I think it's just those two.
Yeah, it was just.
Hey,
that's still solid.
That's still a very good draft haul.
And the Nets are making a pick now.
Joseph
Excuse me.
Matthews, look at the Nets selection.
Oh my
He got
goodness!
Marcus
Oh
Zegarowski?
my goodness!
Are you kidding?
What is going on?
They're drafting
Biggie's party.
Stop
oh my
it.
gosh.
Okay, I kind of like it. I kind of like it. But
honestly, he's probably just going to be a 2-way for us.
It's kind of similar to Cam Thomas, don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, bank on the talent that he's going to be able to score. And I mean, he probably gets put on a two-way because I doubt he really makes the roster out
It's a shame. Yeah,
out
because
of the gate.
he's
I
not
like
good
it.
at basketball, but I mean, I
Wow.
guess
Wow.
he's
Come
not
on.
Sandro. He's not Sandro.
That nobody's Sandro, but
Nobody.
Bro, y'all took Daron earlier. You're probably not even gonna take Sandro now. Oh my god.
I mean, we took two guards though, with Zagorowski and Cam.
is
So
true.
maybe we go we
That-
st-
hey.
we stash Zagorowski in the G League, and then we take Mamu too and stash him in the G League.
Hey man, when? Oh, you have pick 59. I forgot. All right, second to last. Hopefully, we'll see. Who knows?
I really hope he gets drafted. That would be awesome.
Man.
But hey,
Knicks got 58 too. So right, the Knicks have 50 and Nets have 59.
Yeah. So
I would be
please,
baffled.
dear God, there's no way they both pass on him. But okay, did we miss anything? Pick 45, Johan Begarin. I think one of us picked him when we were selecting players to analyze.
I was actually looking into him a little bit. Not in love with his game, to be honest. He's very young. Like, he's very, very young. I think he's still like 18, and a lot of people are banking on the upside, but he has a lot of holes in his game. Not a very good like decision maker. Doesn't really do much without the ball in his hands. Like, he's just like a freak athlete that I think the Celtics took him, right? I believe. So that's
Yeah.
I feel like they're just kind of banking on the potential, but I don't know if he necessarily showed much. International player, but we'll see. Who knows? It's hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, like, the pick is definitely interesting. I feel like, I mean, as a wing, he's really solid, but also BJ Boston is on the board. So it's like, but then
Yeah,
again, this
I
is
think we're
Celtics.
literally on the same wavelength because I literally just remembered. I was like, wait, hold up a second, BJ Boston. And
Yeah.
I was about to say something right as you said his name.
I mean, yeah, like, and it was just like, I mean, again, with him and Terrence Clark, rest in peace. They both had similar issues at Kentucky this year, where it was just like they came in with a bunch of hype, and then once the team started underperforming and expectations started mounting, they also had their struggles. And then, of course, Brandon Boston just really never got it. It seemed like he was playing with an injury for a lot of it. It seemed like they tried to change his jumper. His knees would like kind of collide back in high school, but then they kind of altered it, which then changed how his jumper looked, and then also changed the accuracy and just how well he performed. He just didn't have that explosion. But I think at this point in the draft, we know how talented he is. You kind of have to take a shot at him. And it's the same with the Hawks getting Sharif this late. Like, at this point, there's no excuse to take, a random player over guys that like we literally know can perform at the next level. So who knows? But are we forgetting something? David Johnson, Sharif Cooper. We've already addressed everything. Pick 50 is the Sixers, but Ryan Henry is not here. So what has they selected Jaden Springer. I almost forgot.
And the Raptors did Delano Banton. Did we talk about him?
Oh, I don't think
Whoa.
we did. Yeah.
Wait, what? Oh, I
I think
forgot.
at 45.
46. That was the draft.
46. Ah.
And
He
the
went
Sixers,
to that's Nebraska, right?
Mhm, yeah.
Yeah, Nebraska guard.
And the Sixers just picked Petrusev.
These picks are flying off the board now. The Sixers pick was what? Pick 50?
Yes.
Delano
Yeah.
Banton becomes the first ever Canadian picked by the Raptors. That's interesting.
That's pretty cool.
That's
How have they
that's
not
nice.
done that yet? That's so sad. Why wouldn't you pick anyone from Canada?
I did. Delano Banton, I remember him because it was early in the season. I was trying to cherry pick stats for Jared Roden, I think, or Mamu. And he came up just because I think he's like 6'9", but like his game is so unique. Like, I'm looking at his stats now. He averaged about 10.6 rebounds and 4 assists. And he had 8 games with 5+ rebounds and 5+ assists. Like, just watching him in the open floor, handling the ball at this size with this speed. I mean, he's something else. So the Raptors draft is like I don't know. Because like I'm looking at this tweet now. and it says they could have had Jalen Suggs, Sharif Cooper, and BJ Boston, and instead they ended up with Scotty Barnes, Delano Banton, and David Johnson. Now, I'm not going to slander David Johnson. I think he's the best point guard we've ever seen. But as far as the other picks, would you rather have the first group of players in Suggs, Sharif, and BJ, or second group of guys in Barnes, Delano, and David Johnson?
I think I'd go with that first group with Suggs and
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm going to cut you off. I'm realizing now. Very extremely stupid question in saying that, but I would say, like, what are your thoughts now on? I'm going to tailor the question completely differently now. Now that the Raptors have that second group of players, how do you think they'll fare? On the court.
well, BJ Boston just to get picked, going to the Pelicans. So that Chris Ellison.
Where is he?
Time. Let's see what he thinks. Let's see what he thinks because they just got BJ Boston.
Wait, but they're sending Boston to LA, to the Clippers.
Really? So the Pelicans are flipping it again?
The Pelicans traded. Says the Clippers will pick Brandon Boston. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure the Pelicans will flip them.
So this is the Valanciunas pick that it's picked by Memphis on the TV. It says proposed trade to Pelicans. So I guess it's now going from Grizzlies, Pelicans to the Clippers.
To LA. So it went from Memphis to New Orleans to LA.
Interesting.
Son, they got Keon and BJ in the same.
They don't even.
What's happening?
Oh my god!
I mean, BJ
my
Boston,
condolences to you as a Laker fan.
He has a decent amount of upside, I think. I mean, he's a pretty good spot up shooter. Kind of off the dribble threat, good mid range shooter as well. I feel like he'll be able to create his own shot. I just feel like he needs to get stronger and be more consistent as a player. This is BJ Boston, of course. I'm not very high on him because of what he showed at Kentucky, but obviously, I know he was one of the top high school recruits. So
listen, get ready to join the stream, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, Jordan. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm just really sad. I'm just really, really, really sad. Chris texted me in all caps. The grade went up, and that was as Joe was telling me.
And then it died.
All right, Chris. Just now. Where would you say the grade is?
Oh my god!
Are you kidding me?
Oh,
Hold
Joe,
up. Luka Garza just went
to
the Pistons. Mamu's got to go.
Oh my god!
Right?
I'm gonna cry if he does not get drafted now.
That's a funny. Yeah, if Mamu is.
It's actually a good pick. It's actually a good pick.
That's bad too because he went to the Pistons, and I was gonna say I saw a thing that Mamu worked out with the Pistons a lot, and I saw some people speculating that they gave him a promise. So I doubt they want Garza and Mamu.
All right, so before we break down the Luka Garza pick, Chris, just give me your instant reaction on BJ Boston.
Okay, instant reaction. Great pick. They're great. The grade was gonna go up. I promise you, the grade was gonna go up to a B. That's a great pick. Great potential on both sides of the ball. But then you want to trade him to the Clippers? I don't get the thought process. It definitely did. It's an F now. I'm done with the Pelicans. It's an F now. There's no way you can salvage this for me because you trade Greg Brown away, who you could honestly use plug him in right now. You trade BJ Boston away, who you could plug in right now, and they just don't want to win. To me, honestly, they just don't want to win. So
maybe I can offer some solace. I feel like the Pelicans are just prioritizing the immediate because they understand, in a league where all these young players are winning at a high level, like last year, obviously we saw Trae Young in just his third season, I think, go all the way to the conference finals. They have the former number 1 overall pick in Zion Williamson, as well as Brandon Ingram. And they, obviously they just traded for Jonas Valanciunas. They're clearly prioritizing right now rather than the future. They already have some younger players who I think need to be developed a little bit more. So maybe they're just foregoing picking any more young players that could potentially be projects and hinder the development of other guys already on the roster.
That
Yeah,
is a
man.
valid point. That is a very valid point. Only thing I'm gonna say to that is they don't have their defense has not gotten any better yet. They're still free agency. But through this draft, their defense has not gotten any better, and that's
To that though, Chris, I will say, after the draft, go and just watch Herb Jones tape for
Oh yeah,
a couple hours. I'm telling you, your opinion will change at the very least a little bit because he's got serious defensive potential in this league.
The grade might go up to a C plus just after just a Herb Jones highlight reel. But before we let you go, just all right, big offseason ahead for the Pelicans. This draft has been a mess of sorts, with chances to take certain players and now trading away really impressive guys or guys with high potential. How do you see the Pelicans offseason going? Because now you've got Lonzo, restricted free agency. You've got Josh Hart, restricted free agency. They just sent away Bledsoe and Steven Adams, guys that they acquired just last offseason. Do you see them making any more big moves? Who do you see staying? Do you think Lonzo's going to leave? I know I just asked you a bunch of questions, but how do you see the Pelicans offseason going?
I think they're definitely going to let Josh Hart go because he's made it clear he doesn't want to play for them anymore. I think a team like the Knicks is going to give Lonzo a ridiculous contract because it's the Knicks. So I think a team like that who needs a point guard like that is going to give him a contract that the Pelicans aren't going to want to match. And I honestly could see the Pelicans going for a point guard like Kyle Lowry, who's, a veteran leader, tenacious on offense and defense. And I think Kyle Lowry really fits their system well, and he can really play great alongside Zion and BI.
Okay, well, thank you, Chris. I really want the Pelicans to pan out because they got some former Lakers over there, but as far as David Griffin is concerned, he doesn't want to win. And,
he does not want to win.
He basically flunked the Chris Ellison draft test. So very unfortunate.
Definitely did.
As far as I'm concerned, they need to fire him and give you the job. We already discussed this. I'll work things out with their front office and I'll send you the contract details in the morning.
I appreciate you, man. You got the connect, so I appreciate you, my guy.
All right, Chris, take care. All right, we're gonna bring in Michael Daly for the 17th time tonight. Who is he here for now? The Pistons. They got somebody. I'm sure they just had a draft pick in there somewhere. Luka Garza. We discussed it. Michael, what are your thoughts on Luka Garza? Guys, he's taken off the blazer. He's now relaxed. This is the second round look. The first round was just blazer ready, but now he's relaxed like the rest of us. So, Michael, what are your thoughts on Luka Garza? Because 10 picks ago, I said, Wieskamp getting drafted is funny because Garza might not, and then Garza gets drafted before Mamu. So, instant reaction on Luka Garza to the Detroit Pistons.
My take is that someone like Joe Wieskamp should not be drafted ahead of Luka Garza in terms of what they have done in their college career. But as a draft prospect, Luka Garza was expected to be a late second round pick, and that's what happened here. I think for the Pistons, this was a smart pick because late second round, 52nd pick.
Mamu just went.
Mamu.
Indiana
Sorry,
Pacers.
Daly. Sorry, Daly.
Michael, not Daly. Michael.
Sorry, Michael.
Wow, that's big though. Mamu to the Pacers. Wow.
Mamu and Chris Duarte in the same draft?
Yeah, if it's 54, it's to the Bucks.
Mike, wait, you just got Mamu. Oh my God.
No way. No way.
Yeah.
We love to see it.
Let's go.
Absolutely love to see it.
Michael, you.
That's big.
Let's go.
That's big.
Oh man. Well, I mean, enough of the Luka Garza talk.
Yeah.
This is NBA champion Michael Daly. Okay. Now last year, after the Jordan Nwora selection, I made sure to tell you that you were going to win the NBA championship. So now, after winning the NBA championship with Jordan Nwora shooting 100% from the field, 100% from three, in my opinion, he was snubbed for Finals MVP, but I digress. Now you've added Sandro Mamukelashvili, this really unknown player. I haven't heard much about him, but I'm guessing he can add a little bit to the team now that he just got selected. So what are your thoughts on this unknown prospect?
So I actually have done a lot of studying on Sandro. when it comes to this, because I thought Indiana was going to take him because that was the consensus. So I was like, all right, let me study what people are thinking about him. But I'm at a loss for words because it's hard to put the fandom aside. I will say I think it wouldn't shock me if he starts in the G League and then works his way up to the roster because the Bucks have a tendency to do that. I think he needs to work on his defense. That's one thing I will say defensively. There are a few lapses. But look, he is a point forward, a big-time playmaker. He's going to be playing with the world champions. So that's it's amazing for Sandro.
And if they hadn't let go of him, Miles Powell was on the Bucks for a period of time last year. They could have been reunited. That would have been pretty cool.
Wow. I mean, this is like no words right now. Like, were you expecting this at the beginning of the night, Michael? In any way?
When the Bucks traded for the 54th pick, I actually thought this was a possibility. I will say though, as not as a Bucks fan, but as a fan of Sandro, like we all are, seeing him as like the 30th best available on certain people's big board, I was getting a little nervous. But now that this is happening, this is terrific. This is a win-win for everybody.
I mean, this is like a dream come true. I feel like I was looking right. He's only the second Seton Hall player in the last 20 years besides Isaiah Whitehead. I think he was the most recent one in 2016. So, I mean, 5 years in the making. All you guys waiting up for Miles Powell last year got redeemed in one night this year. So, it's all worth it.
Life is crazy, man. Life is crazy. This is exciting. I know Joe is going to have the Photoshop working crazy in a couple
I already opened up the application. I was putting the microphone down to get a head start.
Oh man, I could cry. Like when Miles didn't get drafted last year, it was unfortunate, but like we kind of knew because we didn't see him projected anywhere. Sandro, like he was top 60 in a lot of places, man, in a lot of places, and it was like Garza went and Petrusev went. And Bassi went, and I was like, man, a lot of these lower tier centers getting picked, and Mom hasn't got selected yet. But I'm just happy that our guy is going somewhere, and of course he could only go to a place where the greatness lies. Sandro and Giannis, man, that's a 70-win team.
Who wins in a one-on-one, Giannis or Mamu?
Jordan even asked that question, Jordy. Come on, you know the answer.
I'm taking Sandro.
I'm taking Jordan Nwora.
Obviously.
I'm sorry. I have to be a Bucks fan. I'm taking Giannis. But look, here's the thing, right? With the Bucks, I think this is a perfect fit because Sandro is not expected to get a lot of minutes, and I think this is a perfect place for him because Jordan Nwora didn't get a ton of minutes this year. Sam Merrill didn't play a ton. But Sandro, I think with his size and his shooting ability, look how many times Bobby Portis and Brook Lopez shot threes this year. That is right up Sandro's alley. So I think if he's able to find his way onto the floor, it's open season.
I'm going to be watching a lot of Bucks Summer League. That's all I'm going to say.
Yep. The Seton Hall community, they just gained a lot of new Bucks fans. That's for sure.
Oh man, hey, Michael, I was already there. I was there last year, and now
sure you are
on the bandwagon. Now there's a real bandwagon now.
And now everyone's gonna be there.
Jordan Nwora. I told you. Ahead of time. My ticket's been punched. He invited me to the championship parade, but I told him I had other things going. But now with Sandro there, I mean, Sandro, Jordan, and Giannis all on the same team. We're looking at 3 All-Stars. Okay, just
3 Hall of Famers. 3 Hall of Famers.
You forgot Chris Middleton. How could you forget?
Jory, this is my Middleton agenda. There's another time for another day. At this point in time, we're looking at, just all world talents. Okay, you got someone that shot 100% from the field, 100% from 3. You have Sandro, who's the best center in college basketball, best big man, I should say. And then you have Giannis, who's is basically Shaq. Now Middleton is Kobe, but that's a dollar for another day. I mean, I just feel like you put those three guys, and Middleton and Drew, on the floor at the same time, we're looking at greatness. That could go 82-0. That could be our first ever 82-0. I mean, just a phenomenal night. Look at the Bucks. So inspirational. Was that your only pick tonight, Michael?
I think we have the 60th pick. Do you guys want me to come back for that, or
You can hang around. It seems like nobody else is joining the waiting room. We're just
let me see?
hanging, maxing, relaxing, all cool. I don't know. Life is crazy. This is, man, can't believe Sandro really, man. It's such a story, coming over from Georgia. He really put the work in, and to see it pay off like this, and now he gets to go play for the champions. Like a late second round pick, those guys normally don't make the roster or, a two-way deal, but Bobby Portis could leave in free agency. Brooke Lopez is getting any older, any younger, I should say. Like Sandro, he might have an avenue to a deal. So this is, man, what a story. This is exciting.
Joe, Ryan Johnston beat you to it on a graphic. Look at PTV's Instagram.
Oh, brother.
Oh, wow. He had one ready.
Oh, brother. His isn't with the Bucks jersey though. His is just
Oh, I'm trying at least to do a jersey swap right now. So
see, okay. Well, hey, I'll post it whenever you're ready. Oh, he tags it. Oh, brother. Yeah. All right, PTV won this round. Holy God. I didn't realize they had that many followers to only following. Anyway. Life is crazy. This is just wild, dude. I really can't believe it. This is just awesome.
And the tweets are going crazy. They're saying this is the most confusing name since Giannis.
Haters gonna hate, man. Haters gonna hate.
We'll see.
That means
We'll
good
see.
thing, because then that means he's going to be the next Giannis and be an MVP player in
They'll
5
see.
or 6 years.
They'll see.
They don't know. They don't know, Jory. We gonna tell them, man. Yeah, Giannis he gonna show the world. Life is crazy.
Wow.
See, how many Bucks jerseys and Bucks gear are we going to see on campus this year?
So many.
Too many.
I honestly might go buy one.
It's gonna kill me.
We're getting a Bucks Sandro jersey. Just know that I'm buying one. I
Hang
didn't
it up
buy
in the
Nick's Powell one,
rafters
but
of the Prudential Center.
we're gonna hang it in. We're gonna hang it in the manager's office. It's gonna be a sports talk. We're gonna hang up Whitehead, Powell's Knicks jersey, and we're gonna find a CBA one for Angel Delgado. Didn't Desi play in like Istanbul or somewhere? We're gonna find his jersey. We're just gonna hang everybody's up in sports talk, and it's just gonna be like a wallpaper. Life is crazy, man. This is just
Joe. The Hornets drafted Scotty Lewis too from New Jersey.
Hey,
this
that
guy-
dude
Florida
destroyed
man.
my high school's basketball team. So I mean,
It's crazy. I remember watching him in the
props to him.
high school championship. That's cool.
Didn't he go to Florida?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
went to Randy High School and he went to Florida. That's really cool.
New Jersey boy.
John, aren't you a Florida fan? I thought you were gonna go on a whole Scotty Lewis spiel, and then
Huh?
aren't you a Florida fan?
No, I just because my family, we knew Scotty Lewis, or my family friend used to coach Scotty Lewis. So I remember watching him play a lot. Him and that Brian Antoine from Villanova, when they were at Randy, I saw them play 1,000 times. So I picked him because I knew his game. So that's pretty cool that he got drafted. So there's a bunch of New Jersey guys now.
Okay,
Wow.
okay. Well, I'm looking. Ben and Ryan are now in.
Oh, please admit them.
I could head out if it's up to you guys. I don't.
Oh, let's
Michael,
go.
this-
Whole big party going.
been a
man. Let's get
pleasure.
everybody
Hey,
in.
I mean,
Thank
come
you.
on. This is the second round. This is where dreams are made of. I'm admitting everybody at this point. If you join, you join. If you don't, you don't. What are you gonna do? But man,
Mamu.
life's crazy.
There they are.
Hey,
Hey, pal.
everybody. There's Ben.
Ryan,
There's
man, you
Ryan.
beat me in the graphic game.
I'm sorry, man. Christian
he
told me to
broke.
make one beforehand.
Yeah, he had that one
I
preloaded.
should have
I
done
knew it.
that, but
Hi, Ryan. You look
Hi,
in.
Benjamin.
Ugh.
What are your thoughts on the Knicks draft night, Benjamin?
I think the Knicks draft night has been that mid pack.
Oh my gosh.
I
Do you
really
not like Rokas Jokubaitis?
I really liked Miles McBride pick. I think that's fantastic. I think Quentin Grimes was okay selection. I think they could have gotten more value for the first round trades they made, like a lot more value. And then I think the draft and stash dude who is just like okay, like pick and roll guy is just gonna be an okay pick and roll guy. So I really like Miles McBride, but we'll see what they do here at 58. All I know is I'm ready for this to be done because the man we've all been waiting for was just selected, and I'm so happy for Sandro Mamukalis, really.
Yeah, man, life's
We
crazy.
all-
What, Ryan? What team did you join for? I'm sorry, the Thunder.
I just
You're just
For
here,
vibes.
here. Yeah.
hanging out.
Vibes.
I was about to say, 'cause I was like, wait a minute, Lakers, Wizards. I don't know what team Ryan has anymore, but okay. So, what picks have we missed since then? Man, shout out Sandra. Okay, Aaron Wiggins went to OKC. Does anyone have any thoughts on Aaron Wiggins? I don't even think we selected him last week when we were picking players.
I think I did. I mean, I would say like from Maryland, I mean, average 14 points a game, long, quick, athletic. I just had like he's a good shooter. I mean, at this stage in the draft, you're just looking for guys, who can really contribute off the bench, quality scoring. His 3-point shooting wasn't great, and that's like a big reason why they said he wasn't going to be a first rounder. But great mid range, again, like almost like a lost art form at this point. But I mean, watching him play at Maryland, it was pretty impressive at times. So I think that's a pretty good pick for this late in the draft.
Yeah, I'm looking now, and it says he shot 40% from three over the last 10 games of the year and averaged like over 18 points a game. So, hey, he finished the season strong, and now OKC just brought him in. So that's exciting. We discussed Scotty Lewis. Okay, I'm looking at his defensive numbers were crazy. So
He's such a good defender. His offense needs work, but he led like in like blocks and steals. He was like in the top 10 in both. He was really good.
sheesh. Okay, the Pistons pick is in number 57, Balsa Koprivica. I'm familiar with him because at Florida State, man, they just got like so many guys, just all of them NBA ready. But I'm looking now, Balsa, 2 or more blocks in half of Florida State's games this year. So I don't think any of us picked him. But Ben, now the Knicks are on the board. What are you looking for at this point to salvage anything in this draft?
I mean, I wouldn't go as far as to say we're salvaging things, but like I think it's been an okay draft where they could have gotten better value, but I wouldn't say they're like trying to like resurrect themselves here. I mean,
but you said it was kind of mediocre, kind of
True.
middling.
I expect
yeah.
after picking 3 guard wing players that they're gonna take a rebounder here.
They
and-
got a Texas guy. It's not Kai Jones.
Oh man. Oh man.
Everybody told you that Jericho Sims was now a New York Knick now.
Jericho Sims. All right.
You know,
Okay.
hey,
guy.
he's
At this
bouncy,
point, not terrible
buns.
value.
Yeah, didn't he hit his lip on like the rim at a clutch
Oh,
workout?
yeah, that was him.
That was him.
Yeah.
I feel like he kind of fits in that mold with just all the other Texas big men we were naming earlier: Jackson Hayes, Jared Allen, Kai Jones.
and this
Dunk
is a
everything.
This is a 4-year guy who developed himself to be a very solid 2-way player at Texas.
Yeah.
He's mostly all about that defense, but I mean, he has
He shot 70% from the field. Like this.
Yeah, like his true nature is as a rim defender, as being a shot blocker, a guy who has some really solid lateral agility. But I think that his offensive contributions are going to be able to be enough with how efficient he is at the rim and the way the Knicks are going to be using him in their system. I think it's a very solid pick that will fill a need that is going to be left by the whole of either Mitchell Robinson, Nerlens Noel, or both this offseason, because there's chances that one or both of them does not return to this roster. So I think being able to use him as a rim defender, as a guy who can be efficient offensively in the paint with athleticism, I think it's a very strong selection. I would have maybe rather them use one of their earlier picks on a center who can do this, like Charles Bassey. But I still think that Jericho Sims is a very solid pick. He's pretty young for being a 4-year guy at just 22 years old, but he's a little undersized for the center position and has his offensive limitations, as I said earlier. But I think he fills a need for this Knicks team, and they'll be able to use him right under Thibodeau's system.
Okay, and as you were discussing Jericho Sims to the Knicks, the Nets made their pick, number 59, Joe. You are now selecting Raekwon Gray from Florida State. I hate the Seminoles, so I'm just going to refrain all judgment. Raekwon and Boss are going off the board 2 out of the last 3 picks. It's clear the NBA GMs are trying to provoke me. But what are your thoughts on Raekwon Gray?
I'm not mad with it. Especially, this is going to be a guy that we're probably just going to stash in the G League on Long Island. I'm not terribly mad with Raekwon Gray himself as a pick. I am upset though because there was a guy who's still on the board who I was talking myself into at 27, and that's Aaron Henry out of Michigan State. I think he's just a monster wing defender, and I would love to see him on the Nets. I think even just regardless, I'm kind of shocked that he hasn't gone off the board yet. So I was holding on with a hope and a prayer that Aaron Henry would get taken with that 59 pick, but Raekwon Gray, he's got some size. A forward. He probably won't contribute much this upcoming year, especially with the fact that we do have 3 rookies ahead of him now. So, I can't be mad with it at this point. I think with what else we've done in the draft with Kessler Edwards, with Cam Thomas, with Day'Ron Sharpe, who I absolutely love that pick. I think we overall did a pretty solid job in this draft. I'm not going to go full homer and say A+, we knocked it out of the park, but I'd give it like a solid B+, maybe even an A-, because I think we kind of, at the very beginning, I said there are 3 roles, 3 needs that I want to see the Nets get. That was a bench guard, a 3-and-D wing, and a big man who can play down low and guard some good big time, post players. And we got all 3 in Sharpe, Edwards, and Cam Thomas. So I'm more than happy with the draft. And now the last pick is going to the Bucks apparently. So Daly's back on the clock.
Could the Bucks be potentially selecting Alex Antetokounmpo just to put a cap on the night to give them their 3rd Antetokounmpo brother?
Is Alex eligible this year? Are you serious?
Yeah, he's in this draft.
The Pacers brought him in for a workout. It leaked apparently that the Kings were trying to put him on their summer league team. So he's technically eligible to be selected, but just a matter of whether or not the Bucks want him or not, I guess. Oh man, Raekwon Gray. I know I said I was gonna refrain my judgment, but all seriousness, I love how he plays. Like the way he's built, he's like Zion, except like 75% of Zion, like just without being overly dominant. So it's hilarious. He's just beefy. He's a beefy boy. He's a big beefy boy, and now he's gonna be in where's the Long Island? Is that where your G League team plays? So he'll be there, just making plays, doing dancing bear stuff. I know I will not pause that, Jonathan. Sorry to say, but last pick for the draft, Georgios Kalaitzakis. I wish I had a pronunciation guide in front of me, but okay, a wing player. I'm looking now, extra effort, offensive transition plays, point of attack defense, motor, and effort. So, Michael, what are your thoughts on Georgios as we cap off the stream?
Yeah, he's a 6'8" combo guard from what I know about him. I think it helps that Giannis is on the team, probably put in a good word for him. Not a huge scorer in the Greek Basket League and in Euro League. So at this point, it's not a big risk, but it's only potential reward. I could see him being on the Summer League roster and then fizzling out, or if because Giannis put in a good word, he makes the team.
Okay, so now as we're nearing 5 hours on the stream. Before we go, I just want to get a quick winners and losers from you guys. So one winner of the night and one loser. Michael, we'll start with you, and then we'll go on.
The winner of the night, I would say, are the Detroit Pistons, because when you can draft a generational talent like a Cade Cunningham, and then you could add on several other picks on top of that, more so like icing on the cake, I think that's great. I loser of the night, I might have to go Knicks, because I think a lot of the fans were disappointed with their picks. They did have some good picks as well, but I would say winner Pistons, loser Knicks.
Okay, Ryan, let's hear yours.
All right, I may be a homer here, but I'm gonna go with a team that didn't pick at all. Really, I'm gonna go with the Lakers. Getting Russell Westbrook, I think that was the biggest win of the night. I think that really makes the Lakers. I don't know if they're title favorites because the Nets are obviously still quite good, but it really puts us back in contention.
Ryan, I don't mean to cut you off. Gonzaga's Joel Ayayi has agreed to a 2-way contract with the Lakers.
Oh, I like that.
Hey,
That's a solid UDFA.
One of the best undrafted players. I thought he should have been drafted.
Hey, bada bang, bada boom. What can I say? So just a cherry on top. All right, Ryan, you continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, for losers, I might go with the Spurs because I think they could have gotten Joshua Primo way later if they wanted to. They could have traded down, gotten an extra pick or something like that. I don't know. I don't think he was worth the 12th overall pick, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know. I think they could have gotten him like 20th or something like that. He still would have been on the board. But not the biggest thing in the world, but just a weird pick, in my opinion.
Okay, Ben, give me your winners and losers.
I think that the Houston Rockets had a really good draft. I think taking someone who's as talented of a scorer as Jalen Green, number 2 overall, is invaluable. And I think what he was able to show in the first year of that Trial Ignite program, is, along with some of his other teammates, was really impressive. I really liked the Jalen Green pick. And I also think they were able to make some strong picks along the way as well, like Usman Garaba from Spain. I think that he was one of the best foreign prospects out of this draft. And then I know that there were some other moves that were made and such with the Rockets, but I really like mainly the Jalen Green pick at number 2 overall. I know there was some discussion whether to take him or Evan Mobley, and even some people suggesting Jalen Suggs in that spot, but I really think that Jalen Green was the way to go for the Houston Rockets and the future of building that franchise from literally the ground up after forfeiting everything last year. As for a loser of this draft, man, I'm trying very hard not to just overly get upset about what my Knicks did tonight, because I genuinely think that they just had an okay draft. But as Michael said, it was just very underwhelming. So to that point, I think I'm going to go with the losers of the draft are the Washington Wizards. Not that I dislike the Corey Kispert pick. I think it's very strong, and pairing a Gonzaga guy with another one in Rui Hachimura, but I hate the Russell Westbrook trade, and I hate that they're just blowing up what they have. So I guess my heart goes out to Mr. Gardner and his Wizards.
Okay, Jonathan, winners and losers.
So I've been talking about the Rockets all night, but also Ben brought that up. But there's another team that I really have to talk about, is the Charlotte Hornets. In one draft, getting James Bouknight, Kai Jones, JT Thor, and Scotty Lewis. I mean, we've said, and there's so many tweets going out about him right now, like a new Lob City, which I think is so fair to say. On top of LaMelo Ball, Miles Bridges, I mean, that team is going to be so much fun to watch next season. If we told each other last year that the Hornets were the most exciting team in the NBA, or young, exciting team in the NBA, I would thought you were kidding, to be honest. I thought they had a great draft. Having Bouknight, who many were saying were going to be like a number 6 pick to the Thunder, and then dropping all the way to 11, I think it was a steal for them. But I think the future is certainly bright with them. And people were even making Michael Jordan jokes about him being a more competent owner and having like his best draft as an owner so far. As for losers, I'll be a little bit, I guess, more of the bad cop here. I just think the Knicks, with the opportunity that they had, are the definite losers. As a fan of the Knicks, I'm saying that too. When you have, the 2 great first-round picks that you had originally, and I love the idea of trying to do something with it, but I know me and Ben talked about it earlier, just in general. If they're going to go out and get like a Colin Sexton, this was the absolute chance to do it. I feel like it's going to be so much harder now to go after, especially even Sexton going forward, having to give up some actual pieces to the team rather than just draft picks. I definitely think they missed a big opportunity there. The players, I love Miles McBride. There's a lot to really say about Quentin Grimes. We just really don't know yet. It was just a very, like you guys said, underwhelming draft, but it's going to be something that the Knicks fans in general could regret for a long time if they're going to go out and try to get another superstar in New York. Tonight was the chance to do it with the picks that they had in the first round.
All right, Joe, give me your winners and losers.
All right, first for the winner. They were talked about already, but I have to double down because I think far and away they had the best draft, and that's the Houston Rockets. They went out and they got Jalen Green with the number 2 overall pick, who in my mind is going to be a bona fide superstar in the NBA. I mean, I think his potential is through the roof, and I think absolutely at worst, if it's the worst case scenario for how Jalen Green's NBA career pans out, I think he's Jordan Clarkson, who's still an 18-point per game scorer off a team's bench. He is going to be a guy that they can really, truly build around, which they really sorely needed after, they got rid of Russell Westbrook. They traded away James Harden, who's been the cornerstone of their franchise for nearly the last decade. So you have him as your sort of, big time, cornerstone piece to build around. They go out, they get Shenzhen, who I am a little higher on him than most, I think, but I really like the potential he brings. And, if he can really tap into, some of the scoring ability he had in the Turkish league where we saw him win MVP, I think he can do big things for them. To pair that up then with later in the first round, they got Josh Christopher, who is a real high ceiling guy. And I think, he's got some real solid potential in the draft, but more importantly, they got Usman Garuba, who arguably might've been my favorite player in this entire draft. He's an absolute monster of a defender. He's going to come in and play a huge role for that Rockets team. I really think right out of the gate as a rookie. And I think just with the 4 guys that they got, that alone is a good enough core to really start to build around, and add to the fact that they already have Christian Wood there. They already have Kevin Porter Jr. They already have Jayshawn Tate. They, as grim as things looked, as soon as they traded away James Harden to the Nets this past season, they are in a really, really good spot now. I think after the draft they had, I really think they knocked that out of the park. So I've got to double down again on them and go with they are my absolute winners of this draft. As for the loser, sorry to say it to Kale, but I think it's the Bulls because they only had 1 pick in the draft. They traded their first rounder, of course, for Nikola Vucevic. And they had that, what was it? It was the 39 pick, I believe, the 38 pick, where, you only have 1 pick as a team that, they're really not in a win now kind of mode. I feel like they don't have the most talented roster. They're not really, they weren't a playoff team. And so I really felt like they needed to just hit on that 1 pick because that was the only chance they had tonight to really bolster their roster further. And as much as I love Ayo, I just think it was the wrong pick at the time due to the fact that, they went point guard, but they took him over guys like Jared Butler, over Sharif Cooper, who I both think are far superior players. And, I think if they had gotten Sharif Cooper, I think that's a completely, entirely different outlook for the Bulls. And I think you can almost make the argument that even though they did have 1 pick, they could sneak into the winning category because Sharif Cooper would have been a steal there, and he absolutely was a steal with where he went to the Hawks. And even Jared Butler, I think he would have been a great fit on the Bulls team. I was perplexed a bit by the pick they made. So due to the fact that I just think they really whiffed on their 1 only pick, I think I got to give them as my losers for this draft.
All right, I was going to ask Jory his winners and losers, but I'm just going to skip over him and say mine, if that's okay, Jory. If that's okay. As far as winners, it pains me to say this. I'm gonna say the Clippers. I feel like the Clippers are very clearly the winners. Keon Johnson is phenomenal. Just a tremendous player. Everything that he offers, offensively, defensively, he can jump out the gym. His vertical is just ridiculous. Mid-range shooting, with his leaping ability, that allows him to get a super high release point to the point where nobody could block it. And then it's just like they were able to get him just for number 25 and a future second rounder. So absolutely fleeced the Knicks on that one. I mean, he's just really awesome. I think he broke the Combine's vertical jump record. I don't know. He said he models his game after Kawhi Leonard, and now he gets to be on Kawhi's team. And BJ Boston, being able to get him late in the second round, just tremendous upside. Like, we know what he's capable of. We've seen him in AAU, in EYBL, at Sierra Canyon. Like, there's just too much value to go from with that film, for him to slip this far just off of a dozen bad games or so in Kentucky, with what happened around him and how the team was performing and, playing through injuries. So now he's going to get an NBA conditioning program. He's going to be with a personal chef. Like, he's, as far as I'm concerned, he'll turn into a very good player. So the fact that they're both now, Clippers, it definitely hurts my heart. As far as draft losers, I'm going to say, man, I'm thinking the Kings. Davion Mitchell, top 10, crazy to me. Just ridiculous. I mean, I don't know how you could pick him when he wasn't even the best guard on his team. Jared Butler is both younger and a better shooter and a better passer. And the defense, I don't think is, that big of a gap between the two. So I feel like if you wanted to go with a guard, Jared Butler was right there. But also, I don't know why they targeted a guard anyway when they already have De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton. So it didn't really make that much sense. And then going with Neemias Queta in the second round from Utah State. He's cool. He's fine. But, he's just rebounding traditional big that can, block shots, rebound, occasionally post up. I feel like they could have got more value there, especially now that they're going to be losing a lot of offensive creation this offseason. Once Rashawn Holmes inevitably leaves and goes to, I don't know, Dallas or somewhere. So I'd say the Kings are definitely losers. And that leaves Mr. Jordan Mickens to close the stream, as we're now past 1 a.m.
Well, I'll be quick because I know everyone is probably exhausted. I think the Warriors are a big winner. I don't know if they're the biggest winner, but they got Jonathan Kuminga, who has a ton of upside, as well as Moses Moody, who's a win-now player. Don't think Kuminga's going to be great in his rookie year, but he, again, has a lot of potential to be incredible. And going to a team like the Warriors that has a great structure, I don't think he could have gone to a better organization. And then losers, I have to agree with you, Heaven. The Kings, Davion Mitchell at 9 is questionable, especially since they took Tyrese Halliburton last year. They have De'Aaron Fox. They have Buddy Hield. Don't know what they're doing there, but that's my winners and losers.
All right, so that'll do it for the WSU Sports 2021 NBA Draft Show. I want to thank everyone that's joined us as an analyst tonight. There's too many people to name, but everyone that came through on the show to be an analyst for a team. Michael Daly, Ryan Johnson, Ben Harris, since you guys are here, I'll say it since you guys are in the meeting. But for my phenomenal assistants, Jonathan Haidt, Joe Matthews, Jordan Mickens, I have been your host this time around, Heaven Hill, saying so long